We are. Right. That's us back in business. It does seem to be much better and not laggy. So I think that this was worth doing. As much as I absolutely hate emptying a perfectly healthy room, it was really, really lagging. I think my computer just needed a restart. So it seems to be okay. I think we're back, and it feels to me like it's not laggy. So let me know if you agree. Am I coming back to you in non-laggy vision? Is this the non-laggy version of the show? I hope that it is, because it seems to be good to me. I always know if it's a problem if the video is actually lagging in my own software, not just online. Thank you very much indeed. Why are we doing this, John? We're doing it because I had to restart because it was super laggy. There was something up with my machine. It wasn't very happy. So I think that will be the only major glitch upshot. I'm sure that was it. I had been doing stuff on my machine all day, and quite often I will have a restart before starting the stream. But I didn't do that today, so that'll teach me, won't it? It was entirely my fault. I think whatever issues Justin was having were probably a separate thing. I know sometimes the issues are kind of server side, and they're YouTube issues or they're TikTok issues. But I had a feeling something was wrong because I could see my own system itself was just not behaving properly. So hopefully Sean will join us in a moment and be back in. And there we are. What we can do is Errol is still in the queue, so we can bring Errol back in. We're just going to bring Sean back in. I see him here. Do that, and I think I see Sean is also on the Video Ninja.
I'm here.
That's great. That's excellent. All right, I think we're in pretty good shape. So, yeah, I'm moving smoothly. I'm not an AI. I am actually able to move like an actual human being, which is wonderful. Okay, I think what we'll do is we will get Errol back in because we were speaking to Errol. And we can just pick up where we left off. And Kellen Goggins is back in the queue on TikTok. So if you're listening, Kellen, we will get to you next after this call. But let's finish up what we were speaking about with Errol so that he doesn't feel cut off prematurely. Errol, are you there? Let's try that again. Errol, can you hear us, Errol? I'm not seeing your audio this time. I saw it last time.
I'm not hearing you on video.
Oh, I see why. That's my bad. That's my fault. Give me a second. We're going to do that, and we're going to do that, and then everyone will be able to hear me on video as well. How's that? That should be better. Errol, are you there?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, I am indeed.
Good. Okay, so I'm going to get your name back up on the board again.
Okay?
Yeah, okay, this is it. We're back. We're non-laggy. We've got Errol back. We've got Kellen in the queue on TikTok waiting to be the next call. Everything is good in the world. Back again. Definitely worth doing. It's absolutely horrible to empty a room of hundreds and hundreds of people and hope they come back. And if they don't, then they don't. Maybe something better came along. But at least we're up and running now. And it's all good. So thanks for bearing with us for that. So where were we, Errol? What were we saying?
So I was talking about how we talked about how having the utility of potentially believing something which might not be true because of all the benefits it could do. But you're more talking about the rationale of it rather than the sense in a utilitarian, not utilitarian, but utility sort of way.
Yeah,
beneficial
exactly.
sort of way.
I want to know what's true. I want my beliefs to be true. I don't want to go through life believing false things because it might possibly help me at some point to be deluded. That's not aspirational at all for me. Is it for you?
I think in some way it is, because we can't always come to a fully accounted, calculated decision using all the possible information to make a right outcome straight away. And sometimes using something that is more on instinct or maybe intuition, which isn't fully rational, allows us to be able to make a decision in a well, maybe just to be able to make a decision, let alone maybe a timely decision. We see that a lot when it comes to, sometimes when it comes to people making, I guess, moral choices. Although, people may point out, very bad bits about the Bible or the Quran or whatever their religion may be. It's almost like a little blueprint of whatever ideal version they have in their mind of that religion to be able to make a good outcome. And sometimes, because you might not have all the facts or may not know all the facts, it's a matter of not letting the perfection be the enemy of the good, by coming to coming to maybe the right decision, or at least a decision, rather than being stuck with inaction because you can't have all the.
I got to tell you, my friend, I'm not following this argument at all. Like I agree, there are times where you could get analysis paralysis. There are times where you have to act. If you're in danger, sometimes you just don't have time to think things through properly, and you need to rely on instinct. And sometimes instincts are driven by other things, and they're a little bit more visceral and less intellectual. But all things being equal, you've got the maximum chance of surviving in the world if your understanding of the world maps onto how the world is. That I think is as a general principle that holds. And so I don't buy this at all. And essentially what you're just saying, the argument you seem to be making, if I understand you right, is that there could be some. It is a utility argument essentially that you're making. Is that it could be helpful to be irrational, and I can't follow you on that. I really can't.
I don't even think that's the case, because if you're in a situation that you're describing, that you have incomplete information, you just have to make a decision. My rational mind is very aware that I'm making the best guess I can with incomplete information. And I'm not being convinced of something that's false. I'm just saying, hey, I don't have time to make to fully flush this out, but with the information I have, here's my best guess. I don't feel confident that this is necessarily the right thing. Even in that case, your rational mind can still be rational, and you can still be unconvinced of things for bad reasons. You're just acknowledging that you're making a decision with incomplete information.
I guess that's what I am doing, because even if I believe have my beliefs, there's lots of other people who have lots of other beliefs, and I might just any one of those may be right, and I might be wrong. So I understand that.
When you say that's what you're doing with what are you doing that with?
Sorry, I don't follow.
Okay, so because I said sometimes you just have to make a snap decision knowing you have incomplete information. You said, I guess that's what I'm doing. That's what you're doing with what?
Oh, okay. With the information that I have.
Oh, regarding what?
So it could be, I guess, whatever scenario.
I thought you were referring to something specifically, like when you said that.
No. So I'm talking. I guess I'm talking more in a more general sense.
I think you should only. Yeah, you should only do that when a situation warrants it. If I'm being chased by Jason from the Friday the 13th movies, and there's like a fork in the road and I can go 3 different directions, I have to make a snap decision with incomplete information of which one will both more likely where I'm going to be safest. I'm fully aware at the time that it's just an incomplete, my best educated guess in a snap moment. But I fail to see a good reason for somebody to be convinced something is true for bad reasons.
I guess using that example, the way that I think about it is we're all thinking about, whether a God exists, whether a God doesn't exist, or the different types of gods that might exist, and we're looking at all these different routes that we can go down. And you guys are saying
take a route there. There's nothing forcing you to make a decision about whether a God exists, let alone which one. Now, if there's information that Shiva is real, and it's compelling evidence, then I'll believe Shiva is real. But there's nothing forcing you to say no God exists, or some God exists, or this particular God. There's nothing forcing you to make a decision.
I guess the way that I'm approaching it, I suppose, is when I'm not good with all these I'm not a theologian or know how to talk about
it's fine.
But the way that I've thought about it is if we think about any time we're making any sort of decision when it comes to how something gets there or come to a decision that way, we've always kind of saw one step after the other of something. And the way that I'm seeing it when I'm looking down this fork in the path is I'm almost seeing like a chain of what's going past behind me, attributing it to ultimately a cause which has brought us down this journey, and I'm seeing the path continuing to go down this particular route.
Can I clarify your analogy? So you have the fork in the road, and you mentioned something behind you. Is this analogy in reference to like your belief or lack thereof in a God?
Yes, I suppose so. It's what I've.
Okay. So
yes.
Yeah. So I would say that the reference to what's behind you, is that like a fear of hell, for example?
No. It's more to do with there being what I'm really referring to is there. One step goes in front of the other. Something happens, then something else happens, then something else happens.
I got you.
And I guess that very far back behind me, there's going to be some sort of God at the beginning of it, and I'm following that unbroken path from behind me all the way to front of me, and that path is, I guess, following. I understand. Belief in that way.
I understand. I guess in closing, the way John and I are looking at this, if you're going to dedicate your life to something, it's really important you get it right, or just hold no position if you're wrong. And so that's the time you most want to take your time, analyze the facts, and just care about believing what's true. But just follow your path, and search your own mind and about what convinces you, and just go from there. But we got some other callers waiting.
Yeah,
we appreciate your time.
We'll move it along. Move it along. Yeah, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it, Errol. Thanks. Hi, man. Cheers. Okay, there we are. I'm delighted that we're back up and running, and as promised, we are going to get Kellen Goggins in. I'm just going to read a few super chats so that we don't get too behind on them. They were preserved from before, because that's what the new gadget does. It's all very, very good. So we're getting kicked off here with from our very, very dear friend Tracy, otherwise known as T, formerly Yanto. Rant, I'm so tired of hearing that non-religious people don't have morals. Me too. Makes me want to scream, Shaunathon, SK John, Praise Puff, all hail the Nope, Cardinal. I love that. Thank you so much, T. Big love, my friend, big love. And Babs has very kindly sent out an Unconvinced membership. That's so kind of you, Babs. That means a lot that you do that. So thank you very, very much indeed. And 46 Strings, another one of my favourite people. In his final book, Brief Answers to the Big Questions, Hawking said that there is no afterlife, comparing the human brain to a computer that simply stops. Yep, that is, I believe, what he thought. Kay Hoasil, thank you so much. That's very generous super chat. Have you seen the idea that our universe might exist inside a black hole? It would be fascinating if the Big Bang was actually the birth of the black hole containing us, and every black hole creates a new universe through its own Big Bang. I have to say, that level of cosmology is just above my pay grade. Like, it's where my understanding kind of sort of runs out, and I just have to defer to the clever people like Chase and like Blitz and the other people who just get this stuff more than I do. It's like I have a small mind. That is pretty wild. I have heard stuff about that before, and I know that in black holes, like, all bets are off. It's all weird. It's all counterintuitive. What about you, Sean? Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard it. I don't think it's something taken wildly seriously in among the cosmology society, or what do you call it, community, I meant to say.
Right.
Dr. Blitz, I heard him saying he doesn't buy it. I think it's just an interesting water cooler discussion for them. I don't want to speak for them, of course, but
Sure.
the impression I get from hearing certain cosmologists talk about it, I don't think it's like this thing that's changing physics at all. I think it's just like, hey, this is plausible if you squint your eyes and make all these assumptions.
It's one of those.
An interesting thing to talk. It's an interesting thing to talk about.
Right.
And if Chase comes back on with another discussion, maybe we could ask him what he thinks about that.
Cool. Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, we're going to bring in, as promised, Kellen Goggins, who's been waiting super patiently. So welcome in, Kellen. We have spoken before. Welcome back.
Yeah, how's it going, man?
It's going. So thank you for waiting. Good to see you again. What's up?
So I know you might not take this as like a reasonable argument, but this is something that, because I scroll Christian TikTok all day, and well, not all day, but every day. And so there's a new trend. I don't know if you've seen it, but you go to Google, you type, "I'm alone with a Muslim person." The AI will say, "Oh, treat the Muslim person with kindness and respect." Then you type, "I'm alone with an atheist." "Oh, treat them with kindness and respect." "I'm alone with a Hindu." "Treat them with kindness." "I'm alone with a Buddhist." Then you type, "I'm alone with a Christian," and it says, "If you need to get to safety now, call 911 if you need to."
Is that really true?
It is true, because I actually tried it.
Okay, so I have it right here. If you are feeling isolated, I haven't read it ahead of time either, so this is on the fly. If you are feeling isolated, struggling with your faith walk, or experiencing distress while spending time in the company of a Christian family member, or acquaintance, please know that support and guidance are available. If you are in immediate danger and need urgent help, please reach out to your local emergency services or a trusted person right away. If this is a personal situation, tell me, blah, blah, blah. So that's what I got.
Try Muslim.
I mean, this is it. This is an interesting thing, but it doesn't have anything to do, of course, with what we're talking about.
Well, it does, because a lot of Christians are using this as evidence that, oh, it's real. They're not allowing Christianity because it's true. So beware of Christians, because it's the true religion.
I mean, I know that these AI systems are trained on massive amounts of data, and they sometimes end up coming up with very strange perspectives. One of them, I can't remember which one, was accidentally starting to sound a little bit nationalistic on one of the platforms. I can't remember, a little bit racist, perhaps. This is why we have to take AI with a pinch of salt. AI is a useful tool, but it's not the provision of wisdom or anything like that. So let's if we can, let's attend to the matter at hand. So our claim is that atheism makes more sense, irrespective of what the biases in AI trained models might be. What do you think about that?
I mean, irrespective of I have a hard time because it's like the first Apple computer sold for $666.66. It's like that was intentional, like.
But who cares? Who cares about this? You're just pointing at things in culture at the moment and going, I don't like this thing about an internet service, or I don't like this thing about the way a company priced their products. Let's talk about. We're here to talk about belief and faith and that kind of stuff, aren't we?
And then you mentioned Justin. He has a Baphomet statue behind him.
And
okay.
And then the Apple logo is a bit.
All
it's
right.
a flute with a bite in it.
Kellen,
I have a quick question for you. We think atheism makes more sense. What do you think about that?
I used to.
Okay. What changed your mind?
Well,
Got you.
killing that cockroach that I told you about.
It was that one.
Oh,
okay.
This is that guy.
Okay. So last time you were up, most of the room thought you were just trolling. So
yeah.
And we gave you lots of opportunities to steer the conversation into an area that would actually be, germane to the kind of conversation we were looking to have. And you kept on coming back to your feelings of guilt about killing a cockroach. Is that the intention to just do that again?
No, sir. No.
Okay. So then let's have a conversation about why you think atheism doesn't make sense.
The reason I think it doesn't make sense is there's people that say the universe they believe it's eternal.
Mm-hmm. And
I just don't see things becoming that complex without a mind behind it. That's impossible.
And how is that different? How is that not just an argument from personal incredulity? That's exactly what it just sounds like to me. It's literally just, which you'll know is a known fallacy, right? To just say, I personally can't imagine how something could have happened, therefore something else.
But you imagine that the house that you're in was built by carpenters, right?
I don't imagine it. I have overwhelming evidence that my house was built by a carpenter. I don't have that for the universe. I have it for this house.
But for the complexity of a monarch butterfly, you would assume that had a creator as well.
Here's the mistake you're making. We can look at things humans have built and designed, and we know some of them are simple, and we know some of them are complex. That tells us nothing about whether the natural world can also create complex things or how often it does. That tells you about here's a set of like the characteristics of things that thinking agents have built. That gives you zero information about the nature of things that happen naturally.
Kellen, Kellen, I don't think that you're a serious caller, my friend. So we're going to move on to I don't think you are. So we're going to move on to someone who is. Okay, thank you for the heads up and the intel, my friends. I appreciate that. We're not interested in trolls. So we're going to get John Sinclair in next, coming in right now on TikTok. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, John. How are you?
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, the thing is, there is you have a point, but I would rather argue that, you see, Immanuel Kant, he kind of, in his book of criticism to the rationality and all that, he tries to make a point that, well, first you prove to me there's a God, and then we'll talk about whether he's the creator or not. So he tries to, in a way, I think, in a very smart way, What he's trying to say is that first is, so you can't prove the existence of something through its attribute. So question is, I am not going to go into whether atheism is my argument is as follows. Let's suppose that there is no God, right? Okay. Now, if there is no God, there's no creation, then you have two choices. One choice is that you have created yourself, or you are eternal. Because if there's no God, you can either be eternal or you created yourself.
You seem to be missing out that I was created by my parents.
Yeah, well,
that's neither of those. That's neither of those positions, is it?
No. That's not true. You're not created by your parents.
Really?
This argument.
I think they would probably beg to differ.
Creation doesn't mean that.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. If we're going to start getting fast, hang on.
Wait.
No. You can wait.
Just let me finish.
No. If we're going to start playing fast and loose with language, then we need to clarify our terms. So if created doesn't mean created, if created doesn't mean brought about, caused to exist, what does it mean in the sense you're using it then? In what sense do you mean it? Because it would be great if we could know what you're talking about.
I think by we, he's referring to the universe itself.
Right, because he said you. Correct? He said you. He said either you were created or you created yourself. So
you see, the thing is, you have two possibilities. If there's no God, like the God creator, then you have two possibilities, right? Either you're eternal,
or some other process caused you to exist.
Which means that you are eternal, or
by you,
or you have created yourself. These are the two logical possibilities.
Another point of clarity. Go ahead, Sean.
A point of clarity. When you say you are eternal, do you mean the universe?
Sorry, I have to go.
Okay, we'll never find out. He has to go.
Another troll.
Oh dear!
I had a feeling. I actually had a feeling on that one, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the search for a solid argument continues. So we're going to bring Fionn Hawk in next, and we'll find out whether there's a sensible argument to be had anywhere up in here today.
I don't know what that was. Had to go.
Yeah, this is another one.
Hi, Fionn.
I was, chatting back and forth with one of the people in your comments, and to kind of give a foundation to this, I was raised in a Christian family, and at a point in my life, I lost faith, lost belief, massively triggered by the loss of my mother when I was younger. And what would come from that was a point in time where I would, during a meal with my father and my stepmother, sort of try to come to this like happy medium. It was like you have. Actually, I don't like to say atheism is a faith. Because faith for me, it means an understanding. It means a sense of belief that a certain requisite is true.
Atheism.
So when it came
hang on. Did you say atheism is a belief that something's true?
It isn't. Essentially, it is a kind of faith, isn't it?
It really isn't at all a kind of faith or a belief that something's true. It literally just means not being convinced by a claim that someone else made. That's all it means.
So I'm waiting for my signal is not want to play bulletin, so I'm waiting for it to kind of level out a minute.
Okay, but there's no statement that you could make that is an assertion of a truth that applies universally to every atheist. Not a single thing that you could say that every atheist believes to be true. Not one. Are we waiting for something in particular? Because you said you were waiting for your signal. Can you give us an idea if this is a wait that's likely to be measured in seconds or days?
Sorry, hang on. That's it. So when I say a faith, for me, the term is belief and faith.
Atheism isn't a belief or faith. That's what John said. Yeah, John explained.
But
atheism.
You believe that there is no God.
No. I'm just unconvinced that there is. Do you know the difference between?
You either don't. You don't believe there's God, so therefore you believe there isn't a God.
No, that's not true. Correct? Do you believe no? Correct. And I'll give you an analogy.
Yes.
Do you believe hold on.
It is a.
Hold on.
It is a belief system.
Okay. So.
But it's a belief in.
Okay.
Just listen. Just listen. Just listen to what Sean's saying. You could learn something. Just listen.
Okay. Do you believe that the number of blades of grass in front of my house is even? Yes or no? Hello?
Yeah, I'm not completely. I'm not completely sure that we're.
Is that fair enough?
I mean, just have the conversation. If we can't hear you, we'll tell you we can't hear you. And if you're in an area where you don't have enough signal to do this, then call us back when you do, if you would, because we don't want to waste time of hundreds of people who are watching this. So, did you hear what Sean asked you?
That's fair. No, but go again, Sean.
Okay. Are you convinced that the number of blades of grass in front of my house is even?
How can I be? I can't even see your house. So I can't even guess on that. So
yeah. So the answer is no, right?
No. Right,
Okay. All right. So since you don't believe the number is even, is that the same thing as you believing the number is not even, i.e., odd?
I can make a convicted statement one way or the other because
correct. So you not believing that the number is even does not mean that you believe the number is odd. Me not believing that a God exists does not mean that I believe no God exists. The same principle applies in both places. So now you understand the difference. Okay, yeah. So atheists are just unconvinced that there are any gods. That doesn't necessarily mean we believe there are no gods. We might just not be convinced either way.
Fair enough. Now, obviously, the previous guest, you made a reference. Obviously, a strong part of the Christian faith is about the afterlife, and it's just really sort of the crux of what I wanted to come and speak to you. It was one of the most vital things that my father ever said to me at a time when I was not in the strength of faith that he was. He maintained that strength of faith throughout his life from the moment he found his faith. So as we sat and had this time together, and I referenced the way I saw things at the time, he said, "That's interesting." He said, "So I'm gonna put you a concept now." What's that? He said to me, "If what you believe is true, I've nothing to lose. So, but if what I believe is true, I have everything."
Oh God! Do you not think we've heard? Do you not think we hear this every week? This is a centuries-old argument, which was pretty rubbish when it was made, and continues to be rubbish now. I mean, you can't. First of all, you can't believe something because it might be helpful to you to believe it. You believe it because you're convinced of it, and if you're not convinced of it, you can't believe it. You can't strategically decide to find something convincing if you don't find it convincing. And then the bigger reason why this argument is so silly is because it pretends that there are only two options: your personal God that you're thinking of, or no God. But if it's such a risk to be not believing in God, then you should be terrified every night about the potential consequences of all the other gods that you're not believing in. You might be right now angering the Aboriginal ancestor gods, or you might be angering Allah, or you might be angering some of the Hindu gods, or you might be angering some gods that you've never even heard of, and they're planning to stick you in a godly boiling pot because you haven't believed in the right thing. You spent your whole life believing in Jesus, and that's the one way guaranteed to get you to hell in the theology of the God of someone down the road who you just happen not to have heard of. This is the silliest line of argument ever, delivered as if it's a deep, profound truth. It really isn't. Go on the internet and look up Pascal's wager and read about why it's one of the silliest apologetics anyone ever came up with. Is that it, Fionn? Was that all just working up towards a delivery of Pascal's wager?
Do you know what I'll do for you? As my father would have done. He probably does actually, where he is. Pray for your broken soul.
More preaching. Mindless preaching is not what we need here. Okay, so we're going to get on to someone who actually has an argument. As I said, we're going to get in Cal James next. So, in fact, we'll do it now. We'll do messages after this call. So, if you're waiting in the queue, thank you for being patient. I promise we'll get to you. I never, ever leave people waiting in the queue. So if you are there, I promise to you two things. One, I won't let conversations drag on too long. We don't get into hour-long conversations here. We keep it moving so no one gets bored, and we will get to you, I promise. And two, if you're in the queue, I will not end the show until we've spoken to you. So have faith, stay where you are, and we'll get you. Hi, Cal. Welcome in.
Hello, John. You all right?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm well, brother. Good to talk to you.
And you? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just looking at a little bit about your book. You know, I got a bit of questions and what argument I might be able to present to you if I have one at all.
Sure.
But what it says about your book on your Simon and Schuster, is that what it is?
Schuster. Simon and Schuster. Yeah.
Simon and Schuster. It says, Unconvinced is a bold, accessible, and moral urgent book about widespread assumption in religion that often goes unexamined. That we are responsible for what we believe in. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Drawn on philosophy, psychologically, neuroscience, and theology, it makes the case that belief is not a choice, and that salvation systems which reward or punish people for what they believe in are therefore unjust.
Correct.
The book doesn't attempt to settle the question of God's existence. Instead, it zeroes in on how belief works and why it matters. Through engaging arguments and real-world analogies, it offers new lens through which to evaluate the logic and ethics of beliefs based on religion, but particularly Christian and Islam. The central claim is simple but disruptive. Belief cannot be chosen, and we should be judged instead by our honesty, integrity, and moral effort. Unconvinced is for readers who have wrestled with doubt and those who care about justice, truth, and human condition. Sounds like a very interesting book, John. I obviously haven't read it, but
no one has. It's not out till November.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna list. I'm not gonna endorse your book there for you. But yeah, if you guys want to read it, it's on Simon and Schuster. It's on other different platforms. I'd like to read it. It sounds very interesting.
Thank you. So I appreciate the plug for my book. That's very, very kind. But let's get to the issue. So is there something in there that jumps out at you as either?
Yeah, what jumped out to me is that the book doesn't attempt to settle the question of God's existence.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Right. And so, which the title is very, you're unconvinced, right? You're unconvinced. And so to me, that stands out is that are you someone who's looking to be convinced? Are you someone who, obviously who's looked into it? What's going on here?
Yeah, I'd like to know what's true. If there is a God, I'd love to know about it. But currently, I'm unconvinced and about that, having spent many decades looking at the evidence and listening to the arguments and searching out the best arguments I could and reading apologetics texts and trying to make myself as knowledgeable as I could about this area so that I understood it, because I've always found it fascinating. I'm genuinely open-minded. If there is a God that exists, I don't want to be the guy who doesn't know about it. But the point of the book is that these theological systems like Islam and Christianity have at their core the idea that if you don't believe the correct things, you deserve to be punished. If you don't think Jesus is your savior, if you don't think Jesus died as a substitutionary atonement for the sins of man to pay the price that we all should rightly have paid and that we should be grateful for that, if you don't believe that, then according to a basic kind of reading of the Bible, and if you just take what it says at face value, it says in multiple places that if you don't believe that, you are condemned. And then we can argue in the margins about what condemned actually means. Does it mean, as Jesus said, being thrown into a furnace and wailing and gnashing teeth? Or does it mean some sort of annihilation? Or does it mean a separation? But whatever it means, when people are described as condemned, it's not normally a sort of an upgrade, is it? Condemned is considered to be something generally not to be desired. So something undesirable is going to happen to you if you don't believe this stuff. And I just think that's a ludicrous and preposterous thing to say, because if you're someone like me and I've looked into this stuff, I have no ability to just accept it because I don't find it convincing.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, just on the thought of you mentioned about like punishment and whatnot, and like you're condemned if you don't believe. And my thing is that I often think that in the sense of like believing in God, for people who are, I don't think anyone. Well, the Bible says that those who believe in Jesus aren't condemned, right? I'm a Christian, so those who don't believe in Jesus aren't condemned, right? But I also see it as those who reject God, right? And so that's like the approach that I take. You have to absolutely reject, of any of him being a deity, his existence, everything.
That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says doesn't say anything about you have to absolutely reject. It just says if you don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God, John 3:18. If you don't believe in that, then you are already condemned. And there's a Greek word, apistos, which just means those who are without faith, those who are without belief, those who don't believe this stuff. There's no requirements for you to loudly reject or renounce or anything like that. There's the sin of blaspheming the Holy Spirit, right, which is to attribute the works of God to the devil, which is the unforgivable sin. But that's not what salvation is about. Salvation is, you can only come to the Father through him, and you can only be saved through Christ Jesus, and that's all lovely and everything. But if you don't believe that the deity even exists, and if you don't believe that salvation is even required, and I think the notion of requiring salvation is completely stupid. I've never heard of anything so silly in my entire life. Salvation from what? For what purpose? What possible good does it do to put people in a situation where they require salvation? And apparently we're told that the instigator of all of this scheme loves us, right? Well, if he loves us, then he could spare us from needing to even require salvation. And he wouldn't have to go through this silly charade of saying, okay, well, look, I've set it up so that I'm going to set you on fire if you don't do all the right things, but I'm going to do you a solid. I'm going to have myself killed on Earth, and then people are going to tell, fantastical stories about this without any evidence or witnesses, and people 2,000 years later who believe those stories are going to be spared from me setting them on fire. But the people who don't find those stories convincing, I am actually going to set them on fire as a display of my love. I mean, this is nonsensical. How can any rational person think that this is nonsense?
I think without going into like a deeper theological, dive of what the Bible says about, people, because we could say, Jesus went to Abraham's bosom. He went to the place of people who were who were unwise before, and then he witnessed, to those people, and then he came back. Man, sorry, there's something you said and I totally forgot. That was really interesting. Sorry. Jesus. Yeah, it was on Jesus's death, right? And so you said, like he's the instigator of all this, and one would argue that he wasn't an instigator. He says, why did he instigate and make all this happen and whatever? And what the Bible talks about is, and especially in Isaiah, and then is that he took upon our sins and our curses, right? And he died for that. And so
that only applies to believers, though, right?
No. It doesn't.
Hold on.
It doesn't. Hold on.
So
it doesn't.
So non-believers will be. Okay. So non-believers will be saved.
So everyone who So I get where you're getting on that, and everyone who accepts and everyone who recognizes that it is something that is freely given, right?
Yeah. So that's why I said it only applies to
John 3:16. Yeah.
Yeah. So salvation. There's so much to address here. I'm trying to not veer off.
No, there's a lot to address.
Yeah. So, but the crux of this issue, as it turns to belief-based salvation, is you said Jesus died for our sins, setting aside that God could just choose to forgive us without requiring a blood sacrifice. That's up to God. That salvation, that salvation only applies to people who are convinced Jesus Christ is actually real, right? Not all people who believe. I'm saying the starting point. Anyone who does not believe Jesus is real is excluded, correct?
Well, Jesus was a real person, wasn't he?
Okay, no, that doesn't address my question. Anyone who doesn't believe Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, the tenets of Christianity, who don't believe any of that's real, we are all excluded from salvation, correct?
Yeah, excluded from salvation. That's interesting. I would say that. I would say to reject it. Yeah.
Yeah. So by reject, you mean not accept that it's true, right?
Yeah. If you're like, it's not true. Reject it for sure.
And the point is, there's an exclusionary criteria where we are all going to be punished for something we cannot control, something we cannot choose. Because I can no longer choose to believe Jesus exists as Lord and Savior, then you can choose to believe Harry Potter is real. It's impossible. You can't just flip a switch and just decide to believe things.
That's why I wrote my book, specifically for this reason, right? This is the moral argument that the whole book rests on, is that we're told that there's this scheme where God has decided to set it up in such a way that everyone basically deserves to be punished. He didn't have to set it up that way. He could have chosen to set it up in a kinder, more loving way where the default position wasn't being punished and that you didn't have to do all these propitiations to avoid what he has in plan what he has in store for you. But okay, so he set it up this way. Everyone deserves to be punished because of how he's made it be. And the way that you avoid the punishment is by becoming convinced of certain things. And through that conviction, you're then able to enter into a relationship with the deity. But as Sean says, if you're not convinced of those things, then all of that other downstream behavior is completely impossible. I
John,
can't.
let me ask you.
I can't do it. No. I'm just saying. I want you to understand something, and then you can ask me the question.
Yeah.
My non-acceptance of Jesus is not rejecting God.
Yeah.
It's just not being persuaded that there's anyone there to reject.
Yeah. So, John, let me ask you a question. Can you believe in Jesus and still not accept him?
Depends what you mean by believe in. If you're asking me, do I think the person existed in history, then I think the chances are high that there was someone who existed. Whether his actual name was Jesus or not is open to debate, but that that these stories are probably based on someone who existed. But accepting that the stories are based on someone who existed is a long way from accepting the miracle claims, the magic stories, the theological framework, on any of that. So no, I don't think you can accept Jesus if you don't believe that that any deities exist, for example.
Well, yeah. So can you believe in God and still reject him?
Yes, but not the other way around. So you can believe in Jesus is real, you can believe God is real and reject him, freely granted. What you can't do is not believe in them and accept them.
Yeah. I believe in Kim Jong-un, but I reject him, right? I think he's a horrible person. I wouldn't want to be friends with him, wouldn't want to have anything to do with him. I believe he exists, but I don't like him and I don't want a relationship with him.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, like, you could believe in God and not have a relationship with him. And there are those who do believe in him and don't have a relationship with him. And, you know, so it doesn't constitute that even if you believe in Jesus, there are those who say they love Jesus or they love God and still they don't follow him. So
yeah, but at least it's your free. At least it's a matter of your free will at that point. If you know God exists, you can decide to have a relationship with him or not. There's a matter of free will. However, if you don't have if you don't believe God is real, you don't have the free will to decide to have a relationship with him. It would be like asking you to have a relationship with Luke Skywalker. You can't, so that's the crutch of the issue. So if God is real and he's all powerful, it would be trivially easy for him to let everyone on the planet know, hey, guys, I exist. Here are my rules. Here's the right religion, if any. Then everyone in the world has at least the knowledge to make an informed decision. Do I want to have a relationship with this God or not? But what you have is a situation where most of the world is not convinced Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. And there's nothing they can do about it. I mean, they could listen to arguments, things like that, but that doesn't guarantee they're going to be convinced. At the end of the day, whether they're convinced or not isn't something they can just decide. It's whether they get exposed to information that's convincing to him. So why doesn't God just fix that and let everyone know he exists?
Well, the Bible does talk about that.
Well, the things it says are flat out lies. First of all, it says we all.
What things does it say about that's flat out lies?
Yeah, like in Romans 1, it says God's existence has been made clear to us, so we are without excuse. It's not clear to me. That's a fact. I know that because I have access to my own mind. But you may have it.
I was say it's ridiculous.
I'm talking about the Bible.
Were you thinking of that verse or something else?
Yeah, I was thinking about something else. So the Bible talks about that. It talks about the return of Jesus, new heavens and earth, and whatever. I'm not going to get into that, but basically, it says that until every single person, has heard of the testimony of Jesus and the testimony that he's done, he won't return. Right. So there's a window, but
it might say that. But it also is contrary to what he promised his own disciples, isn't it? Because in Matthew 16, he promised his disciples that these events, the coming of the Son of Man, would happen before some of them had tasted death. So he was basically saying, some of you won't even have died by the time this happens. And that was completely not true, because they've all been dead for a significant number of years. He said to them in Matthew 16, that some of you standing here will not taste death before the Son of Man is coming in his kingdom, which was language from the book of Daniel relating to the return, right? The apocalyptic language was that the moon was going to lose its light and the stars were going to fall to earth and all of this terrible stuff was going to happen. There was going to be a reckoning and the tribes of the world were all going to be gathered together and the righteous would be separated from the evil. This is apocalyptic end times language. And he promised his people in a few places, not just once. He promised them that this would happen before they'd finished going through the towns of Israel. Completely not true. And he promised them that it would happen in the lifetimes of his disciples, or of at least some of them. So the fact that you might be able to find a verse elsewhere that places a different condition on this just shows you that the Bible's not consistent in its messaging. And, but all of that is to take us away from the central point. I mean, you very kindly read out the premise of my book at the beginning. Can you understand the moral argument I'm making? Which is that how cruel it is. How cruel it is.
No, I understand it. I want to say cruel.
It's desperately cruel to tell people that if they don't honestly find themselves persuaded of something, that they are deserving of punishment. It's one of the most horrible, cruel ideas we've ever come up with, ever. And it needs to be called out as that. Heartless and cruel.
Yeah, my contention with that is the accusation that's where the Bible is coming from and Christianity's coming from, is that okay, whatever.
But that's what it's saying. Unfortunately, that's what it says.
It lumps us with murderers, witches. What verse is that? Where it lumps together
Revelation 21:8.
Yeah, it lumps us together with like the worst of the undesirables of society, the sexual perverts, and I forget how it's all worded. But yeah, it casts us in a negative light where it is saying we are the worst of society, that we're already condemned for non-belief, and it permeates throughout Christian culture. We have members of this community who have been ostracized by their family, by their community, everything, their entire lives uprooted because they stopped believing.
Yeah, and that's a very hard thing. I think you're fair to say that obviously you can live, a moral and just life, outside of believing in a deity and stuff like that. And then I think on your accounts of the things that you witness about Christian faith and the religious organizations definitely is putting you off. I get that for sure. I get that more than anyone personally, without divulging in my own anecdotals.
Sure.
The thing is, though, is that there's a lot here to unpack. And I know you didn't want to spend like an hour or just one conversation and stuff like that, because the Bible does like explain a lot of this, and I think from my understanding, it explains a lot of it for me, especially when it comes to like a new heavens and earth, when it comes to believers and non-believers, when it comes
what's an explanation that justifies punishment for non-belief?
Because you did agree with Sean and with me that is the state of things.
Yeah, the punishment, in my point of view, guys, in my opinion, I'm not, maybe some believers, whatever, or Christians are going to disagree with me. I know a lot of people, some of them will. From my point of view, when it comes to non-believers, I think that's very, very difficult. And I'm thinking of a God who's outside of time, and I'm putting timelines from Jesus' return and whatnot. But basically, I think that from the Bible is very clear that there will come a day of age to where everybody will be, through all of time, past, present, and future, will be addressed with this, with Christ himself, essentially, to be like, hey, he exists not, he's God, if he's the Lord of Lords, and simply will be presented from it. And I just think, yeah, the Bible says that everybody will confess, whether non-believer or believer, that he is the Lord of Lords, right? I think that from my opinion, and I think that I believe, actually, that I know, I don't even say I believe, that I know, that that from your own mouth, you will have to confess that he is not Lord. And from your own mouth, you would have to completely reject him. I think that it's a complete rejection of that he is, God, essentially.
Okay, so if I can try to steal man, I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. I want to try to steal man.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So, are you saying, okay, so in the world you have believers in Jesus and what have you. You have all the rest of the world who does not believe Jesus is Lord and Savior. Eventually, we're all going to pass away, at minimum, in the mortal life. And so, what you're saying is, it's inconsequential to our salvation, because when Jesus will come back, raise everyone up, we will know Jesus exists, and then we would have to reject him at that point, now that we actually know he exists, in order to be cast out of heaven and sent to hell. Is that what you're saying?
Partly. I'm saying that there are people even living today, even now, that will reject, God. And
all right. So the people who already know he exists and reject him, they're screwed. But for non-believers, we are going to be presented like, oh, hey, imagine that Jesus is real, and then we'll be given at that point a chance to. I'm going to choose eternal damnation or Candyland in heaven, and we'll just be able to make that decision.
I think, honestly, if I'm going to be honestly blunt with you, I think everyone will have the opportunity, to reject God or not. Yeah,
it just doesn't make sense, because
in the afterlife.
If that was true, then why would Jesus say? And either he actually directly said this to Nicodemus, or it's just the writer of Book of John saying this. We're not completely sure.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's in John 3, isn't it? But why would you, if what you're saying is true, and everything is kind of neutral right now, and there'll be some point in the future where these things are going to be decided, why would the Book of John say those who don't believe are condemned already? It uses the word already. That means it pertains to the current state of affairs, not that it's going to be established later based on people's future behavior, which is what you're suggesting. So is Jesus wrong about that?
No, I think that when Jesus was talking to Nicodemus, he was addressing that particular sect of people, right? He was talking to the Pharisees, he was talking to the Zealots, he was talking to to people that rejected that's
a theologically very, very dangerous slippery slope you're clambering on at the moment, because that argument could then be made for every moral claim or religious obligation expressed in the Bible that they were being spoken to people at the time, and we could just say, well, none of it applies to us. 10 Commandments were also given to people at a particular time. It
applies to a lot of people today. I'll tell you that, especially Christians.
But the thing is, you understand the point I'm making. If your argument is going to be that Jesus's claim that those who don't accept, or even if it's not Jesus's claim, the claim in the Book of John, if your position is that claim doesn't pertain to us, it just was about the people at the time, even though the book doesn't say that, and the implication is that it applies to everyone. If you're going to make that kind of argument, you must be very, very careful, because then we can say, okay, well, then the 10 Commandments don't apply to us, and all the religious teachings in there were directed to people at a particular time and place, a couple of thousand years ago or more, and they don't apply to us either, in which case the whole lot is completely irrelevant.
Well, John, when I said that about Nicodemus, what I was saying particularly is that applying to the people is applied today. And when I say Christians today and believers today, he's applying what he spoke to Nicodemus to those who believe in the Word of God, who believe in the Torah, who believe in the story of the patriarchs, right? So a lot of what Jesus addressed in his day were towards believers. I'll ask you a question: was it towards non-believers or believers?
Well, I mean, that particular passage was speaking about both, because John 3:18 talks about those who believe are saved or not condemned, but those who don't believe are condemned already. That's why I showed it on the screen. That's the specific language used there. But anyway, my friend, we're going to move it along because we've got quite a few in the queue, and I don't want to keep people waiting too long.
I appreciate it, and I'd love to read your book, man. Honestly,
I'd love to know what you think when you do. So give it a read when it comes out, and let me know if you thought it was a pile of old rubbish. Cheers, Cal. Thank you so much. Cheers. Okay, we are going to move on. We're going to we'll do a few super chats, and we're going to get Give Me Grace in next, who's been waiting super patiently, and then we have Dog Eyes and Billy Temple and Luca. So we're going to get everyone in who's waiting. I absolutely promise. We'll just do a couple of quick super chats, and then we'll get Give Me Grace in. So Fliberty, great to see you, friend, said, relativity predicted gravitational waves 100 years before we confirmed them. Yep, absolutely. This is the pattern of science, is making predictions. Sometimes those predictions can't be confirmed at the time. Sometimes it's decades or even more until they can. one of the most beautiful things about science, one of the things I love and find most exhilarating, is that you get these very, very specific predictions, like a certain particle will be found with certain properties, and we have no way of finding it. And then decades later, at CERN, someone finds it, something like that. I just think it's absolutely beautiful. That gets me so much more enthused and excited and enthralled than these silly, parochial, small-minded, unambitious stories of talking plants. Absolute nonsense. Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much. And Tim says the appeal to authority fallacy is it's true because they said it. Actually, using an authoritative reference is they said it because it's true. Very, very good indeed. I love that. Very well said. Absolutely brilliant. And two more. We're just going to do Simeon Urchin. Great to see you. Said this guy clearly hasn't searched the bullet cluster. This was when we were, of course, speaking to Kai, who had perhaps more confidence than he had a right to have about his denial of science that he didn't really understand. And Coffee College says, God's a dick. Don't choke on him. Mods are greater than gods. Well, I agree with all of that business right there. So thank you so much for those. And as promised, let's get Give Me Grace in, and we will go from there. Hi, Give Me Grace.
Hello.
Hello. Let me just get your name up on the board so we can all see who we're talking to. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate that. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, in listening, I've danced around a bit between different points that I wanted to make. I think the prompt atheism makes more sense is one I take issue with. Primarily because of I don't know, you might disagree, but I think atheism has like an almost inherent arrogance that goes along with it.
And
I would argue the same of a lot of religions.
Okay.
Like I think it comes in both. But
let's unpack that because
okay.
I've heard this before. I've been called arrogant many, many times, and maybe it's because I'm arrogant, but I don't think it is. And even if I am arrogant, I would still say atheism is simply hearing a story that someone tells you and not being convinced by it. How could that be arrogant?
I don't think in the definition of atheism, I don't think that's where the arrogance is. I think it's more in the kind of people that you get calling themselves atheists.
Well, let me give you a perspective. Well, first of all, that would mean you consider many atheists to be arrogant. That's just a whole personality thing between you and them. But largely, for example, when somebody asks me, why is there something rather than nothing? What created the universe, if anything, etc.? My answer is, I don't know. The Christian answer is an all-powerful deity created the entire universe so he could have a relationship with me, and he loves me. Like, what? I'm humble. Where the big mysteries of the universe.
Both are arrogant.
I just say so. Saying I don't know is arrogant.
No. But also I would say saying I don't know is more agnosticism, which is where I fall.
They're not mutually exclusive. Atheism is
true.
A lack of belief or a strong disbelief in the existence of a god or any gods. So, yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm a hard atheist against some God claims. But like, whether you feel like personality-wise that atheists, the people themselves that you encountered, tend to be arrogant, maybe there's truth to that. Like, that's not really a point of discussion here. But atheism is just simply a state of not being convinced any gods exist. Do you think atheism is arrogant?
No.
Okay.
I think people that use that as a label for themselves tend to be. In the same way that academics can be arrogant. In some
to me,
ways,
this is a pointless argument, because we could say, well, some atheists may be arrogant people, some believers may be arrogant people, some atheists may be the most humble people you've ever met, some believers may be the most humble people you've ever met. We're not talking about the properties of groups of people. I couldn't be less interested in that. We're talking about the idea and the belief state, and the argument we're making here is just, and it seems you agree with us because you're not a theist. So the reason you're not a theist is because the evidence of theistic claims hasn't persuaded you. You're therefore an atheist, unless I've read you wrong.
Atheist.
Well, do you believe in a God?
I believe in a higher power, I guess.
Is the higher power a
spiritual
thinking
person.
agent? Is the higher power a thinking agent?
I'm unconvinced on that. It could be, it could not be.
We consider you an atheist, and we have some atheist cookies in the back. I welcome you as an atheist brother. Welcome to the brotherhood.
That, unfortunately,
I mean, you can wear whatever label you want. I was being tongue in cheek, and there are many people who don't they don't outwardly identify as atheists. They'll refer to themselves as just agnostics, but they are unconvinced any gods exist. And so I consider them an atheist.
When I say I don't believe in a god, I think part of that is that I don't acknowledge that like any religion of the world is the correct viewpoint. You know, I think there's a lot of gaps in with specific to Christianity, which is, you know, what's come up here and there. There's a lot of gaps, and you know, your average Christian doesn't necessarily do the digging to investigate those gaps and why they exist in relation to like human history, and also in their own faith. And I think in the inverse, almost, at least in my experience, I've met atheists who enjoy shattering people's faith.
I mean, again, we're in a discussion about personality types of people groups, and that's not really what this show is about.
Sure.
Can I give you a perspective you may not have heard before?
Sure.
So our agenda is not to shatter people's faith.
I'm not saying you guys are like that.
Okay. Our agenda is to legitimize non-belief. Can you see why legitimizing non-belief might be a thing worth doing?
Well, I don't think it's illegitimate. You know, I think you're...
No, you don't. But we live in a culture, particularly in the US, where non-belief is stigmatized, and non-believers are told that they are worth less, that they're deserving of punishment, that they've fallen away from what's good, and that they've got it coming to them, and that's a good thing. And don't you think that it's a worthwhile thing to set up a little corner of the internet where people can come to us? I don't make outgoing calls, right? I don't go into churches and burst through the doors and say you're all delusional. I just pitch my little stall here for anyone who wants to listen. Anyone who doesn't want to listen is free to, you know, flick on and do the next thing, right? But for anyone who wants to listen, my message is there's nothing wrong with you if you're not convinced of these claims. It doesn't make you bad, and you don't deserve to be punished. And I think that there are so many people who suffer as a result of this of these ideas, that it seems to me a moral necessity for someone to just say, this is not right. You're not bad. You don't deserve to be punished. Here's some messaging that's going to help you to focus on that and to hold on to that as a legitimate position. I imagine that you agree with me. That's a worthwhile thing to do.
I would agree with you there. I think skepticism in general is a healthy thing. You know, I don't know. I'm unconvinced of some of the arguments that atheists make, but I'm also unconvinced of a lot of the arguments that like major religions make. So
am I, by the way. Like, just because somebody is arguing on behalf of atheism doesn't necessarily mean they're making good arguments. Yeah.
Because it's
you judge an argument.
Atheism is not that it's a belief, but like, you know, I think lots of it is personal and like individual. And
all right, well, give me grace. We're going to move along because we are looking to engage with people who actually think that these things are true, and that's what the audience are really here to hear. So thank you for coming in and giving us your perspective. We appreciate it.
No worries. I appreciate that.
Keep well. Take care.
Me too.
All right, there we are. We will move it along and get Dog Eyes in next. Bringing in Dog Eyes. If TikTok will let us. It's thinking about it. It's cogitating on it. It's considering allowing us to add a guest. And how many more seconds do we give it?
I hope he comes through. I hope his profile picture are like the cute little puppy eyes. That would.
Let's see. It's not looking good for Dog Eyes right now. It's looking like Dog Eyes is not joining us because it ain't happening. So Dog Eyes is gone walkies, it would seem. Dog Eyes, if you are there and still listening, then request up again, and we will get you in next. But not there right now. Okay, so with that said, we are going to bring in the Artist 6. We have spoken before. Bringing in the Artist 6 now. Hello.
Hey, guys.
Welcome back.
Oh, man, it's been a minute.
Been a minute.
It's so hard to argue with you guys or to debate with you because you guys are such great gentlemen and scholars. It's tough. That's the first thing. I almost don't want to be opposition, even though, my heart resides to Christianity.
Thank you.
I just want to commend you guys for what you do. You guys do it honestly, you guys do it bluntly, and you guys do it with actually pure kindness. I've seen a lot of your guys' lives. I watched it. It's incredible. Some of the messages you guys are spreading is actually true peace and joy. And this is coming from a Christian, guys. So all you guys out there listening right now, you better pay attention to these gentlemen right here.
Well, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Let's, if you'll forgive me, I appreciate your kind words. Let's get to the meat of it then. So obviously, we think that atheism makes more sense, and you being a Christian clearly don't. So let's explore where our views diverge and who's, see if we can figure out who's standing on solid ground here, because one of us is right and one of us isn't.
Why can't we both be right?
Well, we can't both be right. We can't both be right because I think the evidence doesn't justify theism, and you think the evidence does justify theism. And I suppose you could say, well, whether it justifies it or not is a matter of perspective. But I think we can look at the objective qualities of the arguments made, and I can show you why the evidence that I've seen so far for theistic claims fails. I can say it fails because it's fallacious because, and literally tell you why the arguments don't work. But I don't think you can do that for my position, which is saying, well, I'm just not convinced that this stuff's true.
I get it. I definitely get it. Like for me, I want to quote verses as best as I possibly can, and I know 1,000 of them, or I can pull out my other phone and chat GPT it, and just bam, bam, bam. I'm not going to do that. I move different than most people. I move in spirit. I move in whatever words are coming out of my mouth, even if they sound a little illogical sometimes. And I trust in what's inside me more than anything. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it, and it's different every single time, whether I'm talking to an atheist, a Christian, or a Muslim, or a Hindu, or whatever they believe in. It's different every time. Like if I had slowly a conversation with just you, John, or just Sean, it would be different. But together, it's different. Once again, too, I'm not trying to convince you. That's far from. I know I could. I know for a fact I can't convince you.
Well, you can if you've got good arguments. If reason is on your side, then you should be able to convince us. If you have compelling arguments,
I get it.
Then we will have no choice but to be convinced by them. So why do you think this stuff is true?
All right, I'll give you some real meat right here. I follow Christianity, and this is just me. And being an artist, I like the darker side of it, to be honest. I'm rooting for the villain, and unfortunately, and I say that with tough fucking love, and excuse my language. I like demons. I like devils. I draw them. I paint them. I even as far as along the lines of maybe even talk to them or manifest them. And it sounds far-fetched or even like a fairy tale sometimes, but sometimes illusion becomes a reality. I mean, it's like Salvador Dali says, you act a genius, you are a genius. Eventually those things line up. As crazy as it sounds, eventually that stuff happens.
The artist, can I ask you a question? Because you haven't gotten to the meat of it. Do you have rational justification? Like, have you thought about what the arguments are for God, critique them? You know what I'm saying? Because this is a discussion forum where we discuss which makes more sense, atheism or theism. And it sounds like you have a lot of like this personal journey you've been on, but do you, and if you don't, it's okay, you can just let us know. Do you have rational arguments or evidence for a God existing?
Why do you think evidence is so important?
Because evidence-based beliefs, sound epistemology, sound reasoning are the best ways to align your beliefs with reality as much as possible.
Is it
I want to believe it's okay. I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. Would you agree that the best way to do that is to apply sound reasoning and have evidence-based beliefs?
I want to disagree again. I personally believe that we should just drink, be happy, and be merry, and that we both should be like, we're both wrong, we're both right. Let's just eat and feast. Everybody.
That's impossible, though. That's a contradiction.
Why do you think it's impossible? I don't think it's impossible.
What I interpret, well, so the notion that we're both right, we can't be, with any proposition, we can't both be right or wrong, and have opposing beliefs about the proposition.
Yeah, I think
because is that because it's your angle and perception on the situation or the conversation?
It's the law of non-contradiction.
We're talking about two opposing perspectives, but that contradict each other. That contradict each other, right? They can't both be right. It cannot both be true that Jesus is a God and salvation can be found only through accepting of him, and also not true. So your position presumably is that you think that's true because you identify as a Christian. Our position is that it seems to me pretty false. I mean, I'm open-minded about a God in general, but I'm not open-minded about this God. This God's a made-up story. So you think this stuff is true. I think this stuff is false. We can't both be correct. One of us is right. One of us is wrong. And we may never be able to find out. The irony, of course, being that if I'm right, I'll never know. But when you say, well, why can't we just eat and drink and feast and be merry and all of that stuff? We can. That's if we don't want to talk about it. But actually, we do want to talk about it, which is what this is really about. So,
that is true.
Yeah, so, I'm perfectly happy for us to live happily alongside each other, and I'll say hello to you in the street. We can sit and have a drink together. But, we're either going to discuss this stuff and explain why we hold our positions and explain what the thinking is behind it and back it up and say, well, I think these things are true and here's why. Or we're going to say, it's just a personal thing for me. I don't really want to talk about it. In which case, all right, well, that's absolutely fine. I'll shake your hand and we'll move on.
All right, I'm gonna try to extract both of you guys out of this equation. I'm gonna show you some mathematical evidence. Is 1 + 1 1?
Is 1 + 1 1? No, it's not.
Okay, I'm gonna show you how it's 1. One man, one woman, when they form together, become one. So 1 + 1 is 1.
All right,
that's metaphor.
I think we'll leave it there, my friend. I think we'll leave it there.
You guys, hey, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Keep doing what you're doing. You guys tap the screen, share this live. These guys are incredible. Thank you, and
thank you so much. Appreciate you. Okay, there we are. Heard it here first, folks. 1 + 1 is 1. Okay, we are going to get Luca in next. Then we have Zoe after that. So. Let's just bring Luca in right now. Zoe, if you're in the queue, well, you are in the queue, stay where you are. We'll get to you presently. Bringing in Luca. Hi, Luca.
Hey, guys.
Hello, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Perfectly, yeah. How are you?
How you doing, man? How you doing, guys?
Good. What have you got?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm enjoying the conversation. I have a little bit bad signal here, so I hope this conversation will go smoothly. So you say atheism makes more sense. To me, it doesn't, because obviously because of my personal experience, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. So, like, when I was growing up, I've had some experiences that led me to believe that there was something
forgive me for
greater than I was.
Forgive me for interjecting. First of all, hang on. Slow down for a second. Slow down for a second, Luca. Slow down for a second. Okay, so we don't really want to get into too much biographical detail because it's a bit dull. But more importantly, the idea of personal experience can never really be evidence for us, because we could speak to 100 different people with 100 different religious views, all of whom claim that their personal experiences provide a basis for their religious views being real. And you and I would agree that for probably 99 of them, you would agree with me that their personal experiences aren't going to impress you and shouldn't impress me. So I'm just applying that standard consistently across the board. And sadly, that includes your personal experiences, because I haven't had your personal experiences, and there are other people who have had personal experiences that would contradict your religious beliefs. So let's leave out personal experiences because they can never be evidence.
Okay.
What other reason is there?
Well, I mean, I don't have religious beliefs. I don't believe in the Christian God. I believe that there is intelligence behind everything, and it just seems impossible that there's nothing behind that is bigger that created what exists right now, because the intelligence in everything
give me an example of the intelligence. Give us an example of the intelligence, just so we know what you're referring to.
I mean, literally how everything works, like nature. Like a plant knows that needs to go towards the sun to.
That's chemistry. That's just chemistry.
Does a plant really know that? Does a plant really know that, or is it just the laws of chemistry and science playing itself out?
I think we describe the same thing as chemistry and laws of science as like intelligence. Like that's what I'm saying. A plant inherently knows that it needs to function the way to survive. So there has to be some sort of, pass me the term, code within it. To know that it has to work that way. Otherwise, it wouldn't survive. And like the point is, like, why would existence be a thing?
All right. So let's take a couple of these at a time. We have laws of physics and chemistry and everything like that. You're just calling those things intelligence. So, for example, we know gravity functions, and you're calling it intelligence. What is your justification? Let's start with gravity, because that's something everyone can understand. On what basis do you have to refer to gravity as an intelligence? Because as far as I can tell, it's just a force of nature that causes things with mass to attract to each other. And I see no reason to refer to that as an intelligence, nor do I see a reason to believe an intelligence is behind it. So what is your justification for that?
In terms of the context of our life, if gravity wasn't a thing, we would be floating into space and we would die.
Well, yeah, correct.
So the intelligence is to keep us alive.
This is a circular argument. This is a circular argument. When you describe these things hang on, Luca. When you describe these things as intelligence, you are assuming the truth of that which you are trying to prove as the evidence for itself. This is literally what you're doing. This is the epitome of a circular argument. You're saying, I'm looking at the world, and I think the world is intelligently designed. I think there's an intelligence behind it, and the reason why I think that is because the world has certain properties which look like they're intelligent. But you only say that because you're viewing the world through the lens of assuming intelligence there, which is the thing we're trying to establish.
For life.
But if the world had different properties, if reality had different properties and it wasn't possible for life to form, then life wouldn't have formed. And for a long time, that was the condition. For a long time, there was no life because the world didn't have the properties of having life. At the moment, the world has the properties that allow for life to be there, which is why life is here. There will be a point in the future where the world will no longer have those properties and there may not be life anymore. That's just life.
And
it's just
by the
how it goes.
something to think about as well. So we have the laws of physics, gravity, for example, all these different, the way science and the universe functions. And you believe, because, for example, on Earth, gravity helps keep us alive. But the fact is, all these same properties, laws of, the universal constants, the laws of nature, physics, etc., makes it so the vast, I could be here for an hour saying vast to accentuate the point, percent of the entire universe is wildly hostile toward life. We just happen to be in a very, very tiny corner that is conducive to life. And it would have to be the case because it would not make sense for life to exist in a place where life couldn't be. And so, like, if there was a designer, like if a designer makes a gumball factory, you expect when you walk into a gumball factory, you see freaking gumballs everywhere. Where when you look at life in the universe, the only place we know for sure life exists is here on Earth, although we have not been able to explore very much of it. I think it's very likely that there's life elsewhere, but the overwhelming portion of the universe is inhospitable to life, period.
And 99% of the life that's ever lived on this earth went extinct because the environment wasn't capable of supporting it. So, this argument that everything is so wonderful and intelligent, when you start looking at nature, you've got all these ridiculous, terrible designs. If there is a designer, he's a bumbling idiot. He put our breathing tube right next to our eating tube. That causes a certain number of thousand people every year to choke to death. Don't you think a good designer would design human beings in a way that didn't happen? Look at the laryngeal nerve of a giraffe. That, rather than just going from here to here, goes all the way up its neck and back down again, meters long. It could be inches. It's meters long, because evolution just caused giraffes' necks to elongate over a period of time, taking that nerve with. It's extremely wasteful and silly. No sensible designer would do that. The nerves that carry the signal from our eyes to our brain come out of the front of our eyes. What kind of idiot designer would do that? You'd put them at the back. You wouldn't imagine if all the wiring for your car headlights that connected your car headlights to the battery came out of the front of the lights. You'd go, this is an idiot design. Well, that's how our eyes are. So when you actually look at the design in the world, or the appearance of design in the world, it's exactly what you would expect to see if it were the results of blind, unguided, just selection of random genes, surviving or not surviving, or differentially surviving in the environment. If there is a designer, he's having a laugh.
Possibly. Which is why, I don't think God is like all just and all powerful like religion says. I think good and bad comes from the same place.
He's pranking us. He's trolling us. God's trolling us.
It might be a little bit of a prank, but I think life is a test itself. So part of the test is also to accept some of the things that we don't really agree with. But I don't have a scientific argument or scientific proof for the existence of a God. I think that if God exists, is us. I don't know how to explain this, but I think I believe that we are all a fraction of God experiencing itself in infinite ways to keep improving the thing that He created. Because, I mean, like you say, that human as fallacies, like the brain that is exposed through the eyes, right? Then maybe it needs to keep going to find this form where it finally will be.
Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. We're going to move it along, but Luca, nice to talk to you again.
No worries. Cheers.
Keep well. Thanks. Take care. All right. We are going to get Yasmin Daly in next. We'll just do a couple of super chats and get Yasmin in. This is from Coffee College. God's a dick. Don't choke on him. Mods God, we had this one already. I'm sorry. A repeat super chat. Scandalous. Tim said, has anyone tried the fine-tuned contingency of the watchmaker's wager argument yet? No, we need to develop that one. I like the sound of it. It could be a winner. It could be a winner. And Bethos says, I have a gas station cigar and a real meadow wine. Double drugs. Also, Sean is on, even with his sidekick, John. Cheers. I'm very happy to be Sean's sidekick. More than happy. And Bethos also said, Pascal's wager is really bad, but brought up as actual argument in this day makes me scratch my head. Almost as bad as tag, and then they preach. I know, it's mad, isn't it? The problem is, there are no new arguments in theology. It's not like they're doing knowledge production and coming up with new stuff. It's all the same old nonsense that's been... they were poor arguments hundreds of years ago, and they still are now. Okay, let's get Yasmin in, and then we've got Garion after that. So, bringing in Yasmin.
Thank you, my dear brother, and thank you, my American friend who is part of this conversation. I listened to you, Mr. Sean. What you said was very brilliant, and it's very, I think it should be very self-explanatory what you said if you want to find the truth. But unfortunately, people want to be stupid. They want to be sheep following somebody. So it's very difficult to convince people that they have to wake up, because they're also
Yasmin, are you calling in to disagree with us or to tell us you think that everything we say is wonderful?
No, I'm on your side.
Well,
I'm an atheist.
above my head it says debate stream opposition only. So we're delighted that you agree with us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Absolutely thrilled.
I didn't know that.
That's all right. Feel free to call in on a Friday when we do the After Hours show, and we love speaking to people who share our views.
So I can't be on your side. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
You could be on our side. Just like today is opposition only. Next Friday,
if I
next
want
Friday,
to
not
pretend that
tomorrow.
I'm a Muslim, it's very easy.
Sure.
We hope people don't LARP.
But of course, I'm not going to pretend. Like, I studied Islam, I studied Christianity, I studied the Bible, and that's why I left all.
Good stuff.
Because I believe. One last thing I just want to say before I go. I hope everybody just uses their humanity with each other and animals, and that's all.
We hope so too. Thanks, Yasmin. All the best. Okay, there we are. We are going to get Garion in next, who was next in line, coming in right now. Hi, Garion.
Hey, hello.
How you doing?
When you minimize the app, we can't. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. Good evening.
Good evening indeed.
How are you doing?
Good. I'm good. How about yourselves?
Yeah, we're great, thanks. You do sound a little bit like you're on a CB radio. If there's anything you can do to improve your the audio quality of what you're doing, that would be great.
My car audio is picking it up.
Are you driving right now?
No, I just got home actually.
Okay. There we go. Yeah. That's much better. So welcome in. Our claim is that atheism makes more sense. What's your view on that?
Right. Yeah, I was just listening in, and I'm a Christian. The part where you said the design of the eye was kind of silly or idiotic.
Yeah.
That perked my ears up because it's very easy to say. It seemed almost kind of arrogant to say that when
really
it's very complex.
But
right?
It's ludicrous to have the optic nerves coming out the front of the eye. Who would do that?
But can you design something better? Have you put forward something better?
If I designed an eye, and I'm not a designer, but if I designed an eye, if I were an all-powerful, all-knowing being, then I would easily be able to design an eye that was significantly better than the human eye. I would design one that had the nerves connecting the eye to the brain coming out of a side that didn't obscure its view, wouldn't you?
I mean, it's easy to say, but you can't do it though. So that's
well because we can't do magic. But if I
it's not magic.
There's what is it?
It's functioning. It's functional, right? So
no. You don't understand. The creation of, let's say, God created us through His God magic. There's the design element, and then there's actually the engineering to put things into place. God doesn't require engineering. Like we can't engineer.
No, He does.
So He does. So what's the mechanism that it works?
I mean, well, the fact that you can figure out how it works, it shows that it's functional.
What's the mechanism that God used to create human beings? Like how did that work? Can you take us through
obviously
the
no one was there when these things were being developed, but the fact that you can understand it and see how it works, that means there's a method to it.
I can see how the end product works, but I'm saying the mechanism that He did these creations, because from my standpoint, the miracles are indistinguishable from magic.
It's not magic.
But, okay, what is it? What makes it different from magic?
It's supernatural. Magic is just tricks and deception.
Right. No. Magic is not supernatural. I'm talking about actual literal magic. Like, okay, if Doctor Strange were real in real life, that's magic. It doesn't work through like the laws of science and nature. It's just magic.
But can we just rewind for a moment, Gary? Can I just point out what was wrong with your argument? Because you came in taking a position. So you came in and you said you'd heard what I'd said about the eye, but could I design it better? That's to completely miss the point. Because I could be an idiot. Okay. And one thing I'm certainly not is a god, right? So the fact that I'm not personally capable of designing an eye has nothing to do with the fact that we can see things about the human eye that are clearly suboptimal. And we know this because there are other animals that have evolved eyes independently of hominids that have the optics nerves arranged more sensibly, right? So it's not like that's the only way it can be done. It's that way in humans because that's how we evolved, but it's not optimal. And we can recognize a fault in something even if we can't do it better. I'll give you an example. I have an air conditioner in my room right now, right? And there's a problem with my air conditioner, which is that every 20 minutes or so, it starts to make an absolutely horrific noise. Now, I phoned the company that I bought the air conditioner from today, and next week they're coming to pick it up, and presumably they're going to give me another one, or they're going to fix this one. Could I design an air conditioner better myself? No. But am I still completely capable of perceiving that there's something wrong with my air conditioner because every 20 minutes it suddenly goes for about 10 seconds and it's really annoying when I'm on a live stream? Yes. And so I'm capable of looking at the human eye in exactly the same way. I go, look, there's something wrong with this. It's a rubbish design. An intelligent designer would do it better, like in these other animals. And we can critique it without necessarily being able to do it ourselves. So that's why your line of arguing there doesn't work. Secondly, we know how eyes evolved. We understand exactly all the stages, all the intermediate stages, from just cells that have some degree of light sensitivity to cells that are shaped so that they're concave, so they have some a structure which is slightly concave with some light sensitive cells in, which give the organism an idea of where the light is coming from, to the development of lenses which allow the light to be focused in different ways. We've seen this independently in the animal kingdom many, many times. Right. So we know that eyes weren't just manufactured in a god lab.
Okay. So to your first point, you said you brought up the air conditioner. So that's a customer experience issue or user experience issue, noise issue. Yeah. With the eyes, most people aren't complaining that, my eyes are garbage. People wake up every day, they read, they play sports, and the eyes does fine for them. You have archers, people in the Olympics who are, using pistols to whatever, so their eyes are working perfectly. They're not complaining about it.
Tell me about the perfect eyes. Tell me about the perfect eyes.
I want to know that too.
Yeah, Sean and I would both love to know about the perfect eyes that God designed for us.
I didn't say perfect. I'm saying people aren't complaining about it.
You literally said perfect.
Well, I complain. I complain about my eyes all the time.
You complain. Yeah. You wear glasses. Okay, so yeah. I'm assuming.
So tell me about the perfect design.
Like I said, it's not about a perfect design. It's functional. That's what I'm saying. And you're saying that it's idiotic that God made it this way.
Yeah.
And my point is that human beings, we haven't designed anything better than this.
We have. We could easily design something better. So we've designed systems in robotics, for example.
How so?
We've designed systems in robotics, for example, that can discern the environment, and they don't have the connective the connective parts that link the optics to the processors coming out of the front. They come out of the back because for them to design them coming out the front would be stupid, a bit like a human eye.
Well, why would it be stupid?
Because you're obscuring part of your field of vision. Now, the reason why you don't know it is because human brains have evolved to interpolate the gaps in our vision. So we fill in the blanks, but it's still suboptimal. It's not great, to have a blind spot needlessly in your eye. Now, the fact that we manage okay with it doesn't mean it's optimal. It just means we do the best we can.
But it is optimal because it conserves energy.
It's not optimal. It's not optimal. It's not.
How does it conserve energy? The eye is just a place. Okay. The eye is just a place where the light enters the pupil. Okay. It goes through the process. If the eye were designed more optimally, it would not be consuming any more energy.
Because you're taking in more information. Oh, okay, so the brain is literally just guessing. No. And it's taking enough information to where it can make predictions, right? That helps it conserve energy because it's not just taking a bunch of information and trying to process it.
That would, yeah, go ahead.
That would be a property of our cognition, not our eyes. So what our brains, well, you're actually onto something truthful. So what our brains do is they kind of triage all the sense data that are coming in all the time, right? All the time, your body is taking in smells, sights, sounds, and your brain filters it for what it thinks is relevant to your survival. That's what brains do. Otherwise, we'd be paying attention to every sensation all the time, every sound, everything all the time. There are people who suffer from those that kind of thing. That's got nothing to do with the nerves in your eyes coming out of the front and not the back. If the optic nerves came out of the back of our eyes rather than the front as they stupidly do, then our brains would still be able to do the same triaging and filtering of our sense data in exactly the same way. It's not an argument. So let's try and generalize it, because we don't want to spend the whole time just speaking about eyes. It's a bit dull, isn't it? Why do you think a God exists? It's such a silly idea. Why do you think a God exists?
Okay. Well, I think God exists, or not. I think I know. For one, because that things
you broke
are reality. If there was no God, life wouldn't have any purpose.
Hold on, stop. Yeah, sorry, you cut out for a second. So can you please start that over?
Yeah, I believe God exists because that, for me, explains reality in the most coherent way. Without God, there is no grounding for reality. Everything is meaningless. And
hang on. One thing at a time. So without God, there's no grounding of reality. What do you mean by ground? What do you mean by grounding?
Okay, I mean that's a force that establishes essentially how purpose, essentially.
Okay,
right?
so
if there is no God, there is no purpose.
Okay, so that's not true. So all right, so let me give you something. Take a butter knife, right? Now the butter knife was made for a particular, to spread butter, but really it's up to the person to decide what to use it for. So if I use a butter knife as a screwdriver because I can't find my flathead screwdriver, the purpose of that butter knife is to help screw in that screw, and I determined that purpose. So what you're saying is without a God, there's no external purpose. And we do know that some people have been born with an already assigned purpose. With the examples we have of that happening are nefarious. So, for example, slave owners bred slaves with the purpose of using their offspring as slaves themselves. So they were actually bred with an externally imposed purpose on them. In countries like North Korea, certain people are born and they're assigned to the government a purpose. Here's what you will do for the state. You will plow the fields. You will do this. You will do that, depending on their level of, I forget what the word they use, but it's basically like a caste system of loyalty. Without an externally imposed purpose, we decide our own purpose for our own lives, and I prefer that. Not that preference makes anything true, which is another point. I like it better having, from your standpoint, you like it better having an externally imposed purpose by a deity. I don't like that idea, but that's irrelevant, because irrespective of whether you prefer to have an externally imposed purpose or you don't prefer that, that tells us nothing about whether there is a God.
Okay, so when I say purpose, I don't mean someone telling you what to do. I mean that things in reality having specific functions. having male and female, for example. That is something intentional. It's something purposeful. Why
How do
isn't
you know
it
that? How do you know that?
why? Okay, so why isn't it with evolution, correct? We start out with single cell organism. Why did we develop male and female sexes? Why didn't we just
because many species of life do replicate themselves, that asexual reproduction, like bacteria. However, with two species, members of a population coming together to create a offspring, what you have is more genetic diversity, which aids with helps the process along with natural selection, and it's an actual survival benefit. And even if we didn't know that, you asked a question, why is there? And very often Christians will you say, what's your evidence for God? They'll say, why is there? How do you explain? What's your answer for? Those are things that, if you don't have an answer for them, because at one time we didn't have an answer for a lot of things, like what causes lightning and thunder. Spoiler alert, it was never Thor. So we have answers for these things, but even if we don't, it's a poor argument to say, why is there? We don't have an answer, therefore God.
So you mentioned those, and I asked why, because again, I come from the viewpoint of critiquing your worldview, which is the sense that we all come from simple cell organisms through millions and millions of years of evolution, right?
Billions.
So
Billions.
my thing is, what is even billions, right?
Yeah.
So we've never seen a species
don't say it.
or
Don't
produce
say it.
anything.
Don't say it.
Okay, we've never seen a species or bacteria, anything produce anything that's.
Oh dear.
But don't say what.
I think
I can address this. You've never seen a species produce something that's not the species that it came from, right?
Exactly. So we've seen people test. Let me just get the point.
Go for it.
So we see scientists test the fruit flies trying to
I wish you hadn't said this. Sean, I want you to say what you were going to say, but before you do, can I just make a statement to you, Garen? I want you to listen to me very, very carefully. Okay. Evolution is a fact. Also, every animal, every member of every species that's ever been born was the same species as its parents. It has never happened that an animal of one species gave birth to an animal of another species. Think about that.
So here's the analogy that's going to explain why that's the case and why evolution still is true.
Okay.
Would you agree that Latin, people who spoke Latin, branched off into different areas? People were isolated in different cultures and different environments. Language sort of changed, or we can say evolved differently, and eventually became languages like English, Spanish, and French. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, to some point.
Yeah. So language evolved over time to where I speak English now, derived from Latin way back in the day. And if I went back and tried to talk to somebody enough generations back, I cannot communicate with somebody in the old days who spoke Latin, right?
Well, if you spend time, you will probably learn.
But I'm saying I don't speak Latin, so I'm applying this to myself. At no point during that whole process where people branched off, eventually people spoke French, Spanish, and English in my case, at no point did anyone's parents not speak the same language as their children. But it was still the case that if you go enough generations out, the language is incompatible with the original Latin. They're just not compatible. In that same regard, if you go enough generations back into your own lineage, you are incompatible with your ancestors, like thousands and thousands or however many generations it took later on. Eventually you are incompatible, but it's still the case that no species of life ever gave birth to a different species of life. Just like when languages evolve to where they're eventually incompatible, if you trace far enough back, nobody's offspring spoke a different language than their parents.
Does that make sense? Can you understand why you were arguing against a an understanding of evolution which is not actually the right one.
I mean, it is correct, because there's two different. There's macroevolution and microevolution.
There's no difference between the two. No. There's no force in nature that says that when a genome has changed a certain amount, something kicks in and says you're not allowed to change anymore. The distinction between microevolution and macroevolution is largely just nonsense spoken by creationists. There is nothing that limits the amount of genetic change that a population can have.
Okay, so why do we have the two terms? Why is there a distinction?
So there are very slim legitimate cases in which it's spoken about in biology, but for the most part, it's just bullshit made up by creationists.
Wait, so we made up the word micro and macroevolution? We made up those terms?
It's like, well, micro and macro are just, things that can be put before words like macro and microeconomics, right? Applying on a larger scale or a smaller scale. So I don't know who came up with it first. There are a few instances, but any biologist here will know what I'm talking about more than I do. There are a few instances where you can actually find those terms legitimately used in the literature to apply to perhaps the difference between changes within a particular species and changes being speciation itself. But the idea that there's a type of evolution called microevolution and a type of evolution called macroevolution, it's like saying, I believe you can walk down the street, but I don't think you can walk into town. It's so stupid. If you do enough microevolution, you will eventually, all of those changes will get you to a point where you have diverged genetically enough from the place you started. And when I say you, I mean a population. Evolution isn't a thing that happens to individual creatures. Creatures don't evolve. Populations evolve as a result of the genes in those populations changing statistically over many, many, many thousands of generations. The idea that there would be some force that kicks in and goes, right, you've changed enough now, no more change for you. Otherwise, you're going to be going from micro to macro. It's so idiotic. It's incredible to me that anybody believes it. It's just bullshit spoken by creationists to try and prop up biblical creationism. That's it. Nothing more than that.
Okay, so no one says you stop changing. It's about the leap, right? So if you have dogs, for example, and they moved across the world in different environments, they're going to evolve, right? And they're going to have different genetics or epigenetic different genes coming into the population, right? Based on natural selection. No one is arguing against that. But if you're telling me that a process
you broke up
the development of millions of species across the world over millions of years.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
yet that's exactly how it works. Let me just clarify for you. So Damadani in the chat has usefully contributed, saying this more eloquently than I did. Microevolution happens within a single species. I did kind of say this. Or population. Macroevolution occurs across multiple species and major taxonomic groups.
Exactly. So that's the one I don't agree with.
So that's how, but we know it happens. Speciation has happened. It's you can not agree with it, but you not agreeing with it is just you waving a flag saying, I don't understand science.
Of it?
Yeah.
Can you give me examples of it that we've observed?
I mean, well, you don't observe it in the same way that you can't observe a mountain being formed by tectonic movements because it happens over millions of years. You can't watch it happen, but we have the evidence for it happening, mainly in the genetic record. So a strong example of it would be something like endogenous retroviruses in humans and apes, and other apes, which are proof of our common descent. Are these viruses which inserted themselves into the genome of our ancient ancestors, and which they don't do anything, they're just dead DNA, but they're passed on in the genome, and they're at exactly the same locations on the genome across many different species, which show that we have a common ancestor, in the same way that when you do a genetic paternity test, you look at your DNA and you look at the DNA of your father, and there are going to be properties of your DNA that can only be passed on through sexual reproduction, and so you can test that, you can determine that someone's is someone's father or son in that same way, right? So we have the exact equivalent of this across species that prove beyond any doubt that we have a common ancestor with other species that we couldn't breed with now, because you couldn't breed, you couldn't successfully have offspring, with a chimpanzee now or with a bonobo or, a gorilla. But we know that if you go back far enough, we have a common ancestor with those animals. And if you go back far enough, we actually have a common ancestor with all animals.
Yes, what I can easily just say we have a common designer. Why can't I say that? Why does it have to be a common
because there's zero evidence for we have a common designer, and there's a fucking boatload of evidence for common ancestry across biology, from the genetics, from the fossil record, from all sorts of different areas that all converge on the same thing. Multiple independent lines of evidence, all proving that this is the case, which is why people say that evolution is probably the most highly supported theory in all of science, and theory with a capital T, by the way. It's not just an idea.
And to answer it, hold on, just real quick, to answer it directly when it comes to ERVs were not designed into our DNA. Because that's the answer, is that, oh, you have similar traits, you're going to have similar DNA. It's because you got the same designer, just like parts are used between like different Ford vehicles or what have you. The problem with that argument as it pertains to ERVs is they are caused by viral infections who insert their DNA or sometimes RNA into our genomes in a very specific gene location. And if it happens in a germ cell, that means a sperm and an egg, those ERVs become an inherited trait that are passed on to our offspring. The fact that we have over 200, for example, that are shared between humans and chimpanzees, all in the same exact genome locations, is conclusive evidence of common descent, and it cannot be hand waved away by common designer. They are externally caused by viral infections, and most virus, I don't know about most, but like only certain viruses can actually infect both humans and chimpanzees, and if they do, it'll infect it in a different genome location. There is no other explanation for that, especially with so many shared other than common ancestry. That is why it is uncontroversial in the scientific community, sans like one or two or a few outliers that may work for someone like Answers in Genesis or some bullshit organization like that. There are entire fields of biology that you can take as a field of biology at all the major universities that offer biology. But what you won't find in like astronomy courses is a branch of astronomy that's like astrology, because that's not science. Evolutionary biology is actual science. It's uncontroversial, except in religious circles.
Okay. All right. So here's just, I'm gonna say this is what I think. You say you have evidence, incontroversial or whatever. Yeah. We creationists, we also have evidence as well. We actually have the same evidence, right? It's about what conclusions we come to based on that evidence. You look at retroviruses and you say, oh, we have similar retroviruses in the same location and all these things.
Not similar, the same same ERVs in the same exact genome location. What's your explanation for that? What's your explanation for that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The same thing. Okay, so I can easily say this. Genetics is code. Can I answer? Genetics is code, right? It's code. When human beings reproduce, right, it's basically a replication.
Okay.
Right?
No. This is painful to listen to.
You're not answering the question.
It's painful to listen to. Sean explained to you.
Answering the question.
Sean explained to you that these things are the results of historical infections. And you've just ignored that bit. You're completely ignoring the fact that these are viral infections that
if I can ask this question
from the past.
Okay, so when did these infections happen? When these infections? When did these things insert themselves?
I would have to look up specific ERVs and when they think they came there. I can't answer. There's like over 200 of them. When they happened is irrelevant. The fact is, we have the shared ERVs between both species. If a virus can infect two different species, they infect a different genome location. And there's over, I don't know how many they can actually affect, but I know the genomes have billions of different base pairs of nucleotides. So what is your explanation for how we ended up with this over 200 of the same ERVs in the same exact genome locations, which are all caused by viral infections?
Okay, so like I said, genetics, it's code, it's information, right?
Dear.
That's not answering the question.
Can I finish the point?
Sure.
Okay. So my viewpoint is that the designer gave us code, right, to replicate ourselves, right? So certain code are going to code for certain functions. So if we have similar, like you said, parts,
you're on a script that is not addressing ERVs
at all.
Like
at all.
At all. They're in the same location.
They're dead. They're dead DNA.
Right?
They don't do anything. They don't make any function
What
at
do you
all.
mean they don't do anything?
They don't do anything.
What do you mean they don't
they're
do
junk.
anything?
Do you not know what junk DNA is? Do you not know what junk? Most of the DNA in your body doesn't code for anything and doesn't do anything. It's just junk. It's just left over. I think this is because we understand the difference between genes that are expressed and genes that are not expressed and have no and have no phenotypical differences at all.
So have you seen human beings without these retroviruses?
There aren't any. There aren't any because all human beings have them, but we understand how they got there because this is the thing. This is the problem with the whole with your whole line of thinking, your whole approach to this, and it's a bit of a frustrating conversation because Sean was really careful to explain to you how these are evidence of past events, and you've just completely ignored all of this. It's almost like he didn't say it. We might as well not even have said it. The argument you're making now is just a script. It's the same boring creationist script we've all heard before 1,000 times, and the problem with it is if you're going to stick to a script, you look silly. Because you're not actually responding to the words that we said to you. You're responding to an argument you imagined in your head where those words weren't said. But unfortunately, they were said. And we know that these things, and we know that these things happened, and we know that these things are the result of previous viral infections, and we understand the mechanisms by which these things happen because there are people who make it their life's work to actually understand this stuff rather than have their head in books of fairy tales, which are what the people who've taught you all of this stuff do instead.
Okay, so I've been listening. You said it's junk, it's useless, right?
Yeah.
We know that useless things are things you can do without, right? Things that aren't needed. So if you can prove to me that a human being is functional without these retroviruses, then
it doesn't matter if they're functional
because someone is doing without it.
It doesn't matter.
You haven't posited that.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if they're functional. What matters is
now we don't know how it works.
What matters is how the ERVs got there. They were not designed into our DNA. They were caused by viral infections. If a virus is able to, and not all viruses are, to infect two different species, for example, humans and chimpanzees, they will insert into a different genome location. And there's either hundreds of thousands or millions, or I'd have to look at, we have billions, I believe, of base pairs of nucleotides, and it's going to insert in a certain location. If it's the same virus infected both species, it would happen in different genome locations, but these are the same ERVs infecting the DNA in the same genome locations. And if it does that in a germ cell, it's an inherited trait, meaning it's passed on to its offspring. So common designer, I know that's the go-to, read that script when DNA is brought up, but it's not actually addressing ERVs.
Anyway, we are at the half-an-hour mark, which is the time that we normally move on, unless the conversation is so stimulating and interesting and well engaged that it's worth keeping on going. Unfortunately, you're not actually responding to anything we're saying to you, so we're gonna move on. Good luck with your baby Jesus, though. Okay, we are going to get in. The next guest is going to be on the YouTube side. Vara is going to come up next. And we're just going to do a couple of super chats before we do that, so we don't fall behind. We wouldn't want to do that. Bethos said while we were speaking to Cal James earlier, by the way, Schuster is a German name meaning shoemaker. Fair enough. I did not know this. And Bab said, Jesus, the original thought policeman. Absolutely. He really is. Watching everything you think. Absolutely horrific. Who would want that to be true? Think of nothing more horrible than some being up inside my head, knowing all the weird stuff I think about, that would really be bad. And Bethos said, I find solace and calm, like in some Peter Gabriel songs, but don't need to be a Christian to understand metaphors he uses, or when getting hugged, if only for moments, I find salvation in this world. That was, again, while we were speaking to Cal James. Yeah, I think a hug goes a long way. Big fan of hugs. Hugs are good. Okay, let's get Vara in. Hopefully it's all good and the audio behaves itself. Vara, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello, indeed. I'll just get your name up on the board. I always have this moment of dreading that Video Ninja's not going to do its thing, but it appears to be doing it now, so hooray. Welcome in, Vara. What would you like to say?
Thank you. Well, is this like atheism is smarter than creationism or agnosticism? Or
well, there's a few different things we've touched on there, isn't it? Aren't there? So I'm saying not necessarily. Yeah, I would say smarter. In fact, I would say atheism is smarter because it's smart to believe things based on evidence, and there ain't any evidence for those God stories. They're just silly stories. So yeah, I think that atheism is smarter. I would agree with you on that. Doesn't mean all atheists are smarter, by the way. There are some really, really dumb atheists, and there are some super, super smart believers.
Yeah, and you can be a agnostic atheist too.
I am, indeed, one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are you? What's your position?
Well, honestly, I'm a bit far out there. Probably not the best thing for your audience or your stream, but I would probably take a position where there's certainly evidence for figures, beings, or at the very least, the lights in the sky that we observe, that the people who made these, depictions of gods, quote unquote gods, and yeah, I would say that.
You said figures, beings, or lights in the sky. Sorry, I have
both. There we go. You said figures, beings, or lights in the sky. We're just trying to get to the crux of the matter because we're dealing with God beliefs. Do you consider any of them to be gods?
Well, can you define God for me?
A god is any sort of supernatural being that is ordinarily with supernatural abilities that is ordinarily an object of worship. For example, Thor, Shiva, Yahweh, etc. Anything that's not like a conscious thinking agent, we would not qualify. We would not define as a god. I'm saying us, and so it's probably not a good matter for discussion in that case. Do you believe in anything of that sort?
Well, my definition of God is like awareness.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said our definition.
Yeah.
Some people come in and say like, I believe love is God or energy is God, or they define some nebulous force in the universe, and but it's not a thinking agent. That's not something we're really like keen on discussion. That's like kind of out of the realm of what we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
Right. So you want like physical sort of evidence and proof, not too much.
Yeah. If you believe in such a thing, do you believe in anything that we would consider to be a god?
Well, I can't. Honestly, I can't discredit any of the ancient civilizations and stories and the interpretations of.
Yeah, not asking if you can. Are you convinced any of them or any of your own are true?
Well, based on your definition of God.
Yeah.
All I can say, maybe. I like.
Okay.
All right.
I won't disclose any any what do you call it, options.
Fair enough. Vara, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
All right. Take it easy. Keep well. Bye-bye. All right. We will move swiftly on, and we're going to get, looks like, the Evaj in. The Evaj, it looks like. I'm not entirely sure exactly how this is pronounced, but we will bring them in anyway. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. How do we pronounce your name?
You just call me AJ.
AJ, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hi, AJ. Welcome in. Our claim is that atheism makes more sense. What do you think about that?
I disagree, but I'm wondering why you would say that. Like, could you substantiate that?
Yeah. So everyone in the world is either a theist or they're not. If you're a theist, it's because you believe that some kind of God exists. But if you can't see any reason for thinking that, if there is no evidence available that would support that idea, then the sensible thing is, and the inevitable thing in many cases, is to remain unpersuaded of that. And because there isn't any evidence for any gods, and let's face it, if there was solid evidence for a god, the world would not be so split on whether there is a god, whether there isn't a god, which god it is, what its properties are. The very fact that the world is so completely balkanized into different ideas about gods, whether they do exist, whether they don't exist, whether there's one, whether there's many, whether it's male, whether it's female, whether it loves foreskins, or whatever the silly ideas are, clearly that really points at the very minimum some ambiguity about this. It's not obvious. There's no solid evidence. If there was, you would find greater agreement amongst people. So because there's no evidence for it, the sensible thing to do is to not be persuaded. And we have a word for that, which is atheism. This makes more sense.
First and foremost, I would disagree. The first statement you said, which is that it's split whether there is a God or not. Across history, across ethnicities and cultures, there has been different deities, different higher powers, different supernaturals that people have been looking up to. So most of the world looks up to something that is either supernatural or that is, most of the world looks up to something that is supernatural.
There's still many hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people, who don't.
Of course.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So the fact that there might have been a time in history where everyone thought a certain thing is irrelevant. There was a time in history where everyone thought the world was flat too. Right now, opinion is split as to whether there's a God or not. Of course it is.
Could you please provide a statistic on that?
Well, I don't need to. I don't need to. I didn't say half.
He didn't say half.
I never said half. I just said the world is split. There are believers and there are non-believers. There is not a broad agreement on this idea. So I never said fat. I never said half. I've not put a number on it.
I just assumed half.
Hold on. He said split. Split doesn't mean split down the middle 50-50. It just means
that's what I was assuming.
And hold on, let me finish. Yeah, so split doesn't mean split down the middle 50-50, but also he said he didn't just say on whether there's a God. He said the properties of the God, which gods exist, whether they like foreskins, etc. And the world is split into many places when it comes to whether there's a God, what the God looks like. Are there multiple gods? Are there one gods? The world is split into many more cracks on that issue. And it's not really relevant as to whether there is a God or not. He was just explaining the current state of affairs.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that now. And
okay.
And going along with that, I think that there's a reason why over history and even now, so many different cultures and entities have that drive to search for what the God is, what the supernatural is, because the evidence is that there is a God and that there is some type of supernatural.
What is that evidence?
The evidence. Okay, the first thing I'll point to is everything having a beginning has a cause, and if we go all the way back building to that, that would point to a supernatural.
So premise one, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Premise two, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, the universe has a cause. Is that your argument?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the Kalam cosmological argument. There's multiple problems with it. The first one, actually, I need to have a conversation with Chase, who's I don't know if he's watching us now. He was earlier. He's a physicist. I'll tacitly accept that just so we can move along, but I don't know that everything that begins and exists necessarily has a cause. Things get really weird in the quantum world. That may be the case. Since I'm not sure, I'll tacitly accept that. The universe began to exist is wholly unsubstantiated. That is an unknown in cosmology right now. That's one of what Neil deGrasse Tyson calls a frontier of science. It's an unknown. So I can't accept that conclusion. Finally, the conclusion itself does not contain the word God at all. It just says the universe had a cause. So even if it were sound, meaning valid in structure, which it is, but with all true premises, which is unsubstantiated, all it would say is the universe had a cause. It doesn't say the cause is God or any particular God or even a thinking agent for that matter, just that it had a cause. So the Kalam is not a very good argument.
Yeah, so the reason I was alluding to that is because not because the universe, I believe the universe had a beginning or not. I'm alluding to everything before then, right? Or everything after then. Everything that we can consistently see has a beginning, has a cause. So I'm not saying I know that the universe has a beginning. I'm alluding to the things that we know that have a beginning are cause.
Wait, you said what about we know that it had a beginning?
I'm saying that the things that we observe in this universe, not the universe itself having a beginning, because I can't argue that because we don't have enough research for that.
Well, but that's the conclusion of the Kalam. That's what the Kalam arguments is. The universe had a.
That's not the purpose of my argument.
Okay, all right. So,
I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was just confused because it was an argument for God, and you gave a syllogism that concludes, therefore, the universe had a cause.
What I'm arguing right now is for a type of unnatural event. I can't possibly point that to being a God without there being some type of scripture or anything like that. So right now, I'm alluding to a higher power, some type of unnatural, unordinary thing.
Okay, so the Kalam is not an argument for a God from your perspective.
I don't know the Kalam. I'm just arguing.
That's the argument you were giving.
Okay.
That's called the Kalam cosmological argument.
Yeah, that argument could be for a God, a higher power, a deity, anything out of the ordinary, anything supernatural, anything.
But so it is an argument for a God. All right, but the point is that I don't accept the conclusion because the premises are unsubstantiated. So do you? If you can't argue for the conclusion and show that the conclusion is a God, contains God in some way, then we'll have to throw that one out. So are you going to stick to that or move?
My argument is excluding me saying the beginning of the universe because we don't know if there's a beginning to the universe. We don't know if there's not a beginning.
Then you don't accept. Then you don't accept your own argument.
Speaking.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Excluding that because I couldn't prove that. I'm saying all the things that we observe that do have a beginning, everything in the universe that we do.
This is fallacious. This is fallacious. Do you know what the fallacy of composition is?
No.
Fallacy of composition is when you've got a set of things and you look at properties of things in the set and you go, the things in the set have this property, therefore the set must also have this property. So an example would be a wall in which every brick weighs 2 kilos. Well, every brick in this wall weighs 2 kilos, therefore the wall weighs 2 kilos. That's to take a property of the elements of a set and conclude that it must apply to the set itself. It's a fallacy. That's what you're doing. You're saying there are things in the universe which began to exist, and because everything we see around us seems like it began to exist, it must also be the case that the universe as the collective set of all things must also have this property of having begun to exist. It's a textbook fallacy of composition. So if that's your argument, it's a fallacious argument.
I think that would be the most logical explanation.
But it's a fallacious argument. I mean, it's explicitly not a logical conclusion because it doesn't follow from the premises.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess my main reason, or one of my main reasons for believing that there's a God or a higher power is because of the order and design of the universe. And I feel like that points to an intelligent mind.
Okay, so that's a shift of argument then. So we're moving away. We're moving away from things began to exist, and we're moving to you're detecting design in the things you see in the world.
Yes.
But do you grant that there are many people who see the same things as you and don't think that that shows design? What are you seeing that everyone else is missing? Not everyone, but many other people. Biologists and people who study the development of life and the evolution of life and how structures came about, exactly the sorts of things that you're probably thinking about in your own mind when you're imagining these designed things like living beings and circulatory systems and solar systems and all of this stuff. All the people who make it their life's work to look at these things and understand that they come about through natural processes. Do you think you're party to some insight that these people are all missing?
I wouldn't say necessarily. I wouldn't put myself in a superior position than them or anything like that. And the only reason, this is not the only reason why I would attribute the universe or anything being created. It's a buildup of multiple things, like morality. Like, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I apologize for interrupt. I get excitable sometimes. I apologize for interrupting you before. My mind works fast, and then I just blurted out. Yeah. So you're kind of jumping from. There's different arguments. The moral argument's a completely separate argument, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You did the
it's a buildup. Like it's not like this. I'm seeing that this is I'm seeing that this is complex, so there must be God. It's a buildup of multiple different things that point to a God.
Got you. But what I wanted to say is we should stick to one argument. Flesh it completely out, and then if there's a resolution, like you seem to like kind of give up on the Kalam, and that's fine. I'm now we moved on to order, and then you said design, and now the moral argument. Is there one you feel most comfortable talking about, and we can just like stick to one until its conclusion?
Okay, I'll go with the order and design.
Okay. All right. So. What makes you think order necessarily means design? And then what do you mean by order?
Because in the things that I've seen and observed throughout my life, and that from what I know, experts have seen and observed, everything that has order has been caused or has been.
Would you say the solar system has order?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Do you realize that cosmologists know how solar systems form? They can observe them forming through telescopes, and that it completely operates in a logical fashion from gravity acting upon matter, because what it does is gravity causes things with mass to like attract to each other. So when you have all these gases, debris, and everything in an area that's clumped together, they naturally come together. And I don't know the physics of it. We just had a physicist that was up here with us. If we get to a point to where it needs to be explained better than I can, but somehow when the gravity comes together, physics causes it to spin. And if you've ever seen someone making dough, they spin it in the air. It causes it to stretch outward, and that's called an accretion disk. And then in the center, there's more that has the most matter. Those form together, and when there's enough heat and pressure causes heat. It causes nuclear fusion. So if it's a big enough clump of this matter, it'll form a star, or sometimes binary star, two stars clumped together. And then further out, like in the disk, matter's still clumping together, that'll form planets. And then because it's all spinning, they're going at a certain velocity that causes them to like have an orbit. So it's entirely natural processes. We know this because we can observe it, and they've done their calculations, everything. And that is an example of nature causing order. And there's more, by the way. I just don't want to like jump us down a bunch of different rabbit holes. But like we do see order with design, but we also see it in nature.
Yeah. And I hear what you're saying, but that wouldn't really negate my argument, because of course a believer of God would say, I would say that God created that, right? That's why when I say the argument, I'm alluding to people or animals that build things, like beavers build dams, people build
yeah.
And so
But we don't see that though. So we see through telescopes gravity acting upon matter. We don't see like any thinking conscious agent doing anything or casting any spells or making it with their hand. There's no indication at all of any designer interfering in any way, and it works through completely logical and predictable processes of mathematics and physics. So what is the evidence that, for example, some thinking agent is helping to create these solar systems?
I mean, my question for you is, what evidence would you be looking for that? Like, this is
whatever
outside of the dimension. Like, I don't see what evidence we would search for to, like.
I don't know. I don't know what it would look like. But if you're claiming it, the best thing to do is for you to say, here's the evidence that convinces me. What do you think of it?
Yeah, and the evidence that convinces me is the consistency from when you see Mount Rushmore and you know that people built that. Like, intelligence brings about order, things of that nature. Yeah,
it's a mistake. It's a mistake to say intelligence brings about order, because, as Sean said, order can be brought about without intelligence. So, yes, intelligence can bring about order. But if you look at the structure of a snowflake, it's very. If you look at it,
brought about without intelligence,
a snowflake would be an example of something which is very, very ordered, or a solar system.
Still prosing the same examples that don't tear down my argument, because I would say that is God. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm bringing about examples that are.
No. You can't say. Well, I would just say. Hang on. You can't just say, when we give you examples of natural processes which are unguided, like the formation of crystals or snowflakes or solar systems, for you to say, well, that doesn't tear down my argument because it could be God. Well,
because that's within nature, so I would say that's like that. That's what it would be.
Yeah, but your argument is fallacious. In the same way that your other arguments were fallacious, we've given you examples where God is not necessary. It's an unnecessary hypothesis. These things are explained without God. You don't need a God to explain it, because there are natural processes that explain these things without a God. So the God is pointless. It explains precisely nothing. Literally nothing.
Okay, so if there is no God and we are not created, how are we so complex now?
Because evolution has provided enough time. There has been enough time for us to have evolved from much simpler progenitors, much simpler organisms in the past, through lots and lots and lots and lots of many millions and millions and millions of generations, to the point where the complexity in our genome has increased, and there are well understood mechanisms by which this can happen.
So before we evolved from generations and generations, what did we start as?
Well, when you say what did we start as, it wasn't we. It was our ancestors in the very, very distant past. But the problem with all of this is from
the starting point.
So originally, just molecules that could replicate themselves, make copies of themselves. That's it. They called them replicators. So you just had chemicals that were replicators. Blobs of stuff, not from the Big Bang. Blobs of stuff.
Where does it come from?
Blobs of stuff. Simple molecules. Well, they weren't that simple, but molecules that were formed just by chemistry. Just by the available stuff that's around, which we know is all over the universe. The types of the atoms and the compounds and the stuff that we're talking about here is common throughout the universe. We can see it, because you can do mass spectroscopy. You can look out into the night sky and you can see what stuff's made of, right? Because of the way that it behaves with light. And so we know that the stuff that makes the building blocks of life is everywhere, and that stuff occasionally, by chemistry, takes on properties where the chemical properties of that stuff are that the molecules make copies of each other, copies of themselves. And then occasionally there are errors in that copying, and some of the molecules have slightly different properties, and they react differently to the environment. And once that happens, once you get copying with errors, you get evolution. And once you get evolution, you get change over time. And once you get change over time, you get some changes being favored over the other changes based on whether they're successful. That's it. That's how you get complex life.
Yeah,
And
but there are things that are irreducibly complex.
There's nothing that's There's nothing that's irreducibly complex. All of this stuff it has been litigated already in the Dover trial, and the Dover trial
there's things that won't function at its complexity. Like,
of course, we understand how this works. So things like bacterial flagella, for example, appear to be irreducibly complex because it appears to be the case that they can't function without certain parts. But what these arguments fail to see is that evolution can produce structures which then get co-opted for other reasons and other purposes, which is why all over science, my friend, everything you're expressing now is, I'm going to say this respectfully, is just you not understanding some basic science. And the stuff I'm telling you is not esoteric, high-level university stuff. Everything I'm telling you can be found in children's school science books, which is why it's so heartbreaking to hear adult people.
In children's science
Actually,
books?
yes, there are some children's science books that talk about abiogenesis and talk about the basic
evidence on abiogenesis.
Well,
because there's very little evidence for it.
So it's presented in children's science books as an area of science which hasn't been clarified yet, right? There are a number of theories of abiogenesis, although none of them have been completely validated yet. The expectation the expectation in the life sciences is that this is a problem that's going to be solved fairly soon because there's so much plausibility there. There are multiple different hypotheses available at the moment which may provide a workable theory of abiogenesis, and all of these arguments are going to look a bit silly in 20 or 30 or 50 or maybe 100 years when we have this stuff in place. It really is a silly line of arguing. And the bottom line, before we move on, because we are going to move on, we reaching the pinnacle of the discussion, I think, is that even if we said we have no idea how any of this stuff happened, none of that would be evidence for a God. It would just be evidence for a gap in our knowledge. And we would just have to say, we don't know that yet. In the same way that our ancestors didn't know what caused earthquakes, didn't know what caused thunder, didn't know what caused illness. They all said, oh, it must be gods. Powerful evidence of gods. And we now know that it's not evidence of gods. It's just natural processes. So let us not make the same stupid mistake of insisting that every time there's something where we don't have a complete answer to it, it must be magic. It's powerful evidence for magic. It's not. It's just evidence for a gap in our understanding. And we would do well to be a bit more humble about this and just say, yeah, there are some things we don't understand yet. But all of that evolution and biology stuff isn't that. All the stuff you're questioning is really well understood. Is really well understood. Is really consistent with the observations. Is really well understood by everyone who's bothered to get even a modicum of scientific education in this area. It's so heartbreaking and demoralizing to hear adults who believe in talking donkeys but don't believe in magic science. Absolutely horrendous. So look, go and read a children's book on evolution and you will come away knowing 5 or 6 times as much as you know now. So anyway, we're going to move it along. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Get an education. You have no excuse. You're carrying a supercomputer in your pocket. There's no reason for you to remain this ignorant about basic science. Okay, we are going to get our next guest in, who's going to be Destiny Engine Official. If you're not Destiny Engine Official and you're waiting in the TikTok queue, I promise I see you. And if you're patient, I promise we'll get you in. Solemn, solemn, solemn promise. Promise on my pinky thing, whatever that is. We will get you in. A couple of super chats before we get Destiny Engine Official in. Babs, thank you, Babs, said the Harry Potter franchise funds transphobic gender critical lawsuits. Please, please don't give it publicity or normalize it. It hurts trans people. I did not know that. And Paradoxus says turtles of silliness all the way down. When we were speaking to Cal James. And when we were speaking to the Artist 6, House 70 said, sounds like Artist doesn't give a damn about truth. It did sound a bit that way, didn't he? He sounded a bit like, well, yeah, we can all just get along, but okay, but we're having a conversation about what we believe and why. So That's the conversation. If you don't want to have it, that's absolutely fine also. And Vilena said, pure luck, Bin's evidence, people escaped, incredible. Pure luck, Bin's evidence, people escaped, incredible. I'm not sure what that pertained to, but also while we were speaking to Artist 6. So forgive me for not completely tracking that one. All right, let's get Destiny Engine in, and then we've got a follower of Christ after that, and Litmost after that. Destiny Engine official.
Good evening, John.
Good evening, Destiny.
Yeah, this has been a fascinating discussion to hear. I see a lot of absolute crap live streams where like you see the host just like shoot down the guest, but you're a really rational guy. I really appreciate that. But what I wanted to explore with you, and I'll even grant that like all of evolution, all of like how Newtonian physics says that the world and life came about, bacteria copulated with a turtle or whatever, and down through the ages and time and whatever, like out came a human. Great.
That's
evolution.
a straw man.
Oh well, something like I know a good character.
Yeah, unless you were character. That's fair. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. But what I will say about that is that it kind of misses the point as to what God is meant to explain.
Really?
What is he meant to explain?
That usually people seeking God are, first of all, doing so from an evolutionary impetus within the human mind to seek out something greater than himself. But secondly,
does that make it true?
Well, secondly, that it's a pursuit of meaning rather than a pursuit of explanation of the natural world.
Does that make it true?
Yeah, all of that may be true, but as Sean says, it's absolutely nothing to do with whether the claims are true. We could grant that it could be the case that we have, for some reason, evolution has left us with a very strong urge to seek meaning and seek something greater than ourselves. I'm not necessarily convinced that that's true. It may be true, but it's completely irrelevant as to whether the claims of these doctrines are actually true, which is what we're interested in.
So you seem relatively interested more so in the kind of early biblical claims.
Not necessarily. And like we're just interested in whether or not a God exists, whether it's Thor, Shiva, Yahweh, some God that nobody's dreamt up yet, or what have you. The question is, does a God exist? And more importantly, is there good evidence to warrant belief in that God? That's it.
Yeah, a God may exist, but not necessarily in the same sense that your butcher exists. Like
that's fine if it's something, as long as it falls under the normative definition of God and it exists. I want to know that, and the only way I'm capable of believing that is if someone presents sufficient evidence to believe that.
Well, let me ask you if you believe that physics, as it's currently understood in academic textbooks, exists in its own right.
There is a field of study that we refer to as physics that studies the natural world, and there are textbooks associated with that, textbooks that cover that field of study.
Are you asserting that they're 100% correct in their ability to model the universe?
I think that they are not perfect, but overwhelmingly correct, to the point to where we've accomplished incredible things using physics, including satellites that give us GPS and sending probes to intercept asteroids and do all kinds of amazing things, and have dramatically changed the world. That I would say probably it's not the case that physicists have never gotten anything wrong slightly or what have you, but it's been overwhelmingly successful and accurate enough to change the world.
It's also a misunderstanding of how science works to insist that we must aim for or even claim 100% correct. The way that scientific models work is they are held provisionally, they're held tentatively,
Yes.
and the confidence with which they're held is commensurate with the predictive success they have and the explanatory power they have and the amount of evidence that supports them. So there are some theories in science or some ideas in science which are it would be so completely shattering if they were not true. It's almost impossible to believe that they could not be true because there's such a mountain of evidence for them. An idea being something like that the Earth goes around the sun, not the other way around, right? That the Earth orbits the sun. There's such a huge amount of evidence for this idea that it would be totally life-changing if it was suddenly revealed to not be the case. And then there are other ideas in science which are perhaps held as hypotheses, as possible things, right? This may explain that. They're ideas, they're held more tentatively, and there's a spectrum of confidence. And so it's not the job of science to make declarations and say, this is 100% certain. That's not really what science does. The method of science involves trying to generalize models from observations and say, well, this model successfully explains what we observe, and it allows us to make predictions which turn out to be successful. So we're going to be confident, we're going to hold it for now. But these models can be revised and they can be tweaked and tuned. You know, when Einstein came along, he didn't prove Newton wrong. It's not that Newtonian mechanics got chucked out because Einstein came along. He just said that the inability of Newtonian mechanics to describe exactly what we see at a certain level of detail and accuracy can now be explained by these additional things that we can look at, these additional effects that Newton didn't understand about relativity, for example.
Yes, I agree with you on all counts.
So,
however, would you say that there is more that we know about physics currently than we have yet to learn about physics?
I doubt it, and I don't think you could ever know that. You can never know how much you have yet to learn, because when you learn stuff, it inevitably opens up doors to more things that you now have to go and study, right? So you that's the way knowledge works. You learn stuff, and then you, in the process of learning that, you open up new avenues that need to be explored. So it's very unlikely.
Meanwhile, we celebrate our explanatory power through our ability to send probes optimized as to whether or not they should possess a foreskin to send them to Pluto. But science is able to help us to do these things that we consider miraculous, and they possess enough explanatory power that we're able to hold a functional mental model of the world at our current level of mental evolution.
This is all fabulous, but what's any of this got to do with whether atheism makes sense?
Because this particular flavor of atheism is held in exactly the same spirit and worshipped with exactly the same fervor that a religious person or a child might regard Santa Claus or Jesus Christ.
What flavor of atheism? Sorry, let's clarify. What flavor of atheism?
Well, one in which we defer to this backlog of discoveries yet to be made about physics with the utmost confidence that even if we may only know
that's not atheism. That's got nothing to do with atheism. That's to do with some people's predictions about what science might do. That's got nothing to do with atheism. Many people who hold those views are not atheists. It's got nothing to do with atheism. So let's focus on atheism. Let's stop worrying about whether you think people are being too confident in their predictions about science, not confident enough in their predictions about science. It's completely off topic. We're talking about whether atheism is justified or whether theism is more justified on the basis of the evidence. So I'm going to presume that you think that theism is more justified.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that if you're to examine our origins through the lens of biological evolution, and I heard it suggested that there was
biological evolution does not discuss our origins,
like time plus some orderly laws that don't possess an intelligence in and of themselves.
You're making two mistakes here. One, biological evolution is not a field of study that deals with our origins. That field of study is abiogenesis. But another mistake you're making is making proclamations about our origins that are unwarranted. Let's say we don't know anything about how the first life got here on Earth. Is that a good reason to posit that God did it?
Well, it's a good reason to posit that something did it.
Well, something, sure. Like at one point, there was no biological life on Earth, and then there was. That is a great question to explore. What caused the beginning of life? But every time we've not known the cause of something, as John had discussed earlier, volcanoes, lightning and thunder, etc., people thought God did it, and they ended up being wrong every time. Like there was a time we didn't know what causes lightning and thunder, and spoiler alert, it wasn't Thor. So you can always identify gaps in our knowledge. What causes this? Will science ever discover that, etc.? But it's never a good reason, and it's always fallacious. It's called an argument from incredulity fallacy to say we don't know, we can't explain this thing, therefore God did it. That's always a bad reason to believe.
It's not the physical origins that are generally explained by religious text. Religious texts occupy a portion of the human mind that is obsessed with meaning and what is my place in the universe and what am I meant to do while I'm here. Well, because that's an entirely different type of question than how did it happen.
Well, that's all great. You know, people want to find meaning or are looking to answer questions or what have you. But what we're interested in is what is actually true, and people's propensity to try to find hope and reason and things like that, or people tend to anthropomorphize things or believe in gods or what have you, in no way is evidence that a God actually exists. So if you believe a God actually exists, what is your actual evidence for that?
That God exists in the same sense that Santa Claus exists.
I agree.
That Santa Claus possesses explanatory power for a particular day of the year, for a particular demographic, e.g. children who receive presents on Christmas morning, and you provide this like map of the terrain, this explanation as to the celebration of something larger than themselves.
Destiny, if your position on this is that God exists in precisely the same way that Santa Claus exists, in that it provides a narrative for certain people on a certain day of the year or in certain circumstances, then there's unlikely to be much meat on this bone for us to talk about, because that means that you don't think that God really exists. You just think the concept of God exists, and it exists in people's minds, and we agree with that. But that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about whether the belief that a God actually does exist, not just as a nice story, is warranted by evidence. And it sounds to me like you think it isn't.
Well, except that I think the only place that we differ is in the way that we assume the reality of mind as an independent substrate of reality. That Newtonian physicists and people of that nature tend to look at physical stuff and say this is what exists, but seem to think that the mind is somehow some accident on top of evolution, that it's sort of like a biological computer, whereas if you approach epistemology from the perspective of mind being fundamental, you start to wonder whether you hadn't better give equal weight to your perceptions as to the conclusions drawn by the people in your perceptions.
I can't let this continue because my wife's going to stop speaking to me if I do. My wife's a neuroscientist and a neuropsychologist, and she wouldn't accept any of this babble. So, my friend, thank you for calling in. Minds are the function are the functions the things that brains do is what happens.
I win.
You win, definitely. Good win. Take care. Keep well.
Bye.
Bye. I win. I love that. Oh dear. It's pretty simple. Brains do stuff. And when brains do stuff, awareness happens. And we call that a mind. The mind is not primary. Brains don't come after minds. Brains cause awareness. And we use the word mind as a signifier, as a label for the processes that happen as a result of brains operating. That's how it works.
I'm amazed at how much woo is out there with respect to the mind.
Shocking.
Like the brain is like a radio receiver and consciousness is like coming into us. Okay, where are these waves? How do we detect them? Anyway, I won't go on that, but there's so much woo when it comes to mind.
It's shocking. It is shocking. I tell my wife about these conversations sometimes. She just shakes her head. It's total bollocks. Right. Okay. Litmost 7, welcome in.
Hey, John. How are you?
I couldn't be better. How are you?
I'm well. And how are you, Sean?
I'm doing well. Thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. So I will say before I even start, I'm more intermediate level when it comes to science. You guys sound a lot more knowledgeable than me, but I will do my best to represent the things that I'm aware of.
Sure.
Okay. So I heard in some of the past conversations, kind of the mentioning of the beliefs that scientists hold and their perspective on what we're speaking about, pretty much theism and atheism.
Yeah. Well, no, hold on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're fine.
Yeah. A scientist's perspective when it comes to theology is irrelevant because they're not God's experts. Now, the topic can come up a lot because somebody will be, well, Einstein was a theist, and then no, he wasn't, and we get in this, but it's really irrelevant as to what scientists think from a religious standpoint. They are very relevant when it comes to science, especially in their respective fields of study.
That's fair, and I understand that. So I do have a syllogism, but before I get into that, I would like to acknowledge a particular scientist and one of the statements that they made, get you guys feedback on it, and just we can have a short conversation about that. So it is from Max Planck, and the quote is, let me pull it up, it's, "For believers, God is the starting point and the foundation. For scientists and physicists, God is the goal, the crown of every worldview, and the end point of all rational thought." What is your guys' perspective on that statement?
I would say that it possibly applies to some people working in physics, but definitely not many. I assure you that if you were to ask Brian Cox or Neil deGrasse Tyson whether God is the end point of everything they're working on, they would tell you you'd lost your mind.
And by the way, and caveat, I said in the beginning, and I'm consistent on it, what scientists believe about God is irrelevant. However, it is, and since the topic is up, scientists are far less likely than the general public to believe in God. Like something, the latest Pew I looked at, the numbers might be slightly off, but it was something like 83% of the general public believes in a God. 33% of PhD and active research scientists believe in a God.
And if you look at the percentage in the National Academy, like the highest level, it falls even further.
Okay. I'll say I do acknowledge what you said, Sean. And like I said, I will get to my syllogism or the point that I'm trying to make.
Sure.
I just brought this dialogue up because of the past conversations that I've heard you guys kind of discussing. I think that I believe that I heard John say something to the extent of you asked a question. You asked, not the last caller, but the one before, that people have spent their lives studying particular things within what he was discussing about the forming of the universe and et cetera.
Didn't come to the same conclusion.
No, Well, what I was going to say is that you asked, did he feel that he had something that these people who dedicated their lives had missed?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to acknowledge someone who not just, and I could use more than Max Planck as an example, but I'm acknowledging someone who is I would deem as a credible perspective. But in response to what you guys just said about the percentage, right? Because we could also say like Isaac Newton or Einstein, we can say that these people are not just scientists, but they are like forefathers in different areas of science. So it's almost like, to give a quick analogy, it's almost like if we were talking to basketball players and the majority of basketball players said defense doesn't matter. You have to get the ball in the hoop and score, and winning basketball is about scoring. But then we had, say, LeBron James and Michael Jordan come out and say, defense is a very critical part of basketball, and a player who cannot defend cannot win. Would you say that's analogous or disanalogous?
It's disanalogous only in that. Well, so first of all, Einstein was an atheist. He believes in Spinoza's. Basically, he just referred to the universe as God, quote unquote, and said, and I can actually show you. There's pictures of the letter himself when a Jesuit priest started telling everyone, because Einstein had talked about Spinoza's God, that Einstein is a theist. Einstein took umbrage and said, from the standpoint of a Jesuit priest, I have and always have been an atheist. Like, in other words, from the standpoint of someone who believes in a personal God. Yeah.
We can disregard Einstein, and I would just use...
Hold on. This is important. Isaac Newton, brilliant scientist, doesn't know as much as modern scientists, of course, because he didn't have the advantage of all the years of progress that happened since then, but an absolutely brilliant man. He was a Christian. That's wonderful. But the really important thing is what I said in the beginning of this conversation. Scientists are not God's experts. And I was appealing to the expertise of the scientific consensus on matters of science, not whether a God exists.
Yes, I already agreed to what you said earlier.
Yeah,
but I brought up my reason for having this conversation.
And I'd like to clarify what I said to the chap a couple of calls ago that you alluded to, and explain why it's maybe not necessarily relevant to what we're saying now. So what he said was, he pointed at certain things about science that he said lead areas where he had only the lightest, most cursory understanding, right? He just literally brushed his hand along the top of these matters. He hadn't dug into them, and he had no deep understanding of any of them. He had a cursory understanding, and he said on the basis of his cursory understanding, he felt that the scientific facts pointed inevitably towards a God. So the question I asked him was, all the people who have a much deeper understanding of these ideas and facts and areas than you do haven't come to that conclusion. Right. So what insight do you have that all of them are missing? Because it must follow, if he thinks that, I can't even remember what it was, but, X area in science inevitably leads you to conclude that a God exists. And there are many, many people who understand that area in science with much more depth than he ever will, who don't share that view. He must think that they're missing something. He must think that he has an understanding of this, or some aspect of this, that they're missing out on. So it's a legitimate question to ask him, what is the special perspective you have that all the people with the PhDs in this stuff are not seeing? Because they haven't come to the same conclusion that you have, right? So that's a legitimate question to ask him. He couldn't answer it, by the way. So you being able to then provide certain highly accomplished scientists who may also have been theists, and I don't know if Planck was or not, it doesn't actually... Okay, well... That's fine. So some percentage of scientists happen to be theists, but it doesn't mean that they are that way because they think that the scientific facts that he was pointing to lead you inevitably to theism. It might be that they just happened to be theists. An example would be someone like Francis Collins. He's a very, very well-respected geneticist and scientist, happens to be an evangelical too. But he would never say that he's an evangelical because the facts of evolution and science point you that way. He might claim that he says that's the case, but it's not the case. He would never say that, the facts of genetics lead you inevitably to a God. And if he did say that, he'd be making a fallacious argument, because he would not be able to account for the fact that all the other people who are just as expert as him, who are armed with those facts also, are not inevitably led to the same conclusion. So it's clearly not the case, right?
Well, I would say that I do understand the point that you're making. My point or response to, I guess, add on to the conversation that was had earlier, is that these scientists, well, specifically Max, and I would also say someone like Isaac Newton, if we were to refer to someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson or some of these other scientists that I've heard mentioned, some of them may say that these scientists that we're speaking on were far more intuitive or advanced, or contributed a lot more to science than they have. So I was bringing up these people to show that there are people who hold significant weight in the area who do view the universe from this perspective. That still doesn't address the point I made. In fact, I just misspoke about Francis Collins, because thinking about his book, The Mind of God, that is actually the argument he makes. So I misspoke then. He was a bad example. I could have used an example of somebody else who just happens to be a theist, but doesn't necessarily hold the view that the area of expertise they have scientifically is why they're a theist. They might be a theist anyway. Well, as I said from the beginning, I am intermediate in the area of science. Could you tell me the person who you're referring to, what they contributed, or who are they considered in the area of science?
I mean, I'm not thinking about a particular person, or were you asking about Francis Collins?
Yes, Francis Collins.
I mean, that was a bad example I used, because as I was saying it, I was thinking to myself, actually, no, his book, he wrote a book called The Mind of God. So he was the head of the Human Genome Project. He was the scientist in charge of mapping the human genome. I mean, one of the best and most celebrated geneticists of recent times. And he became an evangelical later in life. But he didn't become an evangelical because of the science, as far as I'm aware. The story goes that he fell on his knees in front of a frozen waterfall that had frozen into three, and he thought that represented the Trinity. I mean, I don't know what's going on there.
Well, I'll make this final point on this, and then I'll move on to the syllogism, unless you want to respond. But I'll say that Isaac Newton is considered, from what I understand, considered the father of science in the West, and Max Planck is considered the father of quantum physics. So these people are, and from their understanding of theism, Isaac Newton has said many times, well, throughout his writings, that his belief in God was considered heretical during the time. So it's not that he was falling into a line of conformity. He was into alchemy and all these things that was considered heretical, but he said that he based his discoveries of gravity and these different things off of this understanding. As far as like him reading the Bible wasn't reading a bunch of fairy tales. He was understanding the connections, the numbers.
All of this is irrelevant. All of this is irrelevant.
I said, I was just making my final point on this, and we were going to move on anyway.
Yeah, I mean, smart people can believe dumb things. So let's agree. The guy was super smart. He was an amazing mathematician.
I gave the analogy, the basketball analogy, and I was just saying if you agreed to that analogy or not.
And no, because you talked about basketball players being experts in basketball, and I hold to that. Scientists are not experts in gods. So it really, yes, very brilliant scientists have been theists. I grant that. I think it's irrelevant.
Well, I would say it's relevant because I think that they're seeking to answer the same question from a different side of the coin. A scientist, a physicist is seeking to answer, how does reality come about? And so is a religious person. They're just coming from two different ends. But if you're trying to discover why the sun rotates around the earth, or how the earth began, it's the same question. We're just trying to answer it with two different, I would guess just say two different vehicles.
It's irrelevant as to whether a God actually exists. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would recommend Michael Shermer's book. Michael Shermer's book, Why People Believe Weird Things, and the final chapter of that book is called Why Smart People Believe Weird Things, is an excellent perspective on this type of thing. The idea that there are some people who are just very, very smart, and they believe things not necessarily for rational reasons, and they're smart enough to then construct kind of rational sort of scaffolding for their beliefs. what appears to be and feels to them like rational scaffolding for their beliefs after the fact, even though those beliefs actually didn't derive from that kind of rational thinking. He goes into it.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that a scientist can be a theist not because his study of science led to his theism, but I'm saying that these specific scientists made it explicit that their study of science led to them believing in God, or was the engine that they understood science through. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, with that said, let's hear your syllogism.
Okay. I want to ask, can I ask one quick question before?
Sure.
I would like to ask, other than you seeing God or a miracle, is there anything that could actually move you, or do you feel like the evidence of what you've seen is so overwhelming that you are convinced already?
No, we're totally open-minded. Completely open-minded. Okay. Yeah, completely open-minded.
Would you say the same, Sean?
Yeah, of course. All my beliefs are subject to change with sufficient evidence that would convince me.
So it wouldn't have to be a miracle. You could actually become a theist off of new information or information being arranged in a way that you agree with.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. So I'll give my syllogism, and then I also have it written in a simplified way, but this is the way that I'll give it first. So the fundamental constants, this is premise one, the fundamental constants of physics and the mechanisms of the cosmos operate universally to automatically organize raw, chaotic energy into highly complex, interdependent structures. Do you disagree with that premise?
Yeah.
Tell me what you disagree with.
The constants don't operate to do anything. The constants are just values in the mathematical equations that we observe that describe how these processes take place. The constants aren't there to do anything. They're just literally like, if you want to measure how fast things accelerate, like if you want to measure the effect of gravity.
Hold on, John. Okay, I'm sorry, John. I just want to clarify what you're saying. Could you try to say that in a simplified way? Because I'm not saying this is what they're made to do. I'm saying this is how they operate. I want to be clear.
The constants don't operate in any way at all. The constants are just when you describe the behavior of things in the world mathematically. It turns out that in order to do that, you sometimes need to use a numerical constant in your equations to accurately describe what we see. But the constants but the constants themselves don't do anything.
So atomic force and gravity does not do anything.
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you because these are the constants that I'm referring to.
Right. No. So the word constant here, when you're talking about constants, that it doesn't mean things that are there all the time. The constants are specific numbers that have a specific numerical value that you have to plug into an equation in order to make them work. So like there's the gravitational constant. It's a number. It's a value. There's this strong nuclear force.
But is it also something operating?
No, it's not a thing that operates. It's a little piece of mathematics that you have to use if you want to make your equation, in order to make the equations work. It's it's a value that stays the same. It's a value that stays the same that allows the equations we use to accurately describe reality. That's all it is. Okay, it's a piece of mathematics. It doesn't do anything.
So in a way, it sounds like I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I'm saying this is what I'm receiving from what you're saying, and I would like you to define operate. It sounds to me like you're saying we use these words, but they don't actually have a meaning.
No, I don't understand where you're getting that from.
So when you say operate, what do you mean? Because I feel that gravity operates. It is pulling. That is a verb. It is doing something.
So gravity isn't a thing that's doing something. Gravity is the name we use to describe an effect that happens.
Yes,
and
the effect
The effect that happens is that objects move towards each other with a force which is proportional to their mass and inversely proportional to the square of their distance apart. And what we do is, if you want to work out what the actual forces are, you plug it into an equation, and you find that to make the equation work, you have to use certain numerical values that you plug into the equation in order for them to mathematically make sense. That's all the constants are. They're not constant. Okay. Doesn't mean like a thing which is there all the time. It's a specific piece of mathematics. Nothing more than that.
Okay, I want to engage and understand fully what you're saying. So gravity, let's say, for example, gravity does not exist on the moon, correct?
Chase, come on up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Would you agree to that, John?
Gravity does exist on the moon. It's not. It's gravity is not. Is not.
Or
The
it
moon is
exists
not
in a different way.
It's
when I say
it's
gravity,
just
you're
less.
saying
It's just less.
yes,
It's just less.
But when I say gravity, I'm describing the effect of pulling. Like when Isaac Newton discovered gravity, it was like an apple fell from a tree or something
So
like that.
we
that
have
was gravity in action.
I'd like to welcome into the conversation again our very good friend Chase teaches physics, who will address this probably more eloquently than I can. Hey, Chase.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello, Chase. And I wanted to. Can you do? I'm doing well. I just asked that, like I said, I'm intermediate when it comes to this. Could you try to speak in layman terms so that we understand what we're saying? I don't want to miss what you're saying and have to ask you. Yes.
Absolutely.
Chase, did you hear the first premise in its entirely, or do you want him to repeat it?
I heard enough to at least correct a couple of things that I heard.
Okay, sure.
So gravity pulling is what Newton thought gravity was, but in our current framework with general relativity, gravity is just the geometry of space-time. So we all travel, and I promise I'm going to explain any jargon I use. We all travel along what's called geodesics. And the best way I know how to explain that is if you have 2 points on a ball, you can't go, let's say you can't go through the ball. The shortest line is some curved path from one point to the other. So we all travel in quote unquote straight lines along a curved space-time. So gravity is just this name we give to the geometry of space-time itself. And then the other thing that I do want to correct.
Well, can I address that first? Can I address that first? So if I were to say, because from what you just said, you said gravity is just a name that we have given. Could you repeat the final part of that?
Yes, to the geometry of space-time.
Gravity is just a name that we have given to the geometry. And when you say geometry, do you mean the form, the shape?
That's the way you can think about it.
So if I were to say that gravity is a force, would you agree or disagree?
So this is another interesting thing, and I promise I'm not trying to be like overly semantic.
I understand.
In fundamental physics, we actually don't really use the word force a whole lot. We use interaction.
I'm okay with that, but would you accept or deny that it is a force?
So that's the thing. Gravity is a fundamental interaction, but on a macro scale, it's not a force.
Okay, so I just searched the meaning or the definition of gravity, and this is from NASA. So maybe you agree with them or disagree with them, but I'm giving the definition right now from NASA that gravity is a natural physical force that pulls all things with mass or energy towards each other. Do you disagree to that?
That's just a very simplified version.
Would you say that?
I think you're going in depth. Like if I say something, you're giving me if I could say like the micro of it, but I just want to see if you agree with what I'm saying or disagree. It's like you're breaking it down into its smallest form, but I'm just trying to keep the essence of it so we don't miss each other.
I think what's happening here is like for public consumption, scientists tend to dummy things down, and it's easier to think of gravity as like a pulling. But when you get into actual, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chase, when you get into actual higher level of physics where they have a true understanding, they use more accurate language that would be more confusing to the general public.
Yeah. So in a way, I would say like I'm using the language of a child. And he's using the language of an adult in science or in physics. Would you guys agree to that?
Well, Chase, I don't want to speak for you.
Well, yes, Chase, would you agree to that? To say that I think that we're describing the same thing, but I am using the language of a child or a layman.
So I can agree with that, but we're not, at the fundamental level, we're not really describing the same thing. So
you do disagree with the definition or the meaning that I am assigning to gravity altogether.
He's saying the geometry of force causes things with mass to veer toward each other, but it has to do more with the geometry of space, not like an active force that's pulling on the object. Is that correct, Chase?
Yes.
Okay,
and I'm fine. I'll ask this, right? And I'll try to do the same. Like if you ask me a question or if I ask a question, can you agree, disagree, yes or no, and then expound? Because I feel like right now you're giving me a deeper meaning, but you're not really telling me if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
So I need to know if you're throwing this definition that I'm saying out as in it's wrong, or you would just describe it another way.
So I'm saying that if you're using gravity as a force the way that you were using it, I disagree.
So I said, and this is not my definition. This is the NASA's definition. I said gravity, and I'll give it again. Gravity is a natural physical force that pulls all things with mass or energy towards each other. You do disagree to that?
Yeah, that's an oversimplified communication.
I know. I want it to be simple. I want it to be simple, but I want to know if you actually disagree.
I do, and I want you now.
Okay.
Type your computer out. Type in: is gravity a force?
Okay, got you. Okay, so it says my first definition that I got is whether gravity is a force depends on how you look at physics. In everyday life and Newtonian mechanics, gravity acts like a pull or a fundamental force. However, in Einstein's general relativity, gravity is not a force. It is a curving of space and time by heavy objects. So there are two ways of viewing gravity: as a force and as a geometry. So it sounds like now that I have this understanding that you are taking a different using a different vehicle. I'm coming from a Newtonian perspective, and you're coming from an Einstein's general relativity perspective.
Yes. So now that we have that, I'm going to help you go one more step further. General relativity is more accurate than Newtonian physics, especially if you're going to describe cosmic phenomenon.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have a proposal that might help move the conversation along. Can both sides agree that gravity is a phenomenon in physics that causes things with mass to attract to each other? Can both of you say you're okay with that? What about you, Chase?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, so let's go with that definition, and we'll carry on with your what do you call it, syllogism? Yeah.
Okay. So should I repeat premise one or?
Sure.
Okay. So premise one is, and I'll actually, instead of just saying the constants, I'll use some examples. The fundamental constants of physics, like atomic forces and gravity, and the mechanisms of the cosmos, like quantum entanglement, or I believe one is chemical emergence, operate universally. They operate universally and automatically to organize raw and chaotic energy into highly complex interdependent structures, such as stars, planets, biology. So all that's saying is that these constants that are within the universe are operating in a way where they're taking raw energy and they are forming planets, they are forming cosmos, they are forming biology.
I don't mean to cut you off there, but I do have a correction.
No, I'm pausing there. I want to get your feedback.
Okay, good. The one issue I've heard is energy can't actually create something. This is another byproduct of science communication. Energy is not a substance that physically exists. It's a mathematical concept for bookkeeping.
Like temperature, right?
Yeah, something, like temperature. So it's really the budget for what's allowed. My favorite analogy is if we're building a building, we have $10 million, we can build so many different things, but we don't actually turn the money into the building.
I understand that. So to relate that to what you're explaining to me, I think temperature is a good example. It's like I would acknowledge temperature because temperature is the thing that we can measure or quantify, or we can actually perceive. Right. But you would go beyond that to say there actually is no temperature. These are both just different degrees or measurements of this one thing.
Yeah, it's a property. So the ball can be red, but you can't make a ball out of red.
Right. And I guess like my attempt to move the conversation is to add, before I even go to another premise, is that to add that I would say that in my perspective, God, or the mind behind the universe, would operate in the same way. That yes, you have humans, yes, you have planets, yes, you have stars, but I believe that science says that we are made of the same things as stars. So even though there are all these different manifestations, they're just the manifestation of one thing that goes beyond everything.
Okay, so for premise one, because I do want to try to move this along so the audience doesn't get bored. So premise one, if you're okay with it, and just in layman's terms, the fundamental constants of physics have the effect of, there's causes and effect that come from the laws of physics that cause things like stars to form. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, that is, and I have it in a layman's term as well. But yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just trying to. So, if everyone's okay with that, what's premise two? Unless you have an objection, Chase.
Okay, I'll give premise two if you guys are okay with that.
No, I'm good.
Premise two would be that any integrated system governed by precise underlying rules that constantly and continuously drive the creation of complexity out of chaos is a functioning generative architecture, rather than like a random event or random incident, or I'll just stop there. That it is a generative architecture or a code.
Yeah, the problem is architecture and code smuggle in a premise of agency.
Okay, well, I'll give it in the other way that I had it, and see if we can just conversate about it. Whenever you see a system that is constantly turning raw chaos into complexity, which the universe is doing, functioning order, you are looking at something running a built-in code, not a random accident.
I don't. I think that is a claim that needs to be demonstrated, because we see, for example, as I described earlier, gravity acting upon matter, causing stars and planets to form in a spinning motion, etc. There is no reason to. There's no justification to claim that is operating on some type of code, meaning code coming from like a thinking agent who wrote the code. That's a bald assertion.
Well, I mean, we could even keep it into a non-personal way to just say a system is running. Like, we don't have to make it. I don't have to make it personal.
But even the word system, implies a degree of organization and intentionality. This sounds like Frank Turek circa about 2004 or 5. Specified complexity and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, let me ask this though. Like, right, a cell has protons, neutrons, and electrons that all have a specific.
I think you mean an atom.
I apologize. Yes, thank you for correcting me. Like I said, I am a novice. Thank you. But an atom has protons, electrons, and neutrons within it that all do a specific thing. A proton does not do what a neutron does. A neutron does not do what an electron does. They all have an operation within that atom, and they do what they do.
They just have different properties. It's just the reality is made up of things that have different properties, and things have the properties they have, and are able to.
I know. I was just saying, when I said system, you kind of were saying it to relate to something else, but I'm saying
an atom isn't a system.
We have a solar system.
Yeah,
we call these things systems already. I didn't give them the name system. We are in a solar system.
Well, in fairness, science uses a lot of anthropomorphic language all the time. For example, a solar system, I don't know. I guess I'd have to. What do you think? What do you think of this as far as using the word system, or does it have a particular meaning in science?
Well, I guess what I would want to know is that even if it is anthropomorphic language, is it not a system? Because I don't necessarily know if you guys are agreeing or disagreeing. You're just breaking it down to a smaller part. Are we in a solar system?
By name, we are in a solar system.
By definition. Is there an operation happen? Are we doing something? Are the other planets doing something that are all working in an order.
I'm okay with system based on the first definition that came up just when I Googled it. A system is a group of working parts that connect to form a unified whole.
So an atom would be a system as well, right?
Yeah, under that definition, sure.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So I'll go back to the second syllogism. Whenever you see a system that is constantly turning raw chaos into complex or functioning order, you are looking at something running a built-in code.
No,
you can change the word or whatever you want to say.
No,
But
I reject that. There's like
tell me what you disagree with, what you reject.
The claim that every time you see a system, now we see some systems like computer systems that are operating based on a built-in code, but if you're saying every time, you're just begging the question, you're putting the conclusion into the premise.
We're also at 35. We're also at 35 minutes, and I have put a poll to the room, which I always do when we get to half an hour. There's an there's an overwhelming desire in the room for now for us to move on. So, if you want, you've been really polite to speak to, and we appreciate this. If you want to call us back at some point, we can be a bit more efficient about how we develop the argument, because we spend a lot of time speaking about other things, and a lot of time sort of talking about sort of basics in science and what do we mean by the constants and stuff. And, you know, we've sort of rambled over quite a lot of different areas. So if you want to call us back another time, I'd be happy to speak to you again. Maybe we can get your syllogism out quickly and efficiently, and then we can examine it. You know, I'm not saying to you, I don't want to hear your argument, but there's a sort of an urge
you guys
for
have been
us
very patient, very respectful. I think all of you. And
by the way,
I did try to lay out that I was, not an expert in these terms. I was just doing my best to relay what I understand. Yeah,
you've been a great and honest interlocutor, and we definitely want you to call back, because I do want to flesh out your argument and get into the meat and potatoes of it. We just, through no fault of yours, just weren't able to get to it in a timely manner this time. But I do want to flesh it out. So please call back.
No worries, I definitely will.
3 days a week. All right, thank you.
Yes, and I just followed you, John. So when I see you live again, I'll try to come back in.
All right.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Thank you, fellas.
Thanks. I mean, I know that was hard in certain ways, but there we go. Thanks for coming up. I think, to give him credit, he did ask questions and he was willing to learn, and he was asking Chase stuff, and, some props for that. We get people in here who are completely incurious. And so, yes, his concepts are a little confused, and I don't think his syllogism is going to be sound or valid. But I think we have to give him at least that. So thank you, Chase. We love having you around. It's awesome. Chase, you're not allowed to go anywhere ever. That's the new rule. You must stay always. That is the rule. Okay, I will do a few super chats while we wait for our next guest. We do not have one right now. If you are watching on TikTok and you'd like to join the conversation, just hit request and you'll come straight in. There's no queue. Right now, you'll just fly in and be with us in just a heartbeat. And if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to come up, it's a slightly more risky process, because the platform for taking the calls sometimes decides to work and sometimes decides to not negotiate audio and stuff, but it should be fine. If you want to come in and you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to put the link in the chat. There we go, tinyurl.com/JCGuest. That gets you in, and we would love to talk to you. So in the meantime, I'm just going to share some of these wonderful super chats that our friends have sent. KMB, thank you so much for such a generous super chat. Can I get a little blue steel from Sean? Sean, you need to do the blue steel. Where's he gone? There we are.
I didn't quite get it.
That's the one. That's the one. Very, very good.
I'm changing out my
your headphones. Okay. Yeah. Of course. I have wondered actually often about the battery time, because I've got some AirPods and my batteries don't last that long. Eli, we see you. We'll get you in next. We'll just do a couple more of these and get Eli in next. Mediocre Thoughts says the universe is fine-tuned for tardigrades. I wish I could pretend I know what that means, but I sadly cannot. But thank you anyway. And Where is Waldo says God couldn't use his octopus eye design on us, Or maybe we evolved to repurpose features of our ancestors, and that's why our flawed eyes make sense. Yeah, this was when we were speaking to Garion earlier, and the devastatingly poor design of these eyes, as evidenced by both Sean and myself, who need to have these devices hanging off our faces in order for us to be able to see what's going on. It's not a fantastic design, is it, God? Is it, realistically? And Bethos, thank you for the super chat. So technically our eyes are not good, but the brain using a lot of energy to reconstruct, filling in patterns with a lot of flaws. Brain uses about 20% of body energy, while brain is just 2% of body weight. Yeah, so it's a hungry organ, isn't it? We'll do 2 more and get Eli in. Like a Wild Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Yo, Sean, English is Germanic, not Romance. There you go. Smarter people in the audience than us all the time. What can we say? And Kristen Williams, thank you for this. Hello, John and Sean. Thank you for these videos. Well, thank you. We love doing it. We love doing this. It's the best thing ever. So thank you for being here. And I've noticed already today a couple of people in the chat for the first time, which always makes me super, super happy. So if you are a person who came across a video online and then noticed that we were live and jumped on for the first time, you're extremely welcome here. We absolutely love it. The audience has been growing steadily for the last few months, and you're part of that now. So thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoy it. And it's wonderful to have you here. Okay, let's not dally anymore. Let's get Eli in. And we will see what Eli's saying. Hey, Eli.
Hello, John.
Welcome.
What's up?
It's all good, all good.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. What would you like to say?
So I saw the prompt, atheism makes more sense, and I was just wondering, would the rational opinion not be that agnosticism makes more sense than both?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But let's get some clarity here, right? So agnosticism isn't a halfway point between believing in something and not believing something. No such halfway point exists. You either are a theist or you're not a theist. What agnosticism refers to more commonly these days is whether you claim to have knowledge of this matter. So imagine that with respect to a God, you've got whether you believe there's a God or not, and then you've also got whether you claim to know that thing, whichever position you're on, right? So you could be an agnostic theist, which means the theist part means you believe that there's a God. Agnostic means you're saying you don't claim to know it. And possibly even that you may not even think it's possible to know it. But you believe it, but you don't claim knowledge, right? So that's what agnostic is generally taken to mean. So think about it like this. In the same way that every single person alive in the world is either a fireman or they're not a fireman, there isn't a midpoint between being one and not being one. Every single person in the world is either a theist or they're not a theist. And so if you don't believe in a God, you're an atheist.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, what if like, let's say with your case of agnostic theism earlier, what if I say I don't know if there is one or not, and I don't claim to know if there is one? What would that be?
So then you would be lacking a belief, because if your position is I don't, well, no, sorry, let me rewind a little bit. I don't know is different, right? So I don't know is just the agnostic bit. It's saying I'm not claiming knowledge. But if you are saying, let's say you say I'm undecided. Well, undecided means that you don't have the belief, right? Because if you have the belief, you're not undecided. So if you're saying I haven't made up my mind yet, that technically means you're not a theist. So welcome to being an atheist.
All right, that pretty much answered my question. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming up. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you so much. And for those in the chat going, not that Eli, I had exactly the same thought. He was a much nicer Eli than the other Eli. There we are. Okay, we've got Ruben over on the YouTube, on the Video Ninja. So we're going to get Ruben in right now. And then after that, we have Nepo on TikTok. So let's try this. Ruben, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. I was just wanting to get your answer on the fine-tuning argument.
Sure.
I am atheist, by the way.
Well, right. If you're an atheist, I would say give us a call on a Friday if you want to speak more. But I can give you a very quick answer now on why the fine tuning argument doesn't work. Why it doesn't work? It's a couple of reasons. The main reason it doesn't work is that it commits the sharpshooter fallacy, which is like if you imagine drawing the target around the arrow after it's landed somewhere and then claiming you've got a bullseye. Yeah. That's what the fine tuning argument does. It says, look at the universe right now. What are the chances of it turning out just like this, just right for us? Well, it's to get it completely the wrong way around. It's that we turned out to be the type of life that could evolve in the universe given the properties it has. It's not the other way around. It wasn't designed for us. We weren't the intended starting point. And the fine-tuning argument, the only kind of life that the universe could have is the type of life that would evolve in a universe with the properties it has, right? So to look at us and go, well, what an amazing coincidence it is that things turned out just right for us is a silly argument. And then the other reason it fails is most of the time when people are making the fine-tuning argument, they'll present it as a probabilistic argument. It's like, what are the chances of the physical constants being just right like this and just like this and just like that? But the problem is that if you're going to make a probability argument, you always need to know how many different possibilities there are. And in the case of the things like the physical constants in the universe, we have absolutely no idea how different the universe could have been. It could be the case that the universe could not be any different, and that it's just a property of universes that's what they're like. And so they're making a probability argument without knowing what the possibility space is. And the example I always give, and forgive me those who've heard me say this many times before, it's like if I say I've got a special die, like not a six-sided die, it's got many, many sides, or it's got some number of sides. And I say, well, what are the chances of me rolling 113 with my die? You would say, well, how many sides has it got? Well, I'm not telling you, or you don't know. Well, it could be, if it's got 113 sides, then the chances are 1 in 113. If it's got 1,000,000 sides, well, then the chances of rolling 113 are a lot lower, right? If it's got 1,000,000,000,000 sides, even lower still. But we have no idea, in this case, how many different ways the universe could be made. So we don't know what these values could be.
Scientists theorize that the universe could have been configured in a different way where life couldn't
they can never know how many different ways it could be configured because we don't have any other universes to compare to. And so it could be just a brute fact of nature that this is how universes look. Or it could be the case that there's an infinite number of universes or a nearly infinite number of universes, all with different parameters, each one sustaining exactly the type of life that could exist given those parameters. So in some of those it'll be none, and all the rest will be filled up with life going, look how amazing it is that the universe was designed just for us, all thinking that they're special. That's also possible. We just don't know.
Okay.
So, not a good argument.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks. I was just wanting to clarify that because that's like one of the only arguments. But I'll come on a different time.
Good luck.
That's a different type of argument.
Thanks, Ruben. Thanks. Okay, there we are. Hope that was helpful. Right, we did have another guest in the TikTok queue, but they've dropped down. So while we wait for our next guest, I'm going to read some more of these wonderful messages. And Bethos said, English did not come from Latin, German instead, which was the same thing that was said earlier. I didn't actually know that. And
I might have messed up on that one, but the analogy still applies.
The analogy still holds of the evolution of languages.
I just need to make sure I'm getting the languages correct.
Right.
I don't like messing those types of things up, so my bad.
Yeah. Good call. G3 Rain, thank you for this. I believe in inches, but miles aren't real. This is a response to I believe in microevolution, but not macroevolution. It's so ludicrous. If you have even the most cursory understanding of how evolution works, it's just that the genes in a population change. The frequency of genes in a population changes. So if you're a person who says, I believe in microevolution, not macroevolution, you're saying that you're proposing some mechanism that would limit the amount of change that can happen to the genes in a population over an unlimited amount of time. It's such a stupid thing to say, but people say it because they don't understand the science. Okay, we are going to bring in Breacher. We have a guest on TikTok. We'll bring Breacher in right now. Hey, Breacher.
What's going on?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what do atheism have to offer?
Well, that's a bit like saying, what does not believing fairies are real have to offer? We don't judge something to be the case or believe it's the case based on what it has to offer. We judge it to be the case based on whether it's persuasive. So atheism doesn't have anything to offer, and neither is it intended to have anything to offer. It's just a particular belief position on a particular claim. So like if I said to you, I have a magic horse and my horse can fly it can fly around the world, and every time my horse is sick, diamonds come out of its mouth. And I said to you, do you believe me? And you said, well, what's your evidence for that? And I said, well, just, believe it on faith. And you said, I can't. And I said, well, what does your position of non-belief about my magical diamond-puking horse have to offer? You'd think I'd missed the point a bit, right?
Yeah, I don't see directly how this is analogous. I'm saying that this is a little oxymoronic. What I mean by that is, so in the analogy you gave, we would all agree that that's a world where horses exist. You're an atheist only in the believer's world. To you, may I finish, please? To you, God don't exist. So in your world, there's no such thing as an atheist. You're only an atheist in the world where it is proposition God exists. So it's oxymoronic.
This is very confused. This is very confused. In my world, because I don't believe in a God, there's no such thing as a person who doesn't believe in a God. Is that an argument that you're proposing with a straight face?
No, that's not what I said. So in your world, let's play it out. Is this a godless world?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I don't have a reason to believe there is a God. And the point of his analogy, you missed it, because you asked us what atheism has to offer. That's not the point. If you don't believe in if you don't believe in leprechauns, that's like me asking you, what does your leprechanism have to offer? Is that not a silly question?
Oh, no, it's not a silly question. So I wanted to play this out to show you how oxymoronic it is. I guess you don't want to go.
What's oxymoronic?
Oh yeah. So let's go back again. Is this a godless world?
Don't know.
I don't know, but I don't know, but I don't have any reason to believe there is a God in this world.
Awesome. That's not throw out the possibility there is a God, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on what you mean by possible. If you mean logically possible, yes. If you mean epistemically possible, yes. That just means I can't rule it out. Whether it's actually possible for an all-knowing, all-powerful being to exist, it might be physically possible. I don't know. That's something. Possibility is something that needs to be demonstrated.
It also depends what God, by the way. So,
True.
So if you're going to propose a God and say, is it possible that this God exists? My first question would be, let's talk about the properties of that God, because many of the concepts that people hold for the gods they believe in are actually logically incoherent, and they definitionally cannot exist.
Sure, let's grant that. I'm not so much interested in talking about who God is, but that God is. You don't believe that God is, correct?
Depends which God, my friend. If you're asking, that's why I would say to you, you can say I'm not interested in talking about God, but if you're going to ask questions about my position or our position on God, as if we all know what we're talking about when you use that word, you have some work left to do. You have to tell us what you mean. What is this God? What are the properties of this God? Once we know that, then we can tell you whether we think it's possible, whether we think it's likely, whether we think it's totally meaningless, whether we think it's incoherent, whether we think it's plausible. So let's talk about this. When you say the word God, what are you referring to?
Sure. So I'm talking about that God is, and I'm talking about the God that is powerful enough to create the universe. Can we go with that?
What are the properties of this God? Is this God all powerful?
Sure, all powerful, enough to create this universe.
What limits the power of this God?
There is no limit.
Is this God all knowing?
Sure. This is inconsequential to my point.
It is, because I can tell you right now that the God concept you're talking about cannot exist. There cannot be a being that is all powerful and all knowing and acts freely in the world. Such a being cannot
What's
exist.
the justification for that?
Because once you take those properties on, that being would have no ability to act freely, because its knowledge of the future would constrain its ability to act freely in the future. And if it maintained the ability to act freely in the future, that would mean that its knowledge of the future had been wrong. So that kind of God cannot definitionally exist. And then it gets even worse. So I said, is this God all good?
Oh, wait. So when you say the future, are you alluding to time?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So this God transcends time.
Yeah, that's meaningless twaddle. So a God that operates outside of time also can't exist, because for two reasons. One, it exists for 0 seconds, which is identical to not existing at all. And two, if you're going to say it transcends time, if this God changes in any way or does anything or even has a thought, that's a change of state. And a change of state is time. That's what time is. It's something changing. So if you're saying that your God never changes, can't do anything, can't have a thought, can't take an action, that's precisely the kind of God that I would say doesn't exist. I'm sure you would agree.
Yeah. So in philosophy, eternity in part is deemed as timeless.
I haven't heard that. Yeah.
You haven't heard that?
Okay, but
No.
you're trying to say that your God your God transcends time. This is a meaningless statement that people make when they feel uncomfortable about people suggesting that the limitations that we assume for the universe might also pertain to the God that you're talking about. And this is why I say, if you're going to ask about our position on a God, you need to flesh it out a little bit. And you have fleshed out a God, which I think cannot exist. So that particular God that you're talking about, I'm pretty confident can't exist.
So just to be sure, because I noticed that you so eloquently did this, if you had to agree to the notion that in philosophy, in part, eternity is deemed as timeless, this would totally destroy the premise that undergirds your argument, correct?
Not in the slightest.
No.
No, I think the term eternity just doesn't mean timeless. It just means not bounded. It just means that time doesn't have a point where it starts or ends. That's what eternal means.
It's also irrelevant. Does God know what he's going to do on Friday? Friday's tomorrow. Does God know what he's going to do tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. So God isn't bound by time. That supposes God is bound by time.
Okay, great. So you said God does. You said yes. So God knows what he's going to do tomorrow. Yes, you literally, the word yes came out of your mouth. Or do you want to change your answer? Does God know what he's going to do tomorrow? Yes or no?
God is not bound by time. That question is
I'm sorry. My question wasn't, is God bound by time? So there is going to be a tomorrow. Yes.
We don't know that. It's a problem of induction.
Okay, so if you don't want to engage, then we can move on to another caller.
I'm just consistent.
Is there going to be a tomorrow? Yes or no?
I don't know. I hope. Do you have reasons?
Yes. Inductive reasoning, like overwhelmingly suggests there's almost certainly going to be a tomorrow. Like, is that really lost upon you? If you weren't trying to win an argument on the internet, would you acknowledge that there's going to be a tomorrow?
Yeah. Have you heard the problem of induction?
Okay, I'm not interested. So you acknowledge there's going to. So too bad the bingo's not up, because performative laugh is on the bingo.
You guys are so slow, man.
Yeah. That's great. So there's going to be a tomorrow, right? Let me put it this way: there's probably going to be a tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a possibility. Yes.
Just a possibility. I didn't ask you if possible. Is there probably going to be a tomorrow?
Is it probable? Sure, it's probable.
Yeah, okay, it's probably going to be. So assuming there's going to be a tomorrow, God's going to do some things, right?
That presupposes he's bound by time. That question is unintelligible.
No, it's really not. You're just you're trying to be a Phil bro, and you're not even a good one.
Okay, pathetic. So enough with the meta. So if you're going to say tomorrow God is going to do something, that suggests that God can do what he's doing tomorrow this very second. He can do what he's doing tomorrow this very second now.
Preacher, are you a Christian?
This is not bound by time.
Preacher, are you a Christian?
Sure, let's pivot. Yes, I'm a Christian.
Okay, so the God of the Bible does things all the time. right? The God of the
I'm
Bible,
sorry.
you can nervously laugh as much as you want, but the God of the Bible does things all the time. The God of the Bible is a temporal agent in every sense of the word. He couldn't be more of a temporal agent. He plans things, he does things, he responds to things, he makes promises, he predicts things. This is a very, very, very temporal agent described in this book that you believe correctly describes the God that you believe in. So your little get out clause that you're trying to say God is not bound by time is completely irrelevant. What we're saying, what
the Bible show you're wrong?
What you can, but what we're saying is that is that a God who has knowledge of the future, whether he's bound by time or not bound by time, is still going to be constrained in his actions in the future because his foreknowledge would limit what he can do when that time comes. So if God knows on Monday what his actions on Friday are going to be, then whether or not he's bound by time, when Friday comes around, he's not free to change his mind and act freely. Otherwise, he would have invalidated the knowledge he had on Monday. And that's why I asked you at the beginning, is the God you believe in all-powerful and all-knowing? And when you said yes, it was easy for me to say that God can't exist because it has contradictory properties.
Okay, if I show you in the Bible that you're wrong, that this God is not bound by time or temporal, would this destroy the premise that undergirds your argument?
You can pick out any Bible verses you want. It's still the case that God is a temporal agent in the Bible. The Bible falls over itself all the time, where it says one thing in one verse and another thing in another verse. You can cherry pick verses in the Bible to demonstrate pretty much anything you want about God if you squint hard enough. It's not going to make any difference to anything.
Promises. So
and also the Bible contains false information. So Bible says thing doesn't mean thing is actually true. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence for your God? What's an empty claim that the Bible contains false information?
Wait.
Do you want it?
Wait. Okay, let's not go down the rabbit hole because
I wouldn't want to if I were you either.
You said,
go ahead.
Do I have evidence of our God? That's what you asked me?
Yes. Yeah.
Sure. What's your criteria of evidence?
You give us what you think the strongest evidence is, and we'll respond to it. Don't worry about our criteria. Just people are so defensive, so terrified of being caught saying some unutterable bullshit that everything needs to be hedged. And just answer a question like a normal person. What's your evidence?
Oh, sure. The reason I asked that because I wanted to save time and be more productive. I can
just give us your evidence. Don't worry about saving time. We can manage the call and we'll decide what saves time. Just give us the evidence, the strongest you have.
Strong as I have, yeah. So I hold that there is a God. I'm not advocating specifically for the Christian God. When I talk to atheists like you, I talk that God is, not who God is. I hold that God is because of the composition of our reality. I hold that there are things within the reality. The functionality of our reality is functioned by laws that is outside of the grounded of the human mind.
This is all delightful, but we don't care about any of that. What's the evidence for any of it? All you've told us is what you believe. Provide the evidence, not just more claims, please, if you have any, of course.
So I just demonstrated and you invalidated because you're not going by the criteria. Now, let's be more productive. What criteria do you hold to?
Don't worry about our criteria. Provide.
I just gave you evidence and you dismissed it.
You gave us a bunch of claims. I hold this. I hold that. Just a list of claims is not evidence. It's just more claims that would themselves require evidence. Do you have any for the claims you're making?
Wait, it's a claim that the laws of logic is not grounded in the human mind?
Okay, so the laws of logic aren't grounded in. Hold on, I agree with you. The laws of logic. So we can work with this. The laws of logic are not grounded in the human. Hold on, stop.
It's just tag. It's just running tag.
Yeah, it's tag. The laws of logic aren't grounded in the human mind. I agree. The moon exists, and it can. The moon exists, and the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. That's the law of non-contradiction. Please demonstrate that requires grounding in any type of mind, because I don't see any reason to believe it does.
While you're at it, define what grounding means, please, in a coherent way.
Sure. So my argument is that it's not grounded in the human mind.
What does grounding mean? What does grounding mean?
Yeah. Don't run through your script a million miles an hour. We want to flesh this out.
Just tell us in normal people behavior. What grounding, in normal people words, what grounding means?
Sure, it's not justifiable.
Justifiable. Do you think it needs to be justified?
Yeah.
So you think no, I don't think it does. So do you think that you need to provide a justification that things are what they are? You think that's something that needs to be justified?
Yeah,
hold on.
Which question am I answering here? Yeah, so I think truth needs to be justified. You don't?
Not truth.
Okay, so hold on. You said something nonsensical. So you said,
why do you guys keep saving each other? Can I talk to the host?
No, you're going to answer this. So you said okay. So you said the laws of logic are not grounded in the human mind. He asked you, what does grounded mean? You said not justifiable. So what you said was
I didn't say
the
not
laws
justifiable.
of you literally did. You literally did. He said what he said. Yes, you did. You said not justifiable. Now, if you misspoke, that's one thing. Do you want to correct it?
And then you changed it to truth. Then you changed it away from laws of logic to truth.
I didn't say not justifiable.
You said it. Go to the playback. You might have misspoke. I'm going to grant that to you, but.
Yeah.
Don't oh gosh because you misspoke. So you're saying justified. So you said the laws of logic are not justified in the human mind. So what?
The laws of logic are just linguistic conventions that determine how propositions relate to each other. They don't require grounding. They just are descriptions of how language works.
Oh, yeah. So host, again, you've said a few things that is just outlandish. Number one, I'm not talking about a description of the laws of logic. I'm talking about the principle of the laws of logic.
That's what the laws of logic are. They are descriptions. They're descriptions of how you can make inferences between propositions.
Literally, if you just turn on your computer and Google that, you'll see that you're wrong. I don't even have to waste time to argue this. It's not just description. It's a principle of the functionality of our reality.
The laws of logic are not descriptions of the functionality of our reality. The laws of logic are...
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, but you're wrong. So the laws of logic aren't like traffic laws. They don't require a lawgiver. They're descriptions of how language works. They're descriptions of how propositions work. So without this grounding that you say we need, it would still be the case that if I say if it rains, it's wet outside as my first statement, and my second statement is it's raining, then we can infer from that therefore by modus ponens it's wet outside. Now your grounding that you say your magic special friend needs to provide does absolutely zero work in that. What would be wrong with the list of statements I gave you if we didn't have this grounding that your imaginary friend provides? What would be a problem with that?
Again, this is not the contention of my argument.
It is. You said that your evidence for God is that he grounds the laws of logic, and I'm showing you that this grounding is not required. Can you demonstrate what purpose the grounding fulfills?
Oh yeah, so every truth claim requires justification. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, and the justification for every truth claim is whether reality maps up with what the claim is. So, for example, if I say the moon exists,
how do you determine that?
Hold on. I was just getting there. If I say the moon exists, that statement is true if the moon in reality actually exists and is orbiting the Earth. That would reality itself is what would make my claim true. Now, for the laws of logic, let's cut to the chase because you're talking about a grounding in a God. We hold and we agree that it's an abstract fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. Can you demonstrate that abstract fact requires a God for it to be the case? That, for example, if God didn't exist, the moon would be able to exist and not exist simultaneously.
Yeah, sure. So I've been trying to demonstrate that you guys keep cutting me off. I said the reason why I think that it is not grounded. So there we go with the nervous laughs. Yeah, so I said that the laws of logic isn't grounded in the human mind. So you can use any example of the moon, the star.
I didn't say it is.
Okay. Oh, so you agree?
I don't need.
Wait. So you agree it's not?
We don't think these things require grounding. This bullshit about grounding is something that you people use in order to demonstrate, to suggest a problem that you only have a solution for, but it isn't a problem. It just isn't a problem. Do you think that the laws of logic are necessarily true? Do you think that the laws of logic are necessarily true?
What do you mean by that?
Okay. Do you think that the laws of logic are necessarily true?
Yeah, you repeated it and added zero context. What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure which part of this question you don't understand. Is it
You're a Phil bro and you don't know what necessary means?
Is it necessarily true that the laws of logic describe reality? Is it necessarily true?
It's justifiably true.
Forget about justifiably. I'm asking you a question that you should be able to answer with a yes or a no. I'll give you a hint. Answer no if you think they could have been a different way. Are the laws of logic necessarily true?
So unintelligible. Yeah, can you define what you use?
We're going to stick to this, and you are going to answer me. Are the laws of logic necessarily true?
Yeah, I have no problem answering you in case you didn't realize that.
Then
you
answer.
Definition how you use it necessarily in this context?
Necessarily means that they could not possibly have been another way, could not be another way ever in any possible world.
Oh, then no. How do you know that?
No. Okay, I haven't made a statement. I'm asking you a question.
So not necessarily.
So you think that
2 plus 2 equal 5?
Wait, what? You guys are talking the same thing.
Can God make 2 plus 2 equal 5?
Yeah, that question is unintelligible. That is illogical.
Okay, so you don't want to answer. All right, so if you're afraid to answer something, let us know by claiming that it's unintelligible. Can God make 2 plus 2 equal 5? It's a simple question that everybody in the room understood clearly. It's intelligible to everybody but you. So if you're afraid to answer...
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
two men
again,
who can answer questions.
Again,
can God make 2 plus 2 equal 5?
Yeah, listen to
Either
some of my points.
if a yes or no is not going to come out of your mouth, we're just going to move on to someone else who can answer basic questions. Can God make 2 plus 2 equal 5?
So the answer clearly would be no, because that's illogical.
Okay, good. So God's bound by the laws of logic then, right?
No, the laws of logic is grounded in God.
Okay,
so they're grounded in God, but God has no control over them.
This is the point you're missing. So catastrophic. Let me spell out the argument. Let me spell out the argument that you're currently failing to understand. So if the laws of logic are necessarily true, and they are because they're axiomatic, then God is not required for them because they actually supersede God. They're necessarily true. And the way you know that is that if you believe that if God wanted to, he could make a statement be true and also not true at the same time. If you think that he could do that, then you're even less well informed than you currently appear to be. But if you grant that he couldn't do that, then you're granting that the laws of logic are in some sense necessarily true, and we don't need God to ground anything, which was why I was explaining to you before that inference rules work as a consequence of language and the semantic content of propositions. You don't need a God to do anything. This grounding that you're insisting God provides is meaningless twaddle. It performs no function, it lends no utility, it increases our understanding in no way at all, and it does nothing. The only reason you're saying it is because you heard someone say it on an internet debate or on a Jordan Peterson thing or on something like that, and you've become persuaded that this is a powerful argument. But if I ask you again, what is the function that is provided by this grounding that you're insisting we need? You will not be able to answer.
What is the function? Sure.
What is the function of this grounding that we would lose without the grounding?
Oh, yeah, sure. Here we go. So I hold that the laws of logic is necessary for intelligibility. For example, mathematics. May I finish? Mathematics, I would.
You're just telling us what you hold again. Sir. I didn't ask you what you hold. I asked you. I asked you.
An example.
No, I don't care about your examples. I asked you a question.
Talk to your buddy.
What was the question? I got this. What was the question What was the question I asked you?
At this point, with you, just going back and forth, I can't even understand what you're saying. One at a time, please.
All right. Okay. The question I asked you. The question I asked you was, what is the function of this grounding that you're insisting your God needs to provide? Because I've already demonstrated to you that inference laws, basic inference between propositions, works without this grounding. So would it be the case? Imagine a world where we don't have the grounding, right? God decides to withdraw his grounding. No more grounding for you humans. No more grounding. In that world, would it not be true that if we say, if it's raining outside, if it's raining, the floor will be wet, and then proposition 2 is, it is raining, could we then not infer that therefore it is wet outside?
Yeah, sure. If you live in a world absent the grounding of the laws of logic, you can't do anything. Not only can't you make that statement, but you can do things like mathematics.
Oh my God.
Okay, may I answer, sir? I know you think there's like no coherent answer I can provide.
No, but you're just speaking utter bollocks right now. Yeah. So would you say?
Disagree?
No, because what you're saying is just patent nonsense. So in the world without your grounding, right? In the world without your grounding, if I say, if it's raining, it's wet outside, and then I tell you it's raining, then you cannot reliably say it's wet outside. Is that the preposterous claim you're making right now?
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah, that'd be a yes or a no. That'd be a yes or a no. That'd be a yes or a no.
I'm asking to clarify, sir.
Start with a yes or no. Okay, what's your clarifying question?
You're asking if we live in a world without the grounding of the laws of logics, can you make statement if it's wet outside, it's raining, correct?
I'm saying you haven't demonstrated what this grounding does. So I'm saying whatever you think grounding is, take away the grounding. I'm going to give you a couple of propositions. The first one is, if it's raining, it's wet outside. The second one is, it's raining. Are you suggesting that we cannot reliably infer that it is therefore wet outside? Is that literally the example is that the position you're taking with a straight face?
So if there is no laws of logics, which is what I mean by grounded, in your hypothetical, if there's no laws of logic, you can't.
I didn't say there are no laws of logic. Listen to what I say.
That's what I mean by grounded, sir.
Stop answering the questions you're imagining in your own head.
That's my definition of grounding.
I didn't say if there were no laws of logic. I said if you didn't have this grounding, but instead we just no. You're failing to connect with this. I'll say it again for the last time. You can keep on laughing as much as you want. So the first proposition is, if it rains, it's wet outside. And the second proposition is, it's raining. Is there any world in which you would not be able to infer from those first two propositions that the ground is wet outside?
And again, go by my definition of grounded, because that means there are no laws of logics if you are.
Okay.
Nah, I dumped him. He's an imbecile. He's an imbecile. He's either not brought the right shoes for the hike, or he doesn't have the right feet for the shoes. Either one is pointless. You can keep on going round and round and round and round. He's not going to get it. It's going to keep on going over his head. You nailed it, Sean. He's got his script. And these people off their pre-sup scripts, they can't engage in a conversation. The moment you try to say, I'm not going to follow you down the Darth Dawkins, my God is the necessary precondition for intelligibility bollocks. The moment you say that and you come off that and you say, well, okay, well, let's actually look at what it is you're actually asking about.
I also love how God is always the grounding for logic, but he's bound by logic. Like, logic is more powerful than God. God cannot make 2 + 2 = 5.
Which is why I asked him, is logic necessary or optional for God? And the moment if he said it's optional, then he's completely full of nonsense, because then any statement or about God, from God, for God, of God could be totally meaningless or completely meaningful. Equally, it's completely nothing. You could never say any statements about God. It's meaningless, totally meaningless. You reduce the whole project to complete incoherence. So you have to say that these laws are necessary. And if they're necessary, what do you need your God for? What's he doing? What's he providing? And he just wasn't able to see it. So I tried to help him to see it, but he wasn't ready. So bless. What can we say? All right, Breacher is gone. On to better places. He's going to spend some more time with his family. I'm going to read a few messages before we get the next guest in, whoever it's going to be, because right now the call queues are empty. If anybody wants to call in, feel free. Temu pre-sup arguments are having a sale today, so grab yours while you can. Bethos said, "Oh my God, my poor English exposes me a German." We kind of
I'm going to take crap for that all night. Yes, I got it wrong.
No, I think
English is derived by German.
I think Bethos is saying something about themselves. I'm not sure.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
all right. Let's what we got.
I think yeah,
okay.
But yeah, I think so, but I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, I just read it. Okay.
And best beatboxer alive. I'd like to hear that. Says evolution is like language, as Sean said. Parents who spoke Latin didn't have kids who all of a sudden spoke French, Spanish, Italian, etc. It takes a long time for the change to take place, Garen, which is exactly what you were saying. Soph, we see you. We'll get you in just a moment. We'll just do a couple more of these, and then we'll get Soph in next. Hopefully not to do any sophistry. Sorry, couldn't help it. Soph has now dropped out. So appalled by my dad joke. Whereas Waldo says professional scientists who deny evolution, interestingly, never speak on evolution within their own field. Yeah, because it would end their careers. Absolutely. And Rick the Grateful, this was while we were speaking to Vara as well, said, just want to say hi and wish you and Sean peace, love and happiness. Thank you, Rick. We wish you peace, love and happiness too. We need more of all of those in the world, don't we? And Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, says, I think, therefore, a magical watchmaker in the cosmos must have built these knockoff watches that last 80 years, if they're lucky, and are breaking down all the time. I love that. I love that sideways move in the metaphorical realm from Paley's watchmaker to cheap knockoff watches that only last 80 years. I like that. Very, very good. And what else have we got? We have Swamperman says, stamping God did it on things humans figured out is like writing your name on homework you didn't do. It's lazy and impossible to satisfy. I like that.
Love that.
I like that too. Yeah, and the other silly argument, which is like the first cousin of this, is when they look at some, very, very significant and important scientific figure from like 400 years ago, and they say, well, he was a Christian. Well, yeah, everyone was a Christian then. Like, everyone was a believer back then. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Newton spent his time searching for God in an environment where, like, everyone did, or at least everyone said they did. Of course, you're going to find great minds from the distant past who innovated and who, pushed the frontiers of our knowledge forward, but who happened to be religious believers at a time when everyone was. Such a silly argument. Right, what else have we got? We have Rod Blow, great to see you, said, can I call you Brian or do you prefer Cox? Philomena Kunk. I love Philomena Kunk. Absolutely brilliant. If anyone's not seen any of the Kunk on whatever series on iPlayer, absolutely brilliant. She's so clever. And Babs says, Sir Isaac Newton was also an alchemist. In fact, he spent most of his time, I think, a significant portion of his life, trying to turn base metals into gold. So we can forgive him that, considering all he gave us. But yeah, it wasn't his finest moment, was it? Realistically,
honestly, for considering his time and the lack of scientific knowledge at the time, I honestly don't blame him for that. Because intuitively, I don't know if they knew about atoms or what have you, but it's worth looking into when you lack sufficient knowledge to know, what would work and what wouldn't. I think Isaac Newton takes too much heat for that. If you consider the time period he lived in,
17th century, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Some people would have said he ought to have known better by then. Don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. And Adam says, scientists were able to turn lead into gold, right? For a split second, but they did. Fair enough. Eureka. Fair enough. Did I miss one? Did I just miss one? I didn't mean to miss one. Truman, thank you so much for your super chat. Much appreciated. And Robin Webster says, more Chase, please. Thanks, John and Sean. Yeah, Chase is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yeah. Chase now has a permanent season ticket, a permanent seat in the VIP box. We love you, Chase. Absolutely awesome. Brilliant. I love how we have these amazing people around. It's just so incredible. So lucky. And that's a super chat from me saying love you all, because I just wanted to check that it was all working.
I love how you gave yourself $2.
Yeah, I gave myself $2. Yeah, YouTube will take a fair cut of that, it must be said. Yeah. They take a huge chunk. And Buzz Life said, Buzz, of course, said, yay, it works after phone restart. I was saying, I know Pastor is mom, but I think Babs should be honorary stepmom because she seems so loving and motherly. Well, we love Babs. Babs, we love you. Massive, massive part of this little group of us. Babs is, so absolutely brilliant. And Evo Preacher, I'm hearing a stadium full of people chanting gravity's a wanker. Could happen. It could happen. Penelope, great to see. Penelope Tots and Pears says the moon spins at a rate that so perfectly matches its rotation around the Earth so as to always present the same side to viewers. One must conclude that it was built by aliens as an observation base. The only possible explanation, of course. The only possible explanation for that. And we have some more. Where are all the theists at tonight? Normally it's a bit busier than this by this point in the stream. Where is everyone, I wonder? And Penelope says, that was sarcasm, by the way. We guessed it might have been. And what else we have? Buzz says, nightly contribution. I'm feeling a little ill. Oh, I'm sorry, Buzz. And very tired. Going to eat and go to sleep soon. As always, keep up the great work. You're doing a highly valued job. And you two are the best at it. Have a great night. Thank you, Buzz. That's really kind. And we obviously hope that you feel better. Rest up and take it easy, my friend. We are going to bring in Daytony right now on TikTok. So bringing them in right now. Daytony. Hey, Daytony, how are you?
Not too bad. How about you guys?
Yeah, good, thanks. Just get your name up on the board. There we go. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, you know what our prompt is for the discussion this evening. Atheism makes more sense. What's your view on that?
My view for the longest time has been in accordance with your view.
Can I just check if you're driving? Forgive me for interrupting. Are you driving right now?
No. I'm riding passenger.
Okay. All right. As you were.
So for the longest time, I've been in accordance with you guys' view. That's been my view for the longest time as well. But as of recently, I've been spending a lot of time thinking, and I have had some experiences, something that I experience very, very regularly, almost on a daily basis now. And I took note of it a couple of years ago. And ever since then, it's really had my mind moving in a different direction away from atheism. And I guess I kind of want to run that past you guys and see what you think about it.
Sure.
So the experience that I have, just to make a long story short, is a type of precognition. It's like a precognitive experience.
Right.
And it essentially happens in my dreams the morning of. And typically what I experience will be something that I experience later that day. I've been doing my own experiments. Go ahead.
You dream about, I just want to clarify, you have dreams about things and those things manifest later that day when you wake up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I've been doing my own experiments, trying to essentially hone down if it's some sort of trick in my brain or if what I believe is actually happening is actually happening. Now, I know that there is two different theories of the way that time would work, time A and time B. It seems like what I'm experiencing is more in line with time B theory, where the past, present, and future all exist. Essentially, there is no specific now and that sort of thing. I don't want to go too deep into that, but it seems like that's what I'm experiencing. And from my views before, when I believed atheism was the only thing that made sense, there could possibly be no God. There's got to be some explanation for everything that we experience, and we just don't have it yet. But being that I experience something that shows me that essentially my next day, my tomorrow does exist somewhere. What I'm going to do, who I'm going to talk to, where I'm going to be, it's there. I just haven't experienced it yet. That tells me or shows me that there has to have been some sort of creation, I guess, is the best word I could use. Think about a video on YouTube. It may be your first time seeing that video, but that doesn't change the fact that the video already existed and was already created. And so you're just experiencing the video. So I guess that's kind of what's really tripping out my brain.
Okay, so I'm going to respond. There's a couple of things that I'm itching to sort of throw into the mix for you to think about. So the first is that the world has been full of people who thought they could predict the future and were convinced they could. And when these things are actually evaluated rigorously, the effects vanish. Every time, the effects vanish. So there tends to be a mix of selective memory, confirmation bias, noticing the hits, ignoring the misses, and not actually analyzing the full data set. So it's very compelling if you have a dream about something that happens, and then the next day or later that day it happens. it's very, very easy to go, wow, that's amazing. If you have a dream about something and then it doesn't happen that day, you don't typically register it as a miss. It just doesn't get registered at all. So because of that one psychological fact, there's a tendency to massively over-index, if you like, the significance of these events that happen to you. And you're not looking at the full set. It's like that thing when you think about a friend, and then as you're thinking about them, maybe a friend you've not spoken to in years, and as you're thinking about them, they phone you. And it's amazing. But you completely fail to note down all the times you think about a friend and they don't phone. Or all the times you get a phone call from someone you weren't thinking about. And when you factor all of that stuff in, when you add those numbers into the mix, you find that the statistical occurrence of thinking about friends and then them ringing is exactly what you would expect it to be once you factor in all the times that you didn't think about them and all of that other stuff, right? So, look, I can't say to you, you didn't have the experiences you had, but I can tell you this is a well-understood psychological phenomenon where people will over-attribute these hits and ignore the misses. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is that...
I understand that point.
And then and it's a really big point, because it essentially, James Randi...
I'm sorry to cut you off, but that's precisely why I've been doing the experiments that I've been doing, and I have been doing research on the topics that you're bringing up, because again, like I said, I wanted to make sure it wasn't some sort of.
But even you doing that research yourself is going to carry with it a level of kind of. It's not going to be well controlled enough if you're just kind of doing it yourself. It just isn't. James Randi
based on
and his organization. Hang on a second. James Randi and his organization, the JUF, took a constant stream of people who were completely convinced that they had various abilities to do certain things, whether it was tell the future or figure out, sense where water was, or move objects, or discern images that other people were drawing, and all sorts of things like that. They were absolutely convinced they could do it. They'd all done the experiments on themselves. And the moment they went into situations where these things were properly controlled, the effects vanished every time. They just vanished. And so I'm going to say to you that I don't think there's a there, but it gets even worse, because even if it were true that you have an uncanny ability to predict what's going to happen to you, all that would get
That's not precisely my claim.
Isn't that your claim, that you're having premonitions of the future?
Yeah, but I'm not necessarily saying that I can predict the future. I can control it. That's not at all what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
You were saying you've been having experiences, and the experiences have been that you've been dreaming about things, and then they've been happening.
Yes, but I don't have any control over that. Is my point?
No, we're not. He's not saying that.
Predicting the future.
I wasn't suggesting you have control over it. I was saying that the thing that you think is significant that's happening to you, which is causing you to rethink whether a magical being created the whole universe, is that you have dreams, and then the things you dream about happen. Well, first of all, people often have dreams about things that happen, and I've spelled out the mechanism by which your mind could think that there's more going on here than actually is. But even if we were to temporarily allow for that being the case, and I really don't, but even if we were to grant it for a moment, that wouldn't be evidence of a god. It would just be evidence that you have some uncanny ability to dream about things that are going to happen.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. So it could be, let's say it's actually happening, and I'm with John on this. I don't believe that you actually have like prophecy, near-term prophecy, or however you want to describe it. I'm not convinced of that. That's an extraordinary claim, and I need more than a described personal experience. But even if it were the case, it could be like some force in the universe, like in Star Wars, that you've managed to tap into, and nothing to do with a thinking agent who created the universe or any sort of God at all. Like, we just don't know. So the most you could say, even if it were actually happening, is I don't have an explanation for why this is happening.
Exactly, and that's all really my claim is, and that's really all I've come to. I'm not necessarily saying that I'm a theist in any kind of way, but it's just it's just something that, again, like you said, I cannot explain it. And if you allow me, I could give you kind of an example that would probably really help you understand what exactly it is that I'm talking about when I say, what I experience.
Up to you, John.
I mean, if you can make it brief, these sorts of accounts, with all respect to you, tend to be mind-achingly boring. But if you could sum it up in a few seconds, that we can give us something to contemplate, that would be fine.
Okay, if you'll allow me 30 seconds, I think I can do it in that time. So essentially, I'll be asleep in the morning. I'll be having a dream. Just for the sake of the example, I'll make it very simple. I'm driving down a highway, and I'm driving and I'm listening to the radio. It's an empty highway, and I'm going straight for a very long time. So what I'm doing and what I'm seeing in my dream has nothing to do with the experience that I'm talking about. It's simply what I hear. When I turn on the radio, I will hear a conversation. I'll hear people speaking. I'll hear either myself in some cases. I'll hear maybe a random voice. Who knows? I'll hear something on the radio. And I'll listen and I'll listen and I'll listen. When I wake up the next day, and this has happened to me, I could be in a completely different place, a place I have never been before, meeting people that I have never met before, hearing stories I have never heard before. But I did hear them on the radio as I was driving that car in my dream. And the experiments, or the way that I've been trying to validate that this isn't just some brain trick, and there's no way I could have possibly known this in the morning, there's no reason for it to have popped in my head, I didn't think about it. I will write down something in the morning if I can hold on to it, I'll write it down. And I've had over, I think, 20 times that I have written down and documented where later on in the day, that thing that I wrote down is what I encountered, verbatim, or the title of a business that I'm first visiting, or whatever the case is. It will be something that I could not have known before, but I knew it in the morning.
This just doesn't sound any different to me to the thousands of claims that came into the JREF over years and years and years of people making exactly claims like this. And when these things were, as I said to you, when they're studied properly, when they're controlled for properly, when they're independently noted down and assessed, when there are well-defined criteria for what counts as a hit and what counts as a miss, like does it need to happen that day, or could it be the next day? Is it within a week? What are the parameters? All of these things.
For me, it's that day.
Within a 24-hour period, these things always happen within 12 hours or 24 hours. Is that what, whatever it is, when it's all strictly defined, and then there's some independent monitoring of this stuff, the effects vanish.
What would that independent monitor?
So it would be stuff like, for example, if you woke up every morning, and then you called me and said told me what you'd been dreaming about, and I made a list of all the salient points that you were claiming were essentially going to be, they're essentially visions of what's going to happen to you that day, and then we went through them at the end of the day, and we would need some verification from other people that those same things that you would, same statements that you'd heard, we would have written down verbatim the statements, exactly what the words were, and we would have had someone, checking to see where those things came up in your day and whether they were within the bounds of chance.
Yes, I'm currently doing that with somebody. It's not just myself. I'm currently doing that.
All right. Well, keep it up. Keep it up. It's just this is not compelling stuff.
I know it's not compelling, and I don't expect you guys to believe me. I'm only telling you because, like I said, it is my experience. It is the truth. I have no way of proving it to you. I have no statistics or anything, but it is my experience. It is the truth, and it is something that I am independently verifying.
Great. Well, if you dream about the lottery numbers, please shoot me a DM.
I was going to say that just now. I literally was going to say that, John.
So
psychic.
Can I? I think it is, at least from what I understand and the way that this works, it theoretically is possible, because if what I experience later that day is what I'm going to see that morning in my dream, if I made a habit of watching the lottery, I've been so busy I just can't. But if I made a habit of watching the lottery drawings every single night, habitually, every night I watch them, I know that I watch them. Now, I can't control, obviously, like I said, I can't control what I hear in my dream. I can't pinpoint it. I have no control over it. It's random. But if I do this over a long enough period of time, my assumption is that eventually that dream, that morning of, I should hear the numbers of the lottery drawing that I habitually watch every night.
Great.
Later that night.
Well,
and if
dude,
I hold on to that when I wake up, I should be able
let us know when you win, and we will all celebrate.
Yeah, so John and I will be verifiers. So if you get the lottery numbers in your dream, send us a DM because we'll be like kind of the control mechanism to verify the results. So
anyway,
I'll tell you what, I am working on this. I know it sounds like a joke, but I am working on this.
It's
like
yeah.
I said,
All right.
I do believe in time B theory that everything does exist all at once. At least that's been my experience.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Thank you for calling in to tell us about that. Keep well. All right. I'm not sure what was worse, the traffic noise or the woo, but fairly bad all round. Okay. We're going to get Chris Michael in next. There's no precognition, people. That's not a thing. People have been making these claims for as long as there have been people. No one has ever been able to do it. It can't be done. It's not a thing. Chris Michael, welcome.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Perfectly, yeah.
Cool. I just got on TikTok pretty recently, so this is my first time joining live.
Sure.
So
welcome
happy to be here.
Welcome to have. We're happy to have you. So our claim is that atheism just makes more sense. It's just so fact based. What say you of this?
Yeah. So my first question would be, when you say atheism, is that the belief that there is no God, or are you considering a higher power?
No,
part of the same category, or is it...
No, atheism is simply not being persuaded that a God exists. Not necessarily the belief that there is no God. It's like being you could be open about the possibility of a God, but not be convinced that one exists. So you're still a non-believer, right? If I say I haven't made up my mind yet, right, I'm not explicitly rejecting a God, but neither am I a believer. So my status as not being a believer means that I'm an atheist.
Right. It's that it makes more sense to sit at a point of true neutral and to be towards the side of the probability.
And it also depends which God, because I think some gods. I mean, you presumably would agree with me that Thor and Zeus don't exist.
I would say they don't exist. Yeah. That's why I don't like. I wanted, I guess, your definition of God. Like, would you consider a higher power that can act outside of human laws of physics to be God, or a godly figure?
Is it a conscious agent? Is it
Sure, yeah.
A thinking agent who can operate, has supernatural powers, meaning they're not bound by the laws of nature, what have you. Sure, I would consider that a god.
Okay, I heard you say earlier, use the words "in the universe." So do you believe there is an outside of the universe?
No. No, operating out. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to expand a little more. I spoke with Chase. There's a physicist who is probably still watching our show, that I spoke to about is it sensical? Because Christians will often say God exists outside of space and time. And that seems nonsensical and illogical to me as a layperson, but I know things get weird in physics. And so I asked him about this, like, is it a sensical, even a concept for something to exist outside of space and time? And as he explained to me, not only are we unaware of anything that exists outside of space and time, it's not even a theoretical thing that's taken seriously. It's like in physics, it's a nonsensical concept. So I'm not convinced that there even is an outside of space and time.
Right. So, do you believe everything exists in a linear time?
I mean, I don't know when you get down into like deep level physics, but we experience time in a linear direction.
I would add to that. I would add to that relativistic effects make time
Good point.
a little bit less intuitive than simply saying linear, meaning event A follows, event B follows event A, and then event C, and all of that. It's not quite as fixed as that, and that's the most profound thing that Einstein showed us is that if you think two events happen at the same time, if you look at two events that happen at exactly the same moment, somebody moving with respect to those events might see one happen before the other, and it's neither true. Neither one is more true than the other. The simultaneity of those events depends on your frame of reference to them. And so the idea that time is linear is to not sufficiently take account of that.
Right. I understand. And do you think then there's I don't want to use the word world, but a reality where time is, I guess, both linear and always exists, like has always been, always will be, but
that could be the nature of the
we
universe.
exist within.
I don't know.
That it could be the case, and I'm not saying it is, that time has the current timeline that we're in right now has gone eternally into the past. That's an unknown in cosmology right now.
No, I think what he's asking is, could it be the case? I don't want to misspeak, but what I took from what you were asking is, could it be the case that time is both, like that A theory of time and B theory of time are both true? That seems unlikely to me.
Well, I think it would have to either be one or the other.
Seems that way,
it's
doesn't
either we do think we're in a linear time, or time.
It seems that way.
Existed,
It
right?
seems that way, but I don't think that any of this has anything to do with whether atheism makes more sense.
Well, to me, it comes down to when we're talking about the laws of physics we're confined in, and a conscious being or conscious force being able to act and operate outside of those laws.
Look, if there are occasions where what we describe as the laws of physics appear to be violated, then all that would mean is, under certain circumstances, under certain special conditions, these regularities of nature don't pertain. Right, and so that itself would then have to be part of nature. It would be a fact of nature that under certain circumstances, say something like I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. We could say like a solid object can't pass through another solid object. I know that in quantum mechanics there's a non-zero statistical chance that it can, but in sort of normal everyday life, let's say we say, a solid object can't pass directly through another solid object. Well, if it turned out that under certain conditions that thing can happen, let's say when God really wants it to, or whatever, well, then we just have to say the previous laws of nature that said that never happens would need to be modified, and we would have to say, well, actually, it is a part of the reality that under certain conditions a solid object does pass through another object, or a rabbit can be pulled from a hat, or the lady can actually be sawn in half, or whatever the claim is, whatever the thing is. If it turns out to be a part of reality, then it's a part of nature. So I think this whole supernatural thing is largely nonsense. It would just be the case we would have to upgrade and update, our definition of what the nature of nature is in order to incorporate those special conditions.
I hear you, but it sounds like you're saying then the godly force would be nature.
Well, I don't know if it's a godly force, but if there's a deity, if there's a being that does amazing things, that's occasionally able to pull the rabbit from the hat, then we would just need to accept that that's a part of nature. It's a part of nature that there's this incredibly powerful being that pulls rabbits from hats, or whatever the thing is that you're alluding to, these suspensions of the normal order of things would have to themselves be included as part of the description of the order of things. That's just how it works. So none of that gets us to it's likely that it's true, does it? None of it gets us to, because of any of this, that's a reason to believe that the universe we inhabit was some sort of work project of a mind who decided to do something.
There's also a mentality here I want to try to shift a little bit, that and the reason I brought up saying inside the universe before and now inhabit the universe, I think people think they're inside of a universe instead of being the same fundamental particles that make up the universe itself.
I consider it both. Like, I think both are true. We are a part. I mean, it's perspective. We are inside the universe, but we are also part of the universe.
Would you say a chair is inside of itself?
No,
a chair is inside of the room, which is inside of the Earth, which is inside of the solar system, which is inside the galaxy, which is inside the galaxy cluster, which is and on inside the universe.
But still, none of this gets us anywhere near a god. Let's try and stay on topic, because I feel like we're sort of drifting down the shores of navel gazing. But what has any of this got to do with whether we're justified in thinking that what we see around us is the result of the whims of a creative deity?
Yeah,
well,
that's good.
I think when I think about it, there's a few things I think about. One is universe existing on a time scale, whether or not it's existed forever, and if that's possible. It's definitely not possible for us to create something that can do that. We are bound by different laws of physics than the universe we're a part of, right?
Hold on. If a universe existed forever, which is entirely plausible, there's many cosmological models for it. I'm not saying it's necessarily the case, but if it's the case that the universe has existed forever, not only can we not have created it, nothing could have created it, because it's existed forever. There was never a moment of creation.
Yeah, well, I think I don't want to go too off track, but I think I have a different definition of God than the like creationist, maybe religious sense that I think you're
no,
focused
that's fine.
on.
Yeah, so give us that.
Yeah.
I whether or not the universe, if it's one multiverse or existence itself, like we all agree existence exists.
Yes, things exist.
If it's existed forever, life would be one of the only things that doesn't, right? Or maybe the only thing that seems to not exist forever, right?
I don't know. Yeah,
lots of things don't exist forever.
Exactly.
Like the matter and the matter all throughout the universe is constantly changing form. Our sun will eventually die and become, I think it's a brown dwarf, but it'll become something dense. It's not big enough to go supernova or become a black hole or a neutron star. All kinds of stuff changes and moves around and like. But how are we getting to a god though?
Yeah, it changes, but
you cut off.
Now we're getting to like, are constructs real? Like, is the color orange real? If there's nothing to see it, is it orange? The matter and energy will always be there, right?
Well, it'd be the case that an orange, like the color or something that's the color orange, the light spectrum, the wavelength of the light that's reflected off of it will be in a range that is within the left and right limits of what we call orange. But like again,
right? But you would need the receiver there that has evolved to see the visible light spectrum for orange to exist in the first place and perceive it.
Yeah, the qualia experience of orange requires somebody a mind to have that experience. But again, like I want to kind of take this to like, do you believe that there's a God, and if so, why? Because we're kind of like, I can have this experience all day long, especially if I have some beer and a campfire, but like, I don't want to bore the audience too much.
Sure.
Let's try and get to the nub of it, right? The point of it, because
I think I lean towards yes, because I think the odds of, first of all, the statistical odds of us existing anything seem extremely low, especially everything we consider to be rare throughout the Earth is actually pretty plentiful in our universe, or part of our universe. Life itself seems to be the rarest thing that we can really come across. And when I look at the universe as something that would want to manipulate itself, life is the only thing that really turns chaos into order, into an organized structure. What
does any of this have to do with atheism?
We are a creative force in the universe, that the universe has created itself, right? Or it's come out of creation in the universe, correct?
What's come out of what's come out of creation?
The only creative force that exists in the universe is life, right?
Well, by definition, something that's created is created by a thinking agent. That's definitionally true.
And life isn't a creative force.
Everything is chaos without an organized
Michael, life isn't a creative force. Life is just the word we give to a certain type of behavior that certain types of objects have. So when you
but it is actually a creative force. It's the only force that doesn't act in chaos.
It's not a force.
It isn't just a random.
Life is neither a force nor creative. Life is just the word we give to things that behave in a certain way. When organic lumps of stuff, of non-living stuff, are conglomerated in certain configurations, and they have certain properties of like taking in energy from the surroundings and reproducing and metabolizing, and we've got a list of things.
Right.
When some stuff does those things, we call it life. We call it living. It's not a creative force. It's not an anything force. This is just too much woo.
So you don't believe in creating anything?
Well, I mean, this is too imprecise. I might believe in creating a piece of music.
It's either we can create things and we are a force that creates, or you don't believe in creating.
No, I might decide that it's delightful for me to write a piece of music and I'm creating a piece of music, but that doesn't mean I think I'm a force. It just means I'm an organic lump of stuff who happens to be alive and capable of doing certain things. Included in the set of things that I do might be a lovely painting or a meal or a piece of music, and therefore I'm creating stuff, but that doesn't make me a force.
Would you say you can use force?
If I need to open a door, then I might pull or push it and use some force to do that. But I think that we're playing too fast and loose with language, and we're just not getting anywhere at all. So I'm going to say, my friend, thank you so much for calling in.
If I could, I will just say the force is it's the only thing that can actually create order or change.
No, it can't. There is no
May
force.
the force be with you.
You
know what I loved to do as a kid? The automatic doors at like a grocery store or something. Pretend I'm using the force to open the door.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, try not, do, or do not, or something like that. Yeah, there is no force. We are not a force. We're just lumps of stuff. We're pretty wonderful lumps of stuff. I'm delighted to be a lump of stuff, and I'm very fond of other lumps of stuff. But what's up with all the callers today? I was hoping we'd get a few like Jesus nuts in and stuff. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. I was thinking we might get a few, people with theological views. A weird one tonight. Strange.
Yeah, a lot of woo tonight.
Too much, and too much like. I don't really have patience for the conversations where there just isn't a point, and there isn't anything that you can. I don't know. It feels like when you're reaching for the soap in the bath, and it just slides out of your hands. It feels like that to me. Like, tell me what you mean. Be specific. Define the concept that you're talking about, and don't throw about words like force and energy like you've bought a license to use those words for any purpose you wish. They actually have meanings. I think Chase was explaining this earlier, and you were as well, Sean, about energy. It's not a stuff. It's not a lump of stuff. Energy isn't a stuff. It's like a property that something has.
Right.
Potential to do some work, or a difference in electrical potential, or kinetic. You can measure the kinetic energy of something if it's moving. They're like properties of something, but it isn't stuff, and it doesn't. It's not like you think it is. Woo woo, people, stop the woo woo, please. Okay, we'll have a few messages while we wait for our next guest to come in. Evo Preacher said, "We are the Phil Bros, my friend, and we'll demand grounding till the end." Sung to the tune of "We Are the Champions," of course. Brilliant. I love that. Yeah.
I'm glad you got that, because I didn't catch that right away.
Yeah. We are the Phil Bros, of course.
Rhythmatically, that actually lines up pretty well. So
it's brilliant.
You got to make a parody song and then like put that as part of like this. You haven't been doing. The Bible Guy does a lot of really fun sound effects for the live. Maybe that's something you can work on.
Yeah, need to up the funny sounds. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, it's good. Big shout out to Bible Guy, by the way. Hope you're doing well. If you ever see this at any point, we love you, man. Absolutely awesome. And Paradoxus says, brains useful in reality, but apparently are prone to being damned. Yep, absolutely. And Nick Hobbs said, thank you for the super chat. I've always detested religion. Would you recommend my reading the Bible to reaffirm my decision? It's a big undertaking to read the Bible. I don't think you need to. I honestly don't think you need to read the whole Bible. I mean, it is absolutely shocking. It's so grim. So much of it's grim, just horrible. And the character of this God is just a total monster. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be firmed up in your detestation of this stuff, do that. But just listen to, a quicker way would just listen to the theology of some of the people who come in here and the things they say. And just contemplate that this is a book that it cheapens human life so much. It's so relaxed about the ending of so much human life, and so relaxed about killing and slavery and ethnic cleansing and judgment and violence. So completely relaxed. And we're told, oh, Jesus is love and God is love. This is not a loving story. This is not a story of love. It's a story of judgment and damnation and vengeance and terror and blood. It's not nice. Don't like it. Not nice at all. The credit for the hard work of individual theists is given to their God, while all the evil work done in the name of a God is given to individuals, says Coffee Mum. What an absolutely brilliant quote. The credit for the hard work of individual theists, so like people who are working away, is given to their God, while the evil work done in the name of a God is given to individuals. I think that's a really, really good quote. It makes me think of like the people who were saved by a dedicated team of surgeons and doctors, and they credit God. Like, okay, was God the one who, stood in an operating theatre for 10 hours, keeping you alive and saving you and doing whatever needed to be done? Yeah, really, really good. Really good quote. And Cognitive Dissonance, always lovely to see you. Thanks, John and Sean. Great stream. There were a lot of irritating callers tonight, but you both handled them with class. Great job, mods. Hail Atheismo. Hail Atheismo indeed, and great job, mods, as always. The mods always do the best round here. Absolutely awesome community, this. I couldn't be more grateful and feel any more proud to be part of such an amazing bunch of people. So I agree. Big up the mods. Thank you. And yeah, it's been a really weird one tonight. Strange calls. Feels a bit different to usual for some reason. I'm not sure why. And Bab says, time is a river. The longer you stay in, the more wrinkled your skin gets. So I have found. It's brutal, isn't it?
Oh.
It's brutal.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Weird. Dark Stranger says, love you both. We love you too. Thank you for that. And finally, for now, on the Super Chats, Steve says, first live stream I've managed to catch, but I've been watching you a ton since I discovered you a few weeks ago. Absolutely love your content. Oh, Steve, thank you so much. This is Steve 101. I'm deeply honoured to have you here. I love it. It's my favourite thing when people come and join the live streams for the first time. It happens pretty much every stream. Someone says it and it just makes me smile. So we're delighted to have you, Steve. Hope we see you around more. Great to have you here, and thank you so much. It really, really does make a difference. So thanks so much for that. Right, we don't have any callers at the moment. So I'm good to keep on going for a little bit. How long have we been going? We've been going for... It's not super long. We rebooted the stream. So it's saying 5 hours now. I can't remember how long we'd been going. Daytony is back. I do prefer to try and get other callers in rather than the same callers from earlier in again. But I'm happy to take another call if there's no one else and if it's going to be productive. So why don't we do that and see what's happening. So back for the second time. Daytony, welcome back again.
Thank you so much for having me up. So I'm going to send you a DM of something, but I just wanted to make a note with you right now. That last gift or chat or whatever it was that you got, the name of the person, what was the name of the person?
It was... do you want me to tell you, or can you...
Yeah, you could say it. I saw it on the screen. I was trying to screenshot it, but I couldn't in time.
It was Steve.
Steve, okay. Could you write that down, and I'm going to send you a DM.
Yeah,
it's a photo.
I have it written down. I have it written down.
Thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, okay? Thank you.
Okay. All right.
What was that about?
So I believe that we're going to get some, I guess, some sort of evidence of the predictive power, perhaps, of the magic dreams. We'll see.
Did he take a nap? Did he take a nap just now?
It seems unlikely to me, but we'll find out. We'll find out. I will be sure to let you all know. This is TikTok checking in on me. You know, I am not a bot. We are real people here, amazingly. I did grab some... see if I got them working here. I did grab some funny comments off the YouTube. Let me see if I've got them here. Are these going to work? Let's have a look. I've got a bunch here. Let's try this. Is this going to work? Let's see. Not yet. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So this is from... Okay, so if anyone doesn't know who John T is, so John T is like a kind of YouTube video comment super fan who hates me. He is completely obsessed with my channel. Every time I post a video, a clip, or anything like that, he comments more than anyone else under literally every video. He's posted dozens and dozens and dozens of comments, and he can always be relied upon to, well, I'm going to just tell it how it is, to boost my videos in the engagement algorithm, because he's so reliable at posting under them. So I firstly want to start by saying a huge thank you to John, who is, you know, arguably the biggest fan of the channel, for everything he does. John, don't ever stop. I do rather love you in a funny kind of way. So with that said, John says, what he says is, once again, John is deflecting his anger onto God when he should be deflecting his anger onto Satan. John, you don't have to believe the gospel, but for crying out loud, can you at least try to get the theology right? According to John 16:11, Jesus came to condemn the ruler of the world, i.e. Satan. Satan corrupted the world, not God. God apparently was completely helpless while Satan was busy taking over and ruling and corrupting the world. God would love to have done something about it, but just, I don't know, couldn't for some reason.
How did Satan become in charge of the world anyways? How did that happen?
Apparently, God allowed it to happen for some reason.
Put him in charge. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He just said, "You have the bridge, Satan," or something like that. Now, as an atheist, you believe the universe never had a beginning, so you can't blame God for suffering, but rather yourself for not doing anything about it. A clearer case of projection and delusions of grandeur. So this is a rather confused bit of feedback from John, but fairly entertaining. A kind of mishmash of theological greatest hits. But I would love to know. I'd love to ask John, if you're listening to this, John, can you explain to us how God feels about Satan being in charge of the world? Is it something that he feels good about? Does he regret it? Did he plan it? Would he like it to be different? Is it all part of his plan? If he would like it to be different, is he incapable of making it different? I would certainly love to know what the situation is with that. I really would love to know. Okay, we are going to get rid of that. Is it going to go? No, it's not going to go. Let me get rid of it a different way. Like this. Like that. And we're going to get our next guest, who is going to be Logic Levi. Logic Levi is coming in right now. Logic Levi. Hey, Logic, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, very well indeed. Very well indeed.
Not too bad. I just got a question, John.
Yeah.
So I was debating my cousin. He's a believer, and it's a Book of Numbers. I don't know if you've seen this Book of Numbers, chapter 15.
Real quick, are you an atheist?
I am, but I just wanted to see what do you think of this passage.
Yeah, call us back.
It's just a quick one.
No. I have to be fair. Sorry, I don't mean to be brutal, but there's so many people who call in who want to do these kind of conversations on the debate streams, and I don't let them. And if I start letting some and not others, I look like absolutely horrendous dick, and I don't really want to do that. So please call us back. I want to know what you were talking about. I love the Book of Numbers because there's so much completely depraved stuff in there. I love talking about it. So please, please, please call us back on the next After Hours show, and I would like to know what your discussion was about the Book of Numbers. But I just need to be fair. Otherwise, the people who weren't allowed to do that would have a genuine grievance, and I don't want to do that. So, yeah, that's the situation. But thank you for calling in. I didn't mean to be mean and cut you off. I want to know what you have to say. Yeah, so yeah, John is a piece of work. For those who are active in the comments, you can't miss him because he's in absolutely every comment stream. Under every video, he's in there. Very, very reliably, I must say. It's absolutely wonderful. Right, let's see what else we've got. We've got a few more of these while we wait for our next guest. Daytony is back again. I'm not really sure. This is all this sort of funny psychic prediction stuff. Daytony, read Flim Flam by James Randi. That might be a good one. And I'm trying to think what else I can help you to read. There's a book by Thomas Gilovich called How We Know What Isn't So. That might be good for you to read as well, to help you to think about this stuff that you're experiencing. I get it. It's compelling to you, but this is not new. The world is full of people who are convinced that they've got special powers and that they can do special things that no one else can explain, and yet it always can be explained, just not by the people experiencing it. So, I don't want to see you kind of say this nicely. I don't want to see you persisting in delusions, which is what this is. You are not predicting the future. You're not. That's not a thing. If that was a thing, we'd know it by now. If there were some people who could do this, it would be common knowledge. It would be too important and too monumental to have not come out as a thing that happens. So it would be knowledge in the world that some people can do this. And the fact that it isn't is strong evidence against the idea that some people can. And so it's more parsimonious to interpret your experiences in a different way, which is that you're having these experiences, but you're remembering them differently, or you're attributing them differently, or you're ignoring the misses and paying attention to the hits. And it's just, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think I'm going to be. So that's my view on that. Okay, let me find some other stuff to share.
Looks like
with
there's
you.
one in the queue too.
It's Daytona again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, let's see if we can. Let's see if we can not do that for now. So here's another delightful delightful YouTube comment under a video. I can't even remember what video this was under, but what is your aim, John? If you don't believe in God, great for you. You make me sick, mate. Nearly as bad as, I guess he means Professor Dave. Well, Professor Dave is a wonderful science educator. I don't know. I mean, if you're going to compare me to Professor Dave, I would consider that a huge compliment. He's someone I really, really admire. And I admire him 1,000 times more after watching him completely make mincemeat out of James Tour. But my aim is to legitimize non-belief and to demonstrate as conclusively as I can that people who are without religious faith are not doing anything wrong. They're just doing what their minds lead them to do, which is to not be convinced of things. And I'm not sure why you would think that's a bad thing. I think it's a pretty good thing to do, to help people to not feel stigmatized and bad and shameful and stuff. I don't understand why anyone would think that's not a good thing to do. Okay, Milk Dusky is coming in right now. Interesting name. Hi there.
Hello.
How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm fine.
Good. Okay. Well, welcome in.
Thank you.
What would you like to say?
Well, I'm Muslim, so I want to know what do you mean by atheism, and what you're talking about. So I'm a Muslim, so I can respond.
I'm very happy for you. What I mean by atheism is not being a theist. A theist is someone who thinks a God exists, and an atheist is someone who isn't a theist.
But that's misleading word. Do you know that?
It's not a misleading word. It's not misleading in the slightest. I'll clarify it for you again, and then you can point out what you think is misleading. So a theist is someone who thinks a God exists. Mm-hmm. Agreed? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if it's called theist, but I know that people believe that God created the universe. So I'm not using the word exists.
From the word theos, which is Greek for God, a theist is somebody who believes a God exists, or more than one God, but at least one God. That would be a theist. Someone who isn't a theist is an atheist.
Okay, so I'm Muslim.
So
you keep about Greek gods.
So you keep on telling us, but somebody who isn't a theist, the prefix a before a word means not. So not a theist. An atheist is someone who is not a theist. What's misleading about that?
Okay, so I'll explain. So first, I'm Muslim. When I'm saying misleading, I believe God of Islam. Okay, I'm not believing Greek gods.
We know.
Right. We know that. We're not expecting you to believe in Greek gods.
Yes,
no one is suggesting that you should.
So I know that atheism can mean disbelieving in Greek gods. I know that. But it's impossible for the real God. So that's why I say it's misleading. Because why is misleading? Because when you say atheism, they first must have a God in order to disbelieve.
No.
But when you say there is no God, when you say there is no God, then there will be no point to say atheism.
Do you believe in leprechauns?
What's leprechaun, man?
Okay.
Chase just said, guys, I'm starting to think this guy might be a Muslim.
Anyway, do you believe in let's see, do you believe in Superman?
I believe it's a distortion of reality.
Yeah. Okay, so you do not believe Superman actually exists, right?
Well, I believe the idea exists from
not the
from external reality.
Okay, so the concept of Superman exists, but you don't believe actual Superman exists in reality, right?
No.
Okay. Imagine if I told you, in order for you to not believe in Superman, Superman has to actually exist. That doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, but at least the idea of Superman exists and the parts.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay. Yeah, so we agree the idea of God, other gods too, like Thor and Shiva, and we believe the idea of Superman and unicorns and all these things. Lots of concepts exist that don't actually exist in reality.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So an atheist is someone who does not believe any gods exist in reality. We understand there are God concepts, of course, everyone, that's uncontroversial.
Correct. So my understanding is this. Whatever you said about those false gods, I agree with you. They have a full right to believe that they don't exist, okay? But they're still not talking about real gods.
Okay, so we don't believe the God you believe exists, Allah. We do not believe that God exists.
But you don't even know Allah, so how are you going to believe? You don't even know idea.
Well, if I knew Allah, then I would believe. So you're right. We don't know Allah, but you know what? We are right here. Allah is free to introduce himself. And if he does that, we would believe he exists.
But you're not talking about him now.
Sure I am. Who's your God?
No, not. I'm talking about your concept. I'm not talking about him.
Okay, explain real quick without taking too long. Explain.
Okay, first of all,
explain Allah. I wasn't done. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, can I ask you explain what?
Okay, yeah, explain your God quickly, please.
Explain my God. My God cannot be explained. So what do you
Okay. If your God can't be explained, then I cannot be convinced your God exists because you aren't able to explain him.
Sorry, let me just say this, please. So you want my God to be fitting in human mind?
If your God can't fit in my human mind, I cannot believe your God exists.
Also, this is an asinine argument, because if you say you believe in this God, then you have a concept of what this God entails. You have an idea of what this God is about. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for you to say you believe in the God. So the God clearly can fit in a human mind because you are contemplating him and talking about him and presumably organizing your life around him. So whatever it is that you think is the thing that exists, that's fitting in your human mind, isn't it?
No, so that's where you're right. If I'm thinking what it exists, but because God is not what first. And when I'm saying God, I'm not talking about what God is or how does he look like. I'm not talking about it. When I'm saying God, I see this creation have created. That's all what I know.
Okay, we don't believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you don't believe that.
We have a different opinion to you. So if you want to say you're not going to contemplate God himself, you're not going to speak about God himself, you're not going to have any views about what God wants, you're not going to have any views about the qualities or the properties or any aspects of God's reality, you're just going to look at creation and go, it must have been made by someone. Well, then, if that's your definition, then we're just going to say that atheism is just not agreeing with that.
Okay, but brother, can I say one more thing, please? Okay.
You can if you must, yeah.
So I know, brother, look, I know you're trying to talk about something, yes, but this is just I want to say, yeah. I swear by God, I know it's impossible for you to talk about real God, and you're never talking about real God. You're talking about the concept that fit in your mind. I know that, okay? And you are just wasting your time because you're not talking about God.
I'm talking about.
Okay,
I'm
thanks
talking
for your
about.
opinion.
Yeah, this is complete
Because you're
gibberish.
talking about Zeus. You're
Wait,
talking about Zeus.
I'm
all
talking about
days.
your God, my friend. Your God doesn't exist
You
either.
don't know my God, so how you going to
Your God doesn't
That
exist.
make sense.
Your God doesn't exist either, because the Quran is full of all sorts of silly stories.
You don't even know how you let's say
The
something
Quran
not
is
exist, you don't even know what
is full of all sorts of silly stories that didn't happen, and they're myth.
What? Like what?
Stories about the creation of the world and when it was created and stuff like that. So
tell me what to say, please. Tell me what to say.
So I'll give you an example of how we know that this didn't happen, right? So
no, what to say, what you say, what Quran is saying. What's saying?
You know, I'm saying that the Quran talks about the Abrahamic God. It's the same God, right? It's just different interpretations of the same God. And the Abrahamic God dates the world to a certain period in time.
Okay, so Quran doesn't date the world. I'm not caring about what the Christianity say. I'm Muslim here.
But it's still the same deity. Still the same deity.
Cannot just. So is that what your logic?
It's still the same deity. It's still a human-like deity who gets very angry and upset about things and makes silly laws and all of that. This is obviously made up stuff.
Brother, come on. You are, look intelligent. Come on. Christian
it's all a front.
Christian book, whatever I say, it has nothing to do with what other books say. Okay.
Right.
And
but you believe that a man flew on a horse.
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe that a man flew on a horse?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't believe that.
Props for not believing that.
Where do you get this idea of horse?
I gather that it's part of the tradition. But okay, if you don't believe that, that's fantastic.
Brother.
But the Quran tells us, for example, that semen comes from between the rib and the backbone. Is that true?
No, Quran doesn't say semen. Quran say human baby.
It doesn't say a human baby. It says a spurting. It says a spurting fluid. It says that human beings come from a spurting fluid that comes from between the rib and the backbone. That's not true, is it?
Show me the verse, please.
Okay, give me a second. I will show you the verse. Bear me a second. I'll find it for you. I don't have it to hand right now, but I'll find it for you.
I know what exactly you're talking about. I know what exactly you're talking about.
I'll show it to you. Just sing a song or something while I find it for you. Sing a song or something while I find it for you. I'll find it. Give us your best Dame Edna Everage impersonation. Which verse in the Quran?
So that is misinterpretation of the non-Muslim. It is not of Muslims.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be. Let's find it. I always lose this one. I should keep this one in my bookmarks. I do have a few things bookmarked, but not this one for some reason. Quran 8667. 8667.
Yeah, I know it.
Let's find it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll find this. This is a mistake, funnily enough, because we know this is not true. Yeah, it's 667. Is it going to find us that? Let's see. Here we go. It's talking about people, and it says, put it on the screen. He was created from a fluid, ejected, emerging from between the backbone and the ribs.
Okay, so you say he was created, correct? Human, yes? Correct?
Yep.
And so what was human? What can human become about without sperm? No.
From a fluid. What is the ejected fluid that emerges from between the backbone and the ribs, my friend? What fluid would that be?
It doesn't say fluid emerging between ribs. It say human were created from that. It doesn't say it come from.
It actually says, and I have checked this with Ems, by the way. Ems has confirmed the Arabic on this. Does actually say this. It says he was created from a fluid, ejected, emerging from between the backbone and the ribs.
Okay, so emerging is about is not about fluid.
Right, so you think that people emerge from between the backbone and the ribs?
Well, baby is coming out of the womb.
Babies don't come from between the backbone and the ribs, my friend.
So where's the womb located?
below the ribs.
That's
do you not know? Do you not know where a womb is?
So the Quran doesn't say it came from the bone; it say between.
Emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. Babies do not emerge from
do you know what the
babies.
word between mean there?
Babies do not emerge from between the backbone and the ribs.
Okay, the word there in Arabic, I know Arabic, say bayna. It's bayna, meaning in this area. It doesn't mean where exactly is it.
Sure.
So
babies,
so it doesn't say fluid,
babies,
fluid
sadly,
coming
I'll say it for you again. Babies don't emerge from between the backbone and the rib. And actually, the meaning of this verse is that it's the fluid that emerges from between the backbone and the ribs.
Okay, fluid's coming, my friend.
That is the meaning of the verse as I understand it. You may have a greater understanding, but either way, whether it's the fluid that emerges from between the backbone and the ribs, or the babies that emerge from between the backbone and the ribs, both are false.
Can I respond this, please?
You can.
Can I respond it?
Sure.
Okay. So, brother, the entire chapter himself is talking about human, insan.
Yeah.
Okay. So we say, فَلْيَنْظُرُ الْإِنسَانَ مِمَّا خُلِقَ. He said, let the human look what he was created from.
Yeah.
Then he said he was created from this
between the backbone and the ribs.
No, brother, can you don't make up, please? Let me finish my point, and if you want to take it, take it.
Okay.
So he said, let the human see what he was created from. He said he was created from this sperm, yes? This sperm. And then it was already about human. That's stupid. He was created from it, but doesn't say that that's coming from there. It just say he was created from it, and same woman, because the whole surah is about he. And he came out between the sulb wa tarib. And you cannot even say sulb wa tarib is a backbone and this. You cannot say this is Arabic word. In order for you, brother, to talk Argo Quran,
I'm not your brother, my friend. No problem. Okay. My understanding, I don't speak Arabic, and I defer to your greater understanding of the language than I have. But my understanding from having consulted with friends of mine who do speak Arabic is that the literal meaning of this verse is that it's the fluid that emerges from between the backbone and the rib, because the people who wrote this thought that was the case. That is the understanding that I have. You are, of course, entitled to a different understanding, but we'll never know. We are going to move on and get Chloe Tart in next, and find out what Chloe is saying. The backbone and the rib. Honestly, what a load of old cobblers. Hi, Chloe. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good.
Do you have any preliminary, age and pronoun questions, or?
I mean, I presume you're over 18.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you're over 18, that's absolutely fine. You're very welcome in. Our claim is that atheism makes more sense.
My claim as a theist is that theism is more fun.
Theism is more fun. I mean,
I've hung out with atheists. I've hung out with theists. When was the last time? I'm a Norse pagan.
Right.
So when was the last time that atheists got together around a big campfire and danced around with drums going?
Last Tuesday.
I'm hanging out with the wrong atheists.
Clearly.
Fair enough.
Clearly.
But that's really what I came up to debate, was that I think that theism feeds a human need, and some of us really need that need met. And I cannot explain it, and I cannot for the life of me describe it, but
that might be the case. That might be the case. It might be the case that theism feeds a human need. I'm actually open to that. It could be the case that from a sort of anthropological perspective, it might be that there's a need to feel contained by a sort of parental figure, that this leads to feelings of security in some way, and that to answer the great questions by personifying the solutions to the mysteries. I can completely get that might be the case. It's got absolutely nothing at all to do with whether it makes more sense or not, or whether it's justified by the evidence. Clearly, it's not.
Well, I mean, it's not that in that they exist. It is true that we do keep engaging in ritual, we keep engaging in practice. Like, even years after we've disproven anima, we still talk to we still catch ourselves, saying thank you to the microwave occasionally.
So I have a quick question for you, because I know a woman on TikTok who describes herself as an atheistic pagan. So she follows the pagan rituals for whatever reasons, but doesn't actually believe any of the gods exist. Would you say that describes you?
I actually believe the gods exist only because in my deepest, darkest moments, I really do hope someone's listening to my prayer.
Well, you hope they are, but do you actually believe they are?
If I take away that belief, a lot falls apart personally.
So you say, if I take away that belief, that means you have the belief.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we say atheism makes more sense, we don't mean it's practical or more fun or there's any utility value whatsoever. We're only saying from a rational standpoint, if your goal is to believe true things and not believe false things, atheism makes more sense. Do you think it's more rational, not better, but more rational to believe that your gods exist?
I thought the point of life was to have as much fun as we can.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does not, and you're correct.
Thank you for being honest about that.
I just wanted to get that out there because, urges.
Okay. So do you agree that if we just care about what's true and we want to be rational, that atheism makes more sense?
Yeah, if you wanted to think that if that was your only concern, but there's more concerns to life than just truth value.
That may be true, but we're talking about the truth value here. So, like, it's more important. It's more important to drink, right? To have access to fluids and food to eat, than it is to be right about this issue. But that doesn't mean that it's not right. That it's not important to be right about this issue, or that important to us, right? We can admit that there are basic fundamental needs that humans have, and if you're saying it makes you happy to feel a certain way about stuff, good for you. That's got nothing to do with whether it's justified by the evidence, and that's really what we're talking about. So if you would prefer to focus on how wonderful life can be when you find yourself convinced of certain things, great, good for you. But that's really not what we're talking about.
All right.
And by the way,
I didn't engage on that level because that doesn't seem to be the level a lot of people engage this topic on. It's a little frustrating seeing it not get brought up.
Chloe, so being an atheist doesn't stop you from, as you put it, dancing around the campfire, beating drums, and listening to Ozzy Osbourne bark at the moon while literally barking at the moon. Being an atheist doesn't stop you from doing any of those things. Let's do it next week.
To do it either.
Well, it doesn't obligate you, but I don't want to be obligated to do it. I want to do it because it's fun. What are you doing next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday, hopefully work.
Okay, I got you. I'll actually probably be live streaming, but when the sun goes down, let's bark at the moon together, and you can have fun as an atheist.
And on a serious note, is part of the reason why I'm motivated to do this is that belief in these religious concepts brings solace and comfort and security, or a feeling of security, to many people. But for many others, it brings misery and fear and isolation and feelings of inadequacy and anxiety and mental illness and trauma. And we have to be honest about that side too, right? So I'm not trying to be simplistic here and say it's all good or it's all bad. Let's have honest discussions about the consequences of certain ideas in our culture. And some of the ideas in our culture are really genuinely harmless. Like if somebody just wants to believe that there's some kind of, mind that created the universe, whatever, I don't see a problem with that. But a lot of religious ideas are actually really, really harmful and cruel and toxic and horrible. And so we have to have a culture of being able to examine those ideas critically and not be scared to call them out when we see them. And that's what motivates me to do this. So if it gives you joy to pray to the Norse gods and dance around a fire, good for you. But if your theology is telling me that I deserve to burn in hell for some reason, which I'm not suggesting for a moment that it is, well, then we have a problem. Or if your theology is telling my gay friends that they are less for some reason, or that they're not deserving of the same dignities and rights that you might enjoy or I might enjoy, then we have a problem. Or if your theology is suggesting that women need to be submit to their husbands, then we have a problem. These are ideas which can't be separated out from the religions that birthed them, and so that's why I feel it's too easy to just say, it makes me feel nice inside, I can dance around a fire and I can feel good. That's great, but you must also accept that there are ways that these religious ideas manifest which are not full of joy, and there are people in the audience listening to us right now, some of whom have been really, really profoundly hurt by religion and dogma and these ideas.
Oh, and I will not for one moment downplay any of that. It is our relationship with power and authority over each other, and how that stuff corrupts, period.
Yeah.
And religion as an outlet of that is very dangerous, in the sense that we need to be very careful about how we understand our relations in those spaces.
Yep, you got it.
I've done the consideration on that, and as long as I'm not contributing to the problem, I figure I'm doing as best as I can.
Good for you. Good for you.
So I think I'm going to go ahead and drop. I just wanted to see where things would go with you.
Sure.
You're awesome. I just want you to know, thank you for keeping our feet to the fire as theists.
No problem.
Because that's important. It's brought me back from some weird nights thinking like that.
Good.
Usually tequila was involved, but anyway.
All right. Thanks for coming in.
I want to bid you a good night. Have a good night.
And you.
You
Thanks
too.
a lot. Thanks. All right. There we go. Right. Well, maybe it's time to call it a day. It is 5 a.m. where I am right now. Not quite light yet. Interesting. It wasn't that long ago that it would have been light by this time, so the days are shortening.
Is it me, or has this been one of the weirdest nights we've had?
This has been really strange. It's been a really strange live, this. Yeah, sometimes quite often it's varied, right? You'll come to the end of a long stream and you're like, okay, well, there were a couple of crazies and there were some sensible, productive conversations, and there was, I feel like tonight's been really odd. It has been really strange. If I'm honest, quite a lot of wasted time tonight. Quite a lot of real just nonsense. Not gratifying, but hey, that's what it is. You never know who you're going to get. We have one more caller that's just come in. Caleb is waiting in the queue. So I figure, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's do one more.
Why
not? Bringing in Caleb right now. Hey, Caleb.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Very well indeed. Yeah. Welcome up. So you may well be our last caller of the night. What would you like to say?
Well, I took a swing at it because I hadn't listened to the majority of today's show, and so I was sad to hear that it had been a strange, not very satisfying night. So I thought we could end on a positive note.
Go for it.
So I'm a big fan. I've been listening to you guys for months, working up the courage to request up. But so you got a couple different waves of conversation. So this one is kind of the atheism makes more sense. There's another one that's more specific to just God is evil and silly, like that wave. And a thought that I've wanted to process with you guys fits more with tonight's prompt. And so something that I've heard you guys talk about is, and I've seen it too, I cringe at a lot of the callers who, they just don't seem to be coming from a place of honesty and sincerity. And I think you guys really are. And
Caleb,
so
real quick, are you an atheist?
No, so I am. Okay. I'm a theist, but but I relate a lot with the way you guys think, because I think that there is just a genuineness and a sincerity to how you're approaching things. And so there's a conversation I wanted to have with you guys that I think is coming from a place more of of an honest observation and not like a clutching my pearls, you know, like I'm a believer who is not afraid to question things that I read, and I'm tripped up by a lot of the same passages and moments in the Old Testament where it seems really harsh and cruel. So there's an honesty to my approach, but there's one observation. I just wanted to see what you guys thought. I know that Fine-Tune Universe is on y'all's bingo card. So I've seen a lot of instances of people, I think, just kind of like more lazily tapping into that conversation, but I wanted to see if this made sense to you guys. So in my lived world and experience, and I'll call that the micro, there's something that I think we all can agree that in our micro lived experiences, we see that a certain principle is true. But in the macro, we often have a harder time acknowledging that this logic holds up. And I'll be more specific. So I'm a homeowner. I have a lawn. I have like a sprinkler system. I've got, I'm always trying to jimmy rig things to make them work. And what I've observed is that when things are left to their own without a lot of effort and a lot of intelligence, they tend to either go towards decay or chaos, if that makes sense. And so in my lived world, it takes intelligence on my part and effort to make anything work, like to make my electronics work correctly.
Are you going to try and just be a bit more efficient in the conversation? Is your proposal to reason from that to therefore the universe might be like that as well?
Well, but I've listened to you enough that I know where those conversations have gone. And I just wanted to propose that there is I just think a very reasonable, because when I've sat and tried to maybe even convince myself that there is no God or that theism makes no sense, that feels like just a very obvious observation in my lived experience, that when you leave something on its own, it goes toward either chaos or decay. But in the macro sense, when we look at the systems that are in place, the way our bodies heal, all that stuff. And again, I know that Fine-Tune Universe is an eye roll for a lot of people conversation.
It is, but all of this argument is you sort of reflecting on your personal experience of dealing with things in your life, and then assuming that those same dynamics would pertain to the universe as a whole. And that's a crazy jump to make. There is absolutely no logical justification to get from you've noticed certain patterns in your life of when you don't attend to things, they tend to get disorganized or decay, and then say, therefore, that provides any kind of reason to think that there's some sort of conscious organizational principle involved in either the creation or maintenance of the universe. One cannot get there from the observations that you've made about your own life.
Well, I mean, I would say I disagree with what you're saying, because like most of the things that we take as fact, or like even like testimony in a courtroom, like observation is one of the only things that we have.
I'm not saying we shouldn't participate in observation. I'm saying we shouldn't rush to generalize those observations out from our personal experience to pertaining to the universe as a whole. It's a prepositive leap that's made completely without warrant.
I actually wouldn't say that I'm rushing, though. I think it's a very
or even doing it slowly. There's no way that you can get from, you're literally starting at A and ending up at Z without. I said Z, not Z. Without bridging any of the distance between, and you can't do that. It could be the case that when on a particular level in your world around you, in our human world, it could be true that things left to their own tend to decay or to get a bit disorganized or chaotic. There might be other things which left on their own become very regular. You know, I'm thinking about crystals growing, for example. You leave crystals growing, and don't mess with them. They just grow in a very organized way. No interference is needed, no steering of the process. So there are processes in nature which, left to their own devices, create enormous regularity. So you just can't jump from your experience to therefore the universe is probably like that.
Well, I think there's more credibility behind what I'm claiming, just in the sense that I think I'm around a lot of people, so I process things with people. I have these conversations regularly, and I think most people would say that the vast majority of their observations are that if something is going to work, like if a process is going to work, that it requires that someone has played a role in it. Like there just aren't things that, and I don't think it's a huge leap, because
you're talking about
let me finish, because
go ahead.
All I'm trying to fight for is actually to bring the fine-tuned universe conversation maybe off the bingo card and just back into a more interesting zone of possibility. Like, but if we were around the campfire. It's
just such a silly argument, though. It's just, and that's a different argument to the one you've just been making, by the way. You haven't been making a fine-tuning argument. You've been making the argument that things left unattended have a tendency to progress towards disorder or decay. That's nothing to do with fine-tuning. That would be a completely different argument. So which one are you actually thinking about? Because they're separate
I think
issues.
that they're connected. So because my and everyone I've been around would say that their lived experience is that processes don't automatically fall into place, that fine-tuning would be a reasonable possibility on the game board somewhere. You know, I definitely don't.
Here's the mistake you're making, and people make this. Theists make this a lot with a lot of things. So, you're taking things that human beings have made. So we've taken things out of nature, minerals, etc., and then we, mined the minerals and formed metals and this and that, and then looked at the effects of here's man-made things and here's how they work. Some people describe the order that we create and say, we create order, therefore, and there's order in the universe, therefore the universe must have been created. If you want to know how the natural world behaves without people, you need to ignore the things that are man-made and just look at nature and look at how the natural world without any hands and fingers in it behaves. And what we observe is sometimes chaos happens. Sometimes a giant star that had all this order goes supernova and it spreads out everywhere. And then later that debris, gravity acts upon it and it comes back together and forms an accretion disk. And now you have order. You have a solar system. There's no human beings touching this stuff whatsoever. As John said, crystals form, snowflakes freeze together and form these cool little shapes. And then they eventually melt. The universe itself, and then we could get into biology, like us human beings, natural processes, biological evolution. So if you want to extrapolate, you don't have to extrapolate how the natural world, like the universe as a whole, behaves without thinking agents interacting with it. You could just observe it, and what you're going to see is some chaos, some order forming, like it acting upon itself. And what we see is that you have order, you have chaos, you have a mix of everything, just like you do like the human experience.
Yeah. No, I definitely hear what you're saying, and I would say that y'all's perspective on it is reasonable, meaning like if I'm fighting to say there's two reasonable perspectives as opposed to one that's reasonable and one that's preposterous, I think I hear what you're saying. It just still holds a very honest and sincere, logical.
It's not though.
Trend. It is, because we don't observe. We just don't observe any processes working without intelligence. It's we'd be dishonest.
First of all, by definition, something that's a process comes from a thinking agent. So that's just definitionally true. So if you want to say there's no processes outside of like agency, yeah, that processes are defined as things created by thinking agents for a purpose. So that's just analytically true. But if you would you call a solar system a process?
I'm not smart enough to know what to call a solar system, but
I get what you're saying. So so we have like the kind of the world, cities, buses, and all these. We have the world that we created, right?
Right.
But the thing is like, why would you look at that and then extrapolate that to the universe instead of we have so many natural things we could watch mountains form, Is that a process? No, that's just these mountains are forming and then we go snowboarding on them and stuff, make all kinds of uses of them, live in them. But we see these things form naturally and just look at the natural world. And then you don't have to extrapolate. Like you shouldn't look at something man-made and then say the natural world will be like that, because that doesn't make any sense to do that. Just look at the natural world.
I did bring Chase in, who requested that. Did you have something to contribute, Chase?
Yes, and I definitely don't want to overstay my welcome coming in.
You can't do that. We love you, man. Do you, man?
I appreciate it. So I do want to say, Caleb, that what you're touching on is, I'm going to really affirm what you're saying. It's very logical, and I do see the observation you're making. If you'll let me, I think I can explain the misattribution to a mind. So whenever things are left alone, they do tend towards decay. This is a part of the second law of thermodynamics. However, there's something else. It is in an isolated system. If you input energy into that system, then locally order can go up, but globally disorder must go up. So what we have on Earth, what you described, for example, with wounds healing, that is a process that releases heat. We get our energy in a highly ordered form from the sun, and then we dissipate it into a more disordered form. So thinking of the Earth as like an isolated system where things are just happening is what's leading to the confusion that something's got to be ordering us. We're not a closed system. We're getting the energy input to quote unquote order, to like clean up the garage from the sun, but it's at a cost that we're releasing even more than that out to space.
Yeah. No, I mean, if it's possible for you to believe, I fully track, and it just still, I guess the one point that I was trying to make in calling up to talk about this is that there is a version of, I would say, just like a really sincere and rational attempt at, but I hear what you're saying. I think like what you were, what's your name? Sean, what you were saying earlier makes total sense about like, you have lots of, like when you go macro, you've got lots of chaos, you've got order, and it's really hard to try to wrestle down like what's causing chaos, what's causing order. I agree. There's a mix. It's complex. It still just settles just in a very sincere attempt at reasoning that, I mean, even the idea of a blank piece of paper, if I just leave it there, it's going to stay blank, and I've heard people say these things, and you guys are really good at ripping those to shreds for sure. And I actually think you guys are sincere, which is why I like you guys a lot. But I think there are people out there who have a non-idiotic and sincere thing that still sits, that just goes, man, it seems convincing to me that design, it just kind of is, it's self-evident in a lot of ways. But I definitely am not going to be skillful enough to dismantle or convince, but more just, there's a lot of dishonest callers that I don't think have really thought deeply. And I feel like, I
think you're sincere. And I also think even if we come to different conclusions, I think it's great that you're thinking about these things on a deep level. And I would say keep it up. And like, I respect that. I respect people who genuinely think about all these deep problems or questions. And, you know, even if you come up with a different answer from me, what it sounds like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's because I went through this when I left Christianity. You're kind of looking at how spectacular and in awe of the universe you are, and there's a sort of an intuitive gut feeling when you're in awe of something that, wow, something great must have really made this stuff. And that's what I suspect you're doing. And it's very human to look at things from that perspective. But what I learned is you can't really our intuitions in those areas are unreliable. And it's if you really care about what's true, kind of try to set aside your biases and your intuition and your emotion and try to look at everything from a coldly logical standpoint. Learn critical thinking, learn the fundamentals of logic, learn about propositions and how they work and how they're structured, and that sort of thing. And then try to look at them from a different lens.
Yeah, I definitely think I can grow in my just ability to put things together from a more educated standpoint. But I do think, though, the case I would still make is that I would say I think these things, like, I'm good at separating what is like fluff and bias. Like, I think on that level as well. And I think it just still holds up to me that I don't see things come from nothing. And I love y'all's perspective, because you've said you're not making a positive claim that they're at. It's just you're saying we haven't been convinced. And I think I love listening to you guys process it. And yeah, that's just the honest, I think, logical place that I sit. Not as much emotional, but like, I just have never seen, like, I know, and you're saying like a process by definition means there was an agent acting upon it. But I still think it's a little bit like clear to be observed that there's a reason for that. And it's that when you see a process that works, and what's his name? Chase. Yeah, I mean, I definitely believe that the things you were saying are valid and coming from a place of being educated in thermodynamics and all that. I still like truly believe, and from, I think, logic, that when I see on the micro that processes don't automatically align, then in the macro it just doesn't make sense to me truly that it would not have an intelligent source. But yeah, more so fighting for just a place at the conversational table, that it isn't just completely preposterous, but that it's a very, I just think, a good back and forth. And this has been
our position. And thank you for coming in. Our position is not that the idea itself is preposterous, it's that the idea is unwarranted. And so, then there's a difference. In principle, there's no reason why it can't be the case. But the time to think it is the case is when there's some evidence for it. And what I'm hearing from you is that the idea of a designer, the idea of someone there pulling on the strings and kind of making things happen, has some kind of resonance for you. I don't really hear from you, especially in light of the explanations that Chase gave and how well Sean expressed it. What I don't really hear from you is, here's why the reason really stacks up in favor of this idea. That's not really what I'm hearing. I'm hearing I'm kind of hearing that you kind of are drawn to it.
Well, I think no, and that's what I really want to try to articulate, so it gets out of that category and into a more logical one in terms of how you're perceiving what I'm saying. But it really is that I see no evidence of anything that works without someone intelligent making it work, if that makes sense. Now, except meaning
What,
in the
what do you mean by what do you mean by works?
Just, I mean, so
because like for example, gravity acting upon matter, like nebulae, like out there in space, can and do through purely natural processes form a star or a solar system, right?
Right.
Now, if the goal, and there's no evidence that there is a goal whatsoever, but I could see that and say, oh, that works. Nebula, if you combine gravity with enough matter, it's going to form a star, and it may also form planets or what have you. It works, right? But we actually know that it's done by purely natural processes, and we understand how it works, and all the physics. It all, what we know about the mathematics and the physics and everything involved. It's predictive, and it works. That is purely in nature. So, when you say it works, the word itself is sort of anthropomorphic, where
right.
I want to try this thing and see if it works. An agent does that, but if it actually quote unquote works to form stars, and there's no agency involved whatsoever.
Yeah, and I guess that would be the claim logically in my world, or just meaning in how I'm trying to deduce it logically, would be that because I don't see any other examples in our more micro world of things just clicking on their own, that those natural processes, that really is the logical conclusion that feels honest to me, is that I don't see things work on their own. So those natural processes, it just stacks up plainly to, meaning in my perspective, obviously not in many people's perspectives, but just that is a very simple but powerful observation, that these natural processes that we observe every day.
I'm going to set you some homework. I'm going to set you some homework. So, because we're going to, we'll pull this to a close now, but contemplate how snowflakes form.
Mm-hmm.
Go and have a look at images of snowflakes, how perfect they are in their precision and their symmetry and their regularity, and ask yourself if you maybe read into how they form as well as just how pretty they are, and ask yourself whether you think intelligence is required in order for that to happen. That would be something I would suggest you do. But
I've had the same observation, and I would say from a non-emotional, fluffy place, that I look at that and see, like, even y'all's personalities. And I know these are things you've heard a million times, but when I listen to you guys talk, just like a snowflake, I look at it and I go, there's beauty there. And beauty, I've never seen beauty just automatically, so the idea of there being a source behind the snowflake, even the point you're making, is one that sits the opposite way for me. And
but if you understand how they form, you'll understand that it's just a natural process. That it's just chemistry. It's just stuff doing what stuff does. But anyway, look, we could keep on going round and round this. Thank you for coming in and being our final guest of the evening. We appreciate that, Caleb.
Totally. Thank you, guys.
Keep well. Take care. All right.
I think he called us snowflakes.
Well, I'm definitely a snowflake.
But
Chase
he also called us beautiful.
He did, which is nice. That's very sweet.
I was being facetious. I know.
He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he was.
Chase, thank you for being around. We absolutely love having you here. As I said, you're not allowed to go anywhere ever. So thank you, my friend. I think we're going to pretty much draw a lid on it. I've got a couple of super chats which I must read out, of course, and then we'll probably put a lid on it because it is 5:30 a.m. right now. So it's probably late enough. Bab says both Bible Guy and Mama Mephi are demonetized. No way. That's awful. Dalton got demonetized? That's horrific.
I don't know Mama Mephi, but I can tell you Bible Guy is one of the kindest, nicest guys ever. I can't think of him doing anything that would warrant getting demonetized. TikTok is freaking weird.
I don't know if that's TikTok or YouTube. I will have to find out about that. But I'm very upset to hear that, because Dalton's as you say, a lovely, lovely guy. He deserves, and he's really, really, really smart as well. He deserves nothing but support and respect and encouragement and lifting up. So I want to know if there's anything that anyone can do to help with that. I would certainly want to do it. I'll reach out to him. Dalton, if you're listening, drop me a line. I'm very upset to hear that. Evo Preacher said, I love it when callers say, show me the verse. Right, I know, right? Oh my God. It's grim. It's grim. Babies don't come from between ribs and backbones, people, and neither does semen. And Babs says, Sean and John, civilized gentlemen, atheists, thank you. Thank you, Babs. We love having you around as well. And David Burke, always great to see you, David. I typically watch on delay. Just a hi to John, Sean, the dynamic duo. Thanks, David. Love having you around, my friend. Great to see you there. Hope you've had a good night or are having one. And Kristen Williams says, no slow mode. That's definitely a vote against. I put it out, and the no's are at 56% for slow mode. So at the moment, I'm gonna not do the slow mode. And then Aleph Naught says, never forget Jethro was framed. Never forget Jethro was framed. Freedom for Jethro. It's never going away. I absolutely love it. Okay. Do I pull the plug? There is one more has just come in. I keep on I'm like Al Pacino. I try to get away, but they pull me back in. Shall we take one more just for fun? Just for the last one. We'll take Make the Case. Daytony, I'm not going to take a third call from you now, but feel free to DM me with any details of important dreams you have that you think might be important for us to know about. I'm genuinely interested, but skeptical. Okay, we're going to bring in Make the Case. This will be our final. This will definitely be our final call of the night. I'm definitely leaving after this. Make the Case. Hello, how are you?
We good. How you doing?
Yeah, good. I'm going to get your name up on the board. Make the Case. Right, you're going to be our final call after something like 8 hours of 7.5.
I was going to say, how long do you guys go for? This is impressive.
Yeah, we've been going for something like 7 hours, something or other. We had a very brief. Had to restart the stream because of a tech thing, so I can't remember how long the first one was. But yeah, we started at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's the time we started.
Well, props to you guys for grinding.
Thank you.
I do lives. I after 2-3 hours, my brain's done. So props to you guys.
Alrighty. Well, what have you got?
I'm kind of curious. I've been kind of looking into the teleological argument for God, and I'm kind of curious your perspective on the cosmological constants, why they seem to be in the precise range they are.
That's the fine-tuning argument.
Yeah, fine-tuning.
Yeah. So basically, there's a number of issues with it. So I'm going to run through the first two quickly because they're not necessarily strong. The first one is, and this isn't particularly strong. It's just something of note. If God exists and is all-powerful, the constants of the universe, the laws of physics and science, are completely unnecessary and arbitrary. But God could choose to make them anyways. But if God is all-powerful, we don't need them. The next thing is we don't know if the universal constants could be any other way. Now, maybe they can, maybe they can't. If they cannot be any other way, they must be what they are. The statistical odds they would be what they are and conducive to life are 100%. P equals 1. But the main thing is, even if I grant, okay, God wanted to make the universal constants because he's an artiste and he just decided to, and if I grant the sun and the moon and say the universal constants could be any value, any other mix of ways, and the chances are infinitesimally small, they would end up what they are now, that's still not statistically significant because I'll do a quick card analogy. If you ever play spades, the more spades, the better. You're dealt 13 cards. If you get all 13 spades in order, the statistical odds you would have gotten that hand if you're playing spades are 1 in 4 sextillion. That's 21 zeros. So basically, if we were playing spades and you got dealt that hand in order like that, you would assume the dealer cheated, right? Or the dealer was helping you out. He kind of played a little trickery. Would you think that's probably
I would
the case?
say there's a mind behind that statistical anomaly.
Yeah, exactly. Now here's a separate hand. You get an ace of clubs, 2 of diamonds, 5 of spades, whatever. It's a random mix of cards. Would you think that the dealer cheated then?
No.
Okay. Still, that hand and 100% of every hand you're ever dealt,
Same
the chances
odds.
you would get those, same odds, right? So what is different? Why in one do you think the dealer cheated and the other one you don't? It's because you had a goal ahead of time, a known goal to get all the spades. And so that's what makes it significant, even though the cards are the same. Now, with the other one where we don't think they're cheating, if after the cards were dealt, we just came up with a game that includes a goal to get all the exact cards you got. If it's an after the fact post hoc game that was created for that hand, it's meaningless because it's post hoc. It's drawing the target around the arrow instead of the first hand where you have the target that was already laid down and then the arrow hit the target straight bullseye. And so what we're doing when we say fine tuning, because here we are after the fact, we're creating the game and saying, isn't it amazing that the universal constants ended up on us? We're drawing a target around the arrow. Now, if you could establish that there was a goal set ahead of time to create life, then you can say like it's statistically significant. But we're doing it after the fact. We're drawing that target around the arrow.
Okay. I see your point. Do you think that it is? Do you think the laws of the physics that kind of govern our universe are necessary?
I would not be surprised if that's the case. I'm not going to claim to know it's the case. I have no way of knowing that, but I'm very open to it being the case.
If we can, like, when I say necessary, I mean like in the strong sense that we can't imagine them being different. If we have a branch of physics, theoretical physics, counterfactual physics that really can model out, hey, if the cosmological constant was this, or strong weak nuclear force was this, we could posit the universe being different. It seems as though that those aren't in the same category as necessary. Is that fair?
So again, this goes back to the original question. We don't know if the universal constants can be any other way. And Chase was up here just a little. He's an actual physicist, and he can maybe elaborate on that.
But I would say, I would add that being able to model something doesn't imply in any way that it could have been that way. So we can say, what would it have been like if the strong nuclear force had this value or at a different value, or if the gravitational constant had a different value, or greater value, or a lesser value, and you can model it out. You can say, well, this is the effect it would have had. But the fact that you can do that doesn't create a legitimate reason to suggest that it could have been that way, or that it's remarkable that it is what it is. We don't know that. It could be the case that in the same way that if you imagine a God exists, then you would posit that the existence of that God is just a brute fact. It's like axiomatic fact of reality. It could be the case that if axiomatic brute facts of reality exist, that included within that set are, this is what gravitational constants are. This is what these properties of the universe are. They also get to be brute facts of reality if a God is entitled to be one. And we don't know. And the fact is we just don't know.
Is it okay if I kind of push back on that? Because it just depends on who you ask, but I think there's about 20 to 30. 30 usually is kind of the number of independent cosmological constants. So you're saying it's more simpler to say there's 30 brute facts that exist.
I'm not making the case that they are brute facts. I'm saying it could be the case. If you think that it could be the case that a God just exists just because, right? And the God is, for you, the God is treated as a terminus of the exploration for reasons, right? The God is just because. We don't say, well, what caused the God? What is it that caused the God to have these specific properties that it was inclined to design a universe just like ours? The chances of such a God are minuscule. It must have been designed by another God, right? It couldn't have just been random chance that just the right kind of God to design our universe evolved. It must have been another God that designed it that way. And then who designed that God? So for you, and I'm not meaning to tell you your thoughts, but generally for a theist, the God is considered to be the terminus of explanations. It's like, this is it. This is where it ends. Well, if we're going to grant that things can just be where the explanations end, then it could be the case that the properties of the universe are also such facts. They just are what they are. I'm not making the claim that they are. I'm saying they could be. We don't know, this is why you can't make a probability argument without knowing what the possible. We have no way of knowing, as Sean said, whether these things could have been different or whether this is just how universes are.
So I'm going to push back pretty hard on that fact that that you think that it's possible they couldn't have been different.
I'm not saying that. No, listen to what I'm saying.
No, you said possible.
I didn't say.
Possibly.
I didn't say that I think they couldn't have been different. I'm saying it's possible that the fact that they have the values they are is just a brute fact, and it may be the case that it's not possible for them to have any other values.
Yeah,
that's not me saying I think it is. I'm saying it may be until you can actually provide a quantity that represents the possibility space for these things. You can't make a probabilistic argument.
Well, I think that when I talk about necessity, I think we're probably on the same page. Like, I can't imagine the law of non-contradiction ever being different. Would you agree with that?
It's axiomatic.
So you would agree, like it can't be false in any possible world.
Yeah.
So but if we can literally model the cosmological constant being different, all the different types of forces being different, and I don't think we're breaking the laws of logic by doing so. We literally have a branch of physics.
You're not.
Doing
I'm not.
it.
I'm not claiming that you're breaking the laws of logic. I'm claiming that being able to model it is not the same as demonstrating that it could have been that way. I can model what my house would look like if it was suspended 100 feet in the air. But that's not to say that it could be. Maybe that's a really bad example.
Right.
But you can model something, but to model something is not to demonstrate that it could have been that way.
Cosmologists have modeled white holes instead of black holes, and it's basically the opposite of a black hole. Instead of having this immense gravity, it's like immense propulsion away. But it appears like we've never found one, and it appears that they may be impossible. So saying it could be a brute fact isn't a claim that it's logically impossible. Those are different claims.
Yeah, I guess I'm pushing back on the idea that they couldn't be different when we actually can model them being different and not be.
Well, we can model
not
things
be violating the laws of logic. So I think they're by definition contingent.
So no. Just because something's logically possible doesn't mean that it could be. It could be that way in some possible world.
Yeah.
I'm not to be Phil bro, but that is the definition of contingent. Can you imagine this being different? and being logically possible, like logically.
It's logically possible for me to jump. Logical possibility is a very low bar. It is logically possible for me to jump to the moon.
Sure. Isn't it non-logically possible? No. I'm just saying, is it logically possible that the cosmological constant was 1 to the 10 to the 50th power different? That seems obviously logically possible.
It's logically possible, but it might be, I'm not claiming it is, nomologically impossible. That's what I'm saying.
It's not established. All of this is just wild speculation. If things were different, the universe would be different. Yes, okay.
Sure.
But we need to.
It seems as though the universe could be different. Like
we don't know. We haven't established that the universe could be different. We're kind of going around in circles, right? We haven't established it. I'm not claiming that it's impossible that it could be different, but the idea that it's a logical possibility does not give you the right to make a probability argument for it being the way it is. And with that said, my friend, we're going to draw a line here because it is very late where I am right now. It's 5:45 a.m. and I'm going to try and
you guys
get a
pushed
bit
it
of rest.
hard tonight, so I'll come back another night and we could talk about it later. But you guys have a good night. All
right.
And you. Thanks for coming in. Cheers. All right. We are going to call it a day. So we'll do this. Huge thank you to everyone again that was involved and being here. Much appreciated. I'm super glad we restarted the stream. For anyone who was here at the beginning or near the beginning, my computer was being weird and it was very laggy. The first bit of the stream was laggy, and once I restarted, everything was completely fine. So that's a lesson learned. Don't mess around with that. If it's not going good, just restart it and everything will be fine. We will be back on Saturday night. Saturday night for the evening through the night again thing. So have a wonderful time until then. I hope you're all well and happy and healthy and safe and all of that good stuff. Sean, thank you, my friend.
Thank you, John. Enjoyed it as always. Weird night. Let's have a great night on Saturday.
Yeah, let's change it up on Saturday. Tonight was a bit weird.
All right.
See you, everyone. Thank you so much for your support. It means everything.